points. So this match is a must-win. Guy, let's bring out the Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, Florida, you can love them or you can hate them, but you're going to make some noise for the Toronto Ultra! Mercules, Joe Deceives, Insight, and Kleenex. Toronto Ultra been icy all weekend, and they don't plan on stopping that.
I have to tip my hat to the guy all the way on the left of your screen there in Mercules. Usually when situations like this happen and a player has to get plugged into a roster, it does not go as well as these boys have made it so far this weekend. A team in Toronto Ultra that's been looking to be added to the top 4 conversation, and they might just solidify it here this weekend with a fill-in of all things. But I'm looking at the core 3 to step it up because they're the reason they're in this situation. It's do or die, one life given. Let's get it started, guys.
I'm ready to get it started. It's going to be an icy matchup here on the main stage. Florida, you guys ready to go? Shift, study, let's slide into it.
Critical matchup for both these two teams. For Toronto, an opportunity to really solidify yourself. Like Ali mentioned, it's a top 4 squad in the CDL, no matter who the roster seems to be. But for Minnesota, there is a lot riding on this, a chance to make up the space between them and Optic for playoffs.
Oh yeah, because Optic already got eliminated. You're still in the tournament. You have a chance to get through your 2 matches today, potentially walk away with 30 points and already put yourself in a tied situation. So Nameless hit it perfectly. They have a lot more to play for, so Minnesota need to come out the gates firing.
And I love this map set for this particular series. Both teams are going to be feeling good about a handful of maps, really up until we get to map 5, which it feels like this series very well may get us one of our first map 5s on the weekend. But if we do get there, the search and destroy does lean towards Toronto just a touch. But again, you say that with only a limited amount of definitivity because, let's be honest, you got to fill in. How much of your search and destroy strategies really going to apply, even if it is a map 5 kind of situation where you have to do or die?
Yeah, everything changes, man. The teamwork aspect in the search and destroy, and also the control, that has to all change drastically.
Yeah.
You saw Mercules yesterday being super aggressive with the team, and I think that's the best thing you can do as a villain, is just always be involved in the play with the guys who have been in the system for so damn long, and then just follow their lead.
Yep.
If you're always going to be there to play your trades, to always put yourself in a position to help the team out, that's what you need to do for the Rook.
And I love the idea of just kind of taking the focus towards the SMG duo for Ultra, because if they can rip apart this Minnesota's front line, it's going to make the decision-making that much easier for the ARs for Toronto Ultra. Lots on the line, but we kick things off with Vault, a map that Minnesota has really enjoyed throughout this year. They just don't get a lot of an opportunity to play it because no one wants to play them there. So we'll see how things go, because for Toronto, they have been rotating way better this stage with Mercules in the mix, whether that's just because it's a byproduct of a new system or just because he's playing for rotation focus. It really just, we'll see. We'll find out that which is true.
Yeah, he just has to continue to play fast at the pacing, and everybody else also has to step up their pacing.
Yeah.
So Insight, Subside needs to make a lot of appearances, and Joe Deceives and Kleenex need to be able to dictate how this game is going to go. But here we go. Map number 1 on Vault.
Toronto Ultra, Minnesota Rocker, day 3 kicked off. Let's get it on. First blood looking good for Kleenex, but Nero Caddy respond, and here we go. Minnesota setting the tempo early, pushing off Ultra, and already influencing Spawnsby towards top right with a little bit of a split.
Yeah, I'm letting you know right now, if you let Nero do what he did yesterday, Toronto are not going to have a good time. He was single-handedly just making so many clutch moments, so many clutch kills for his teammates to dominate the respawns they did yesterday. But 25 seconds still to fight for here at P1. Spawn's currently in control of Ultra, but if you're Rockers, you're just playing keep away at least for now.
Yeah, what a start from Estriel, 4-0, dominating over towards Catwalk with a couple of extra shots down low, and he wants blood for 5 in a row, but shut down. Toronto, moment of recovery. Here's Kleenex finds 2. Focus on rotation also coming through. His Insight wins a critical 1v1.
Oh, that's a big 3 dead at the right time. Now off the rotation, you're going to be fully set up, or at least have the numbers on this side of the map. Kenny tries to make it a little bit mixy, but only is able to take down 1. But now you have long routes already being developed from Geo. He's going to allow his teammate to spawn in towards the back, but Toronto read it perfectly.
I got to say, again, when we started off this weekend, Toronto was the worst team in the league by rank this stage in rotating. They are now up to 4th, just based on the results that they've had in the first 2 days. And this is another moment where not only do they rotate well, they're not getting even close to being broken. First 30 seconds clean for Ultra.
Yeah, just remember, Rocker haven't played this map as this core 4 with Kenny into the lineup. They prefer themselves some everything else, Hacienda and Skyline, but First time testing it here at the major. They cannot find success on their breaks. This has been a flawless hold here from Ultra. And with 20 seconds left, you might have to just cut your losses, rotate new.
Problem is you're stuck at pool right now, Jay, so it's like you don't just want to cut and just go right back to the middle of the map. You want to try to zone off these exits, and that's exactly what comes through. Nice moment here for Rocker. Gives them some breathing room on rotation over to P3. Mercury's able to scout out one, clean shots, deals with it, and here we go again. Toronto, an opportunity to win rotation.
And realistically now, if you're Rocker, you are banking on this P3 to P4 rotation. Just don't give up time here at this hard point. Try to play keep away as long as you can, and Insight thinking big picture. Let me work the deep route. Let me pull some players from Minnesota Rocker to put their attention on me and just allow my teammates to soak up that time.
And really, outside of the opening breakoff, Minnesota have been stonewalled everywhere else, including over the top of this third hard point, as Toronto are ripping them apart. 8-5, 5-4, 10-4. The stat line looking clean for Ultra.
And the spawn's already flipped. There's 30 seconds to fight for here at P3, but you did the job early on if you're Ultra. Now you just got to hold it down because Rocker find all the kills in the kill feed. They're taking a lot of space away. You have every single one of your teammates spawning over towards R, but every kill is massive, and Nero's able to find two.
Yeah, you don't expect that off of a Semtex, so now an opportunity for Minnesota to use their numbers to move across the map. To seems them in the way. Huge double from JD, and that will stabilize not only on the rotation, but even particularly over the scrap time of 3 Ultra clean.
Yeah, and that's a big moment right there, because Rocker, with that double kill coming in from Nero, they had the numbers. They were already influencing spawns for them to have the numbers off the rotation. But Jodeci's with that double allows them to stabilize over towards out, and now they win the roto over towards the money hill. Minnesota forced to break their way through Art. They already know where they're going to be. Everything is getting invested, and Insight just has a couple freebies lined up.
And now you've got full clearance right down the P4 street, and Ultra already over 100 points. Let's see how the new kid is vibing as we head to a Toronto Ultra listen in.
Yo, Gio's close. One dubs.
Nice shit, boys. Come on.
There's one mid. Should be one mid there. Okay.
One wave, then we flip, okay?
No need. Just wait. Wait a sec. One right of me. Plants. Dead.
Shots. Nice.
I think he's camping, by the way. Stun book show, okay?
I have a streak. Okay?
It's still books.
Dubs as well.
Count on me. Count it.
Nice.
Books as well.
Dubs, that's
Gio.
fine. It's good time.
Yeah, Gio still books.
Con still, that's true.
Yeah, you're alone. He was books, okay?
Kenny, one shot.
Yo, plant to me, Gio. Dead.
Give me a sec, Gio.
Con one shot on me. Yo, Con one shot.
Sit down, wait.
He went their
Charge
mid,
it,
he went their
that
lobby.
shit.
Their lobby, Kenny.
Take our time, boys.
Con in their lobby, that's
Give me
true.
cast outs on me.
Open on time. Close open weak. I want to open that side.
Our side open. Just wait. Hold cap.
Gio open, we
Close, Kenny. Open it, shoot it.
Nice, let's go.
I don't know.
It could be con.
We could go cat late.
Good. Almost one up.
Give me a sec. I have all the cat, okay?
I have coming now.
Yeah, just around the weekend. One shot. I'm dead.
Could just take con.
Nice shit. No,
That's good.
yeah, we're con. I'll go in mid and right.
Yo, front.
They're banging.
Yeah.
Absolute close.
Open close.
Let me soak. Yeah, try and soak this, okay?
They have to look at me.
I have a thing.
One kill, get a streak. One can play.
I have twice to P3.
Yo, back away right now.
Top cat.
What P3 is going for a house?
Go, Tommy. Back
What's
back
up,
up. I'm streak, okay? Give me a
Okay,
second.
okay.
Play cat, boys. I'll streak.
Trying to get this.
Come with you, Jim.
I'm streaking.
Yeah, good.
Give me a sec. Give me a sec.
Lobby. My bad. Left side lobby. Okay, listen. One time, in mid, ball. I think he was off. And then one back B2. In the house, guys. Back B2 dead. One time, and then one B2 pulled. And then one left side lobby.
Pull on me. Nero,
Give me a house.
pull weak.
Still there.
Okay,
Still
pull
pulled.
inside, pull inside. You went
Yo,
the
pull. Okay,
Dead. Last guy's house.
main time.
I'm running it.
Back right.
Get mini.
Okay, I'm going to top cat.
Yeah,
Sit
I'm
down,
going
sit down.
Give my back.
I even truck now, okay? Truck. Absolute. There.
I mean, what are we talking about right now? Toronto looked like the best version of themselves at the moment, and it's with a new guy in the lists, and everything has just been so cool, so calm, and Joe is just, I'll hang out. I'll get the hard point time, boys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, everything's so fluent, and then even the energy is coming at the right time. They're knowing, okay, I'm only going to calm like that when we got 3 to 4 dead, and we're guaranteeing the hold. But with Kleenex having the start that he is, Jodeci's finessing the way that he is. Also, 2 minutes in the hill, Mr. Objective. Ultra find themselves up by 100. Already have arc control as well for this P3 to P4 rotation, and they're fully set up.
What do you say? I mean, this is just a mismatch right now. Minnesota not awaked into this hard point at the moment. Inside over the top, dealt with. Little pinch from Estrel, works out for 2. Long-range shots are good. Pistol tried to follow up, but not going to be necessary as Minnesota's still feeling comfortable in P3 for the time being.
Yeah, realistically, like, if you can soak up a lot of this time here and then flip the spawns at the very end of this time, and you're right back into this game. Esther with some shots, able to lead it to 6 in a row. But the spawns are still a little bit scattered. Do they account for the player in insight? Yes, you do. Big one-on-one win by right there from Kenny, but 20 seconds still to fight for here, and they're finding every single kill, so Rocker are setting themselves up for a comeback.
Looking decent for the time being. Gio going to pick up the overextension. Kenny floating over towards mid, just making sure they're set up properly for this P4. Good initial shutdown from Estriel on the pitch. Looking for more over towards the backside of P1. He will find everything he needs to. No, not able to get the win versus CleanX. Nero going to block off this part of the map through Art, and Minnesota will open up P4.
Yeah, we need a full 60, and already the first kill goes in favor of CleanX, so you got to try to make something happen if you're Nero. Get aggressive through the front door, catch the timing. Can you win the second? No, CleanX gets the better of you, and at least your teammates are able to win every other gunfight.
Whoa.
You cannot get any time last go around at P4, but so far 20 seconds uncontested.
Bold route here from Estriel. He gets the first, but again, the further forward he plays, the more likely the spawn's being moved around. And there we go. Split spawns over to the backside of this. 30 seconds to fight for. CleanX on 5. Joe able to secure onto Nero, and that's going to be a flip. I don't want to point just to Estriel for that, but it's a risky play, and Toronto will get a flip at the hard point.
It's just when they take that much space already at statue, and they're also finding kills. There's nowhere else for you to spawn besides out. So they just win the majority of those trades. You can already see it. CleanX is on 5 in a row. Joe is on 4. Now you're going to walk away with this final 20 seconds, still keep the lead. Pretty hefty on your end. Now we go into the third set.
Yeah. And it just feels like the clock is running out here on Minnesota.
Oh my God.
And Joe, 8 in a row, just blows away Kenny with some hip fire. And now you're dealing with, again, an 80-point game. Looking back over to P1 in Minnesota, it has to be this plus the next after that.
And this is why it's tough to like match their pacing, because Mercules is capable of doing things like this. Going from an AR to an SMG, always being in the mix. You're holding down top cat, waiting for your teammates to get back into the play, but the timing doesn't work out. Estro gets the better of him, and Minnesota's still fighting.
Every kill a big kill, though. Just trying to keep the right side of the minimap alive as Minnesota are getting a pretty solid read on what these spawns are looking like right now for Ultra. This is a critical moment, though. 20 seconds to fight for at P1, sure, but a lot of this has to be focused on rotation, and Estriel shuts down another rotation from Ultra. An opportunity here as there's going to be a stick on a team nade, and here we go. Minnesota cooking, and they're going to be set up for P2.
This is looking like the rocket that we saw all early on in stage 1, where they're literally never out the game. You could be up by 100, but they start to turn it around, down by 50. Let's step aside and go to listening with Minnesota.
I'm staying down. All the back. You try part, you try part. Short of me, bro. One shot spark. I'm a truck. Two truck. Short. Oh, yeah. I'm sure. And I inside one back there. Oh, wait, front. Short one shot. I have new cut. All right, I'm just saying down. I'm just hiding.
Yeah, we're good.
Go. I'm just hiding. I was for new too. There we go. I'm hiding line, bro.
I'm in the shit.
Absolute top bar. You should look shrink. Yeah, you should.
I'm here. I'm stunning him.
One was top bar. One's go. One's big go. I'm hovering my shrink. Absolute bottom gold. One shot bottom gold. Inside. Missing one though. Nice job, bro. Bottom gold. Inside. You. Last 2 points. Without a problem. What's up time? I'm on mid. I can't get time. Lay down. Dead.
Tight moment, 232, 213. Toronto still getting a little bit of time here on P3, but the big focus is what happens towards new. Keep your eye on the new kid. Hercules 1v1 win. He can get the P4 first. He finds a second. Ultra can win the game.
That is a massive play right there out of the Rook. You're not to be able to work the overextension and find a double, and now you give your team the opportunity to close out the game. You just need 1 set of kills here at P4.
Insight catches the first. Trade right there from Estriel. In the hard point, though, our Ultra. Hercules trying to watch the cross. Has to worry about too much, though. And now Minnesota are starting to funnel around the back. A chance to pinch this up. Nades, stuns, all being tossed. Trying to kill off time. It's CleanX. Back to the front. Hercules here to join him. Off the reload. Oh! What a save! Fire! The spawns are in! Mercules may have just made the game-winning play. Off the side door. Kenny waits for help, but he can't wait for long. You gotta go, you gotta get in, you gotta touch. 249, 250, Mercules with the last kill, and Toronto on the board first.
Oh my God, what an opening hard point. Minnesota have always been a gritty team. Down by basically 100 until we get to the third set. They start to win every single gunfight. They start to dominate off the rotations, and they set themselves up for the W at the end. But the rookie, no bigger moment to not only pop one, but to pop two and then have all of your teammates there to assist you. That was a game-changing, game-winning play there from the young gun. Toronto Ultra ice up in a map number 1 that they almost let go.
Unbelievable. And what a start from Ultra in the first place. Again, just talking about how they've improved at this major with a fill-in. You're sitting there watching these guys put together a masterclass on rotation. But like you mentioned, it takes one spark. I know Maven sitting in the back right now, saying the same thing. One spark from somebody on Minnesota gets them all going. And that definitely came out of Estriel at certain moments in time. 4,100 damage, 35 and 24 with 29 non-traded for the L. But it really, again, just goes to show there is no such thing as rolling over and dying if you're a Minnesota fan.
Yeah, and I feel like Minnesota Rocker, again, to talk about their own roster, always tend to start slow in map number 1s. You were down by 100, always playing from the back foot. You start to bring it on back. But Ultra able to put it a bow at the end. Let's take a look at the scuff play of the game because we got to see this ending again.
And the thing about this is, like, again, Minnesota have put themselves in the right spot, but there's just a little bit too much time left on P3 to where Ultra are really starting to put the threat together of, yeah, we could get this thing really close to 250, and then as soon as Minnesota commit through Art, that's the route that Mercules hits through pool for 2. You think that Nero's going to turn it around, but Mercules gets back into the play again to shut down the rotation through Art.
Yeah, and if you're Rocker right there, that one's going to sting, man, because you could have played that a whole lot safer. The only player who can make a play happen like that is the guy working the OE. They can no longer win off the P3 time once they allowed it to not be contested with about 15 seconds left. So all they needed to do was just clutch up on that one gunfight. You win that one gunfight, your teammates are spawning towards back guard, you can fully set up off the respawn. But Mercules lines him up at the right time and makes the game-winning play.
And the other thing about that is, like, the timing of when these kills start to come through, because after Mercules drops, they get a double spawn towards pool, do Ultra, but they find a kill on the cross, it gets someone else forward, and then Minnesota spawn out again. It's just these narrow little kills that start to come through, the timings of them critical towards what happens with spawns. And the strength of the North comes by way of a new kid on the block. And what a graph this is. I mean, it gets ugly for a moment there. The first set of hills, again, really, really solid from the side of Toronto, but just keeps clawing on back. Is that Minnesota Rocket team. You see the flat line from P4 to P1 to P2 for Ultra. That's where a lot of the gap comes in.
And if you think about like the second go around at P4 where Minnesota were fully set up, they got 30 seconds uncontested.
Yep.
But then Astro just gets too aggressive up towards the right side. Layers are not being fulfilled and crosses are not being watched. And a couple players from Toronto are just able to slip on through, get a couple kills, influence and spawns, and end up finding break for at least 30 seconds of time there. That was a barn burner over map number 1, but that's only the beginning of the series. We got Rewind SD coming up next.
Welcome to Saturday. Rewind, search, and destroy. Let's take a moment to reset because we've watched Minnesota play this map quite often this stage, and they look great on it. I mean, they put together some ideas that really no one else has really experimented with. And I think a lot of that just comes from, again, the flexibility that you're getting out of a player like Kenny. He can join in the mix and get aggressive, or he can sit back, play a little bit more reserved. That's been a big influence when it comes to how Minnesota have been more competitive with this roster change compared to when they were playing with Paul.
Yeah, they've been trying to figure out their search and destroy ever since adding the addition of Kenny to the lineup, and Rewind has basically been in every single one of their series besides one. They're sitting at 2-2. They have a lot of struggles with their offenses, though, and every time we are ending up casting them, it's always like Estriel's working through side gens. He's throwing a stunt through the door, trying to clear out the EDs, and then they'll, okay, let's try to work the bomb plan. But just playing at that pace and only having a one go-to strategy, it's going to be pretty easy to counter. So hopefully with some time underneath their belt, they've been able to develop some extra ones because you're going to need it here.
Just small adaptability things. I think you can have a set idea. You can have a default setup when it comes to what you want to do offensively or what you want to set up on the defense, but modify it. Find little things that you can mold and change and try to use as a way to kind of keep your opponent guessing. Where for Ultra, again, not a lot of results on this map. And of course, with Mercules in the mix, everything feels just a little bit different in the search and destroy. So in terms of kind of, again, setting the tone, setting the narrative for this particular series, after Ultra did what was required, take map number 1, the same can be said for Minnesota right here.
And this is why it's going to change a little bit in their search and destroy, because you only have 1 rep on this. You were up 5-1 versus LNG through in stage 3 qualifiers, and you were only able to clutch up in around 11. But now with the more aggressive player in Mercules, you better believe the pace is going to be there, and Nero's going to instantly switch it on up. Kenny finds the first blood, Nero strikes for the second, and you instantly have the numbers. This is a quick round.
Yeah, Ultra was trying to play through the A site. They didn't have anyone watching over towards that connector to glass. And they just get a little bit stuck on the backside of the DVD shelves, leaving Mercules as the last one left for a 1v4. Bomb planted.
Merc's able to find one. 1v4 potentially for the rookie, but he is going to be surrounded by Minnesota. The pacing, tremendously fast there. And already you can see the adjustments to their setup. They were taking their time early on in Gens. Nero says, no, I'm sick and tired of this. I'm just going to go right through.
Bit of a blind counter, I think, in certain ways, too, because Ultra are diving straight in to try to contest the laundry hole, whereas no one's really staying back in courtyard to watch for any sort of a play through that side hallway to Gens. So just works out nicely for Minnesota, but first blood tallied cleanly. You get A site control. You put Toronto in a weird spot where they're split, and there's just no way you respond to it. So good tempo setter there for Minnesota.
Now Ultra looking for the response. Probably still don't have any trophy systems to work with, but they're probably going to also go with the aggression through Gens. Take their time on the approach. Insight gets information. They have bombarded their way through the middle of the map. Let's just back on out, potentially work B Street.
Yeah, there's an opportunity there for Ultra to decide if they wanted to try to challenge inside of A like Minnesota did, or come back to make sure Insight stays alive. They choose the latter of the 2 options. Joe still gets a little bit of a look over the top of the A site, but it's very marginal. So, yep, this is exactly what you just called, Jay. B Street wide open. They're getting the read. Now they're making the play.
Yeah, because they saw Minnesota continuing to edge on forward. So, all right, you're going to keep pushing us. We'll just hit the rotation to the opposite side. Now, if you're Kleenex, can you strike for the first blood and get out? He's able to find it. Bomb is planted. Man advantage Ultra.
Oh, and he's got a read in the flank. Freebie for Kleenex. Does he expect another? Yeah, well, now he does. Sees Kenny, and whoa, clean shots as Kenny down to a single bullet. And he'll finish him off, no problem. Other side, Joe DeCease finds Geo. Flawless round for Ultra.
Yeah, I see the way that Minnesota are wanting to play. This is just nonstop aggression. Let's get these gunfights in the first 5 to 10 seconds. But that time, Ultra, they say, okay, you can keep on taking space. We'll continuously keep on backing up. And the more aggressive you are, we'll take the opposite side of the map. They get the bomb over towards B. Kleenex is able to strike for the first blood and get out with his life. And then everything else is easy from there because someone was trying to trade Kleenex, just nobody could. He was able to find 3 on the round.
Yeah, that's the thing with Ultra, too, just to kind of keep in the back of your mind, even with Mercules throughout this major to this point, they don't, like, rely on first bloods, but when they find them, they are very successful at converting them. So that is recipe for success in that last round. Works out nicely. And here we go again. Quick aggression coming through. This time, Minnesota not playing through Gens, looking to overwhelm through Laundry and the top platform at DVD. But Ultra firmly planted, and Joe's going to try to get a little bit further forward. He's got good help around him, and first blood comes through with a follow-up from Kleenex as well.
Oh, Kenny's at least able to find one. Can Joe find the second? Clean. Yes, he does onto Nero. Kenny left in a 1v3, positioning already known. Knocked down to 2 HP in a dream. He's trapped. GG on the round.
Scuff game controller. Keep your eye on the Y button.
Should be highlighted full white.
Well, it is always. It pretty much is,
yeah, it's Kenny. You know.
We were joking about that in the green room. It was like, if the Scuff controller was on when we got a Kenny POV, that Y button's getting tired. Tough situation, 1v3, especially just considering that Minnesota, again, they try for aggression, but in a different way. Modifying and molding, but Ultra too clean with getting the read, getting the kills, not losing numbers advantage.
Yeah, they just don't get caught off guard there from the Gens door. Like, it wasn't Nero this time, just breaking in, being super aggressive and catching them off guard. They try to play it through Laundry. And all just get cut down. Joe DeCease commits on that first gunfight, catches him with a nade in his hand, and at the same time, they also find a second kill with the nade. So the numbers early on in favor of Ultra have gave them the advantage, and this time they're just going to slow it down.
Yep, trying to play this double stack of ARs over towards Burger Street. They get a look at one member down the road. Nade's tossed, but a trophy system denies it. And yeah, the focus continues to still be the ARs trying to play for some sort of a first blood contact. And they're going to get Kenny at least somewhat caught out. But the problem is you've got help on the near side, and that's Nero inside of Burger. First blood from Minnesota.
Yeah, they were trying to avoid the isolation, but Kenny is able to put down shots, set up his teammate Nero for the kill, and then also find the second. So Kleenex and Insight trying to clutch on up. They know exactly where they are. Stuns are connecting. jumping over the wall. Estriel's still gaining the info, and you only got 45 seconds left to go.
Yeah, and Insight's fighting a 1v2 of his own on the other side of this. He actually catches one and gets away. And now a chance to maybe isolate onto Kenny. Yeah, a couple of shots from Kleenex. Keep him at bay over through Burger, plus hit markers through the DVD shelves. This isn't impossible to pull back. It just comes down to, do you get a read on what this defense looks like around the A site?
Yeah, realistically, if you're Minnesota, you don't want to get isolated in these gunfights. They're pretty spread on their setup right now. And with 20 seconds left, you're banking on the information and then playing off of that. The bomb is going to be going over towards B. Can Insight find this one-on-one on the back end? No, he does not. Gio wins it. 1v3. You know he's planning the bomb, and you're just going to trap him again. Easy round there for Rocker.
Yeah, really good stuff from Rocker. I think that's another one of those rounds you look at from the defensive setup for Minnesota, and it's different in a lot of ways. They're still playing with aggression, but you just don't expect Nero to be playing through Burger like that when Kenny's is holding over towards dumpsters. You think that he's the only one defending that side of the map, so that's why you try to isolate with the 2 ARs, and then Nero says, surprise, and finds first blood.
And that's the teamwork and the communication and the chemistry starting to develop after some time. Spade and switching to perfection to strike for the first kill. Give yourself the early numbers advantage, and then Kenny with the raw talent just finds that second one immediately. So all tied up at 2. Rocker back on the offense. Gonna go back to their go-to strat through Gens.
Yep, same exact route from Nero. Nothing seen over the top of A. What do you do here for Minnesota? Do you commit for an early plant? Sure feels like they want to, but they may have seen Mercury's on the cross. Good shots out of Merc, but not enough to find first blood, and Minnesota will back away, reset, keep this 4v3.
And they're learning from their mistakes, because I remember last time it was Metals in that Miami series who was able to catch the timing through that mid door and strike for the opening double, but this time they spot the cross. They get the first kill. Now you have the man advantage. You're just looking for the timing to get the objective down.
And Toronto want to try to contest this, and the timing is perfect. They find Estriel. Kleenex slips away, looking for maybe a little bit of help from Insight to try to get the trade, but not going to work out. And now it's just on to Jamie Craven for the 1v3.
Bomb's instantly going to get planted. So you probably want to try to locate an SMG if you can. You need a lot of ammo for every single one of these engagements. He's at least able to gain some info, but the bait and switch too strong. 1v3, Minnesota Rocker. Again with the aggression, find success on offense.
But again, another different setup when it comes down to you put Nero into a good spot. You don't see anything over the top inside the A site. So what's your next layer to that? And it's about making sure no one peeks you from that inside door. I don't know if they get a read through Long Street or not, but regardless, they catch Merc.
No, that's the thing. They didn't have a read through Long Street because Kenny this time around doesn't play through that alley. He actually backs up and goes through B Street. So they were aware that this is open. If we give them that opportunity, they're going to take it. And we're most likely going to lose the round. So they play a lot safer on that first contact. And then just keep the numbers on their side. 3 in a row there for Gio. Ultra back on the offense. Now we're going Gens.
Double hit immediately coming through. Team shots come out. Estriel takes advantage of that. Even though the first blood comes away of Ultra, there's too much team shooting coming through. Hercules responding, but nice shots out of Kenny. Follow-up though from Insight. Takes us to immediately into a 1v1. Estriel just trying to create some noise. Tagged up. Insight trying to hunt. Has collected the bomb and will reset the 1v1.
Can Subside find the timing? Estriel's just trying to stall out the game clock. I think Insight might have been able to spot him on the cross. Working through his spawn and plays the perfect corner. The vet. So much ISIS search and destroy. Gets that one done there for Ultra. Tie game.
Yeah, he must have caught a little bit of a look. Had to have.
Or even like a spectator gets someone on his team. It's like, oh, wait, you saw him. You saw him.
Yeah.
And he was able to react right in time.
That's a really good bounce back, though, from Toronto. Again, first blood comes through, but that play from Minnesota through Gens Alley, perfect. You delete everybody. Mercules gets a key trade. And technically, that's an Insight 1v2 to get us tied up at 3. And what does Minnesota want to try to develop now after, again, this very aggressive setup where Nero has gotten forward? This time it'll be Kenny out towards the lane, just watching to see if anyone crosses towards Dumpster. And yeah, a little bit more of a delayed hit here from Minnesota, just holding at Gen still.
Yeah, this is a different look, though, from Ultra as well. Just going to camp out towards Courtyard.
Stun hits.
Not give anyone anything. You're banking on a retake now, but Rocker are taking their time because the stun connects. If nothing connects, then you're just flying your way on through. But the 30 seconds already go by. Now we're going B.
Yeah, this is all about trying to isolate Courtyard right now. Defensive nades coming through. Gio impacted by a stun. Insight keeping himself safe for the trophy system at the long-range angle. And Toronto, I think, are just watching, crossing angles. They're just trying to check to see if anyone moves inside this A site. Estriel, whoa, good look over towards JD. Follow-up from Kenny is good for 2. That shuts down the play and now makes this A site very safe.
Now, if you are Hercules, can you potentially find the timing to work your way
Oh
through
my
the middle of
God.
the street? You're able to slip on by, but Estrio already reads it. You're able to give the info to your teammates and find a trade. Rocker, again, ice up on another offense.
That was such a critical moment in timing because Kenny gives away that position through street side right as soon as Ultra start to play their way through. But at the same rate, like you call Estriel, he reads no one's in courtyard anymore. We know they're not outside towards B, so just takes a little peek, finds 2. Perfectly done.
And the crazy thing, like, if you're Ultra, that's a round you're definitely going to want back.
Absolutely.
Because Insight's able to find that first blow onto Geo. When his arrow turns from the front side to the back side of the 18-wheeler, I'm pretty sure he's able to see size 18s sticking out the left. So the wall bang came in for the first blood. And if they were able to catch that first blood a little bit earlier, you don't have to get aggressive through court. But you make up for it. You're able to counter it now into the next round. Instant aggression towards B Street.
And I love this out of Ultra. They know they've only had a single defender outside, but you lost track of gens. So Nero's trade kind of quells this initial push from Ultra. Now we're into a 2v2 with a lot of question marks. Mercury's just playing on top of the big rig. I don't know if he saw Estriel on the full cross, but he's thinking maybe he did, and sure does, but misses a bullet or 2. That's enough for everything to kind of reset, and now it's Nero's turn.
Oh, he finds the timing. Shoot those receives right into the back, and now Mercury's going to commit on the one-on-one.
What a dance.
Estriel is dancing. The stun connects. He's able to find the kill, and he also gets the info. Get out, Rook.
He's also got to reload, though. How has this continued? Off the reset, Nero. 1v swole. Mercury's dancing. Tries to take the gunfight. Does not come through, but whoa. Cinema. In round number 8 to finish it off in a 5-3 tally for Minnesota.
I thought once Mercules was able to spot Estriel crossing back through their spawn, you want to try to isolate that gunfight because that's the only information that you already found. But you put down shots prematurely, not able to find that kill. They get flanked by Nero. Then in a one-on-one, you know that Nero's looking for that chow.
Yeah.
He's always looking for the chow. Wins the one-on-one, secures the round there for Rocker. Now they're at game point.
Yeah, a couple of bullets into the new guy. Yeah, Nero's going to take that every day, twice on Sunday. 5-3 count. Is there any level of a curse here for Ultra to get back into this one? They're going to play with aggression. Delayed hit here for Minnesota. Immediately punished. Should be around to win here for Ultra unless Kenny can find some crossing angles for some freebies.
Yeah, these delayed hits so far haven't been the recipe for success for Rocker.
No.
Now in the 4v2, the ARs are already going to be trapped. Geo is going to fall at the same time that Kenny does. So the aggression there, the answer for Ultra, taking DVDs away. You find that first kill. Jodeci set up on the same cruddy angle that he was the first go around when he caught Geo slipping. But Ultra, at least for now, force round 10.
Yeah, and really, if you kind of evaluate Ultra's defense on that aggressive play in through A, the only time it's really been countered was the first round where
when it went
hits
through
through
gens.
gens.
Yeah.
So that setup seems to be a byproduct of some pretty stable success with the defense, but the question mark is going to be, what do you call here on the attack after really not finding a tremendous amount of success here in the last couple of opportunities?
I just think you're playing early on for the information. Like you saw the very first offense,
that's
they realized the
gonna happen.
aggression was going through the middle of the map, and this time it's Estriel instantly for that first blood through the middle side.
Yeah.
Now you have the numbers advantage, and all of Rocker are just going to back up, play their numbers.
And Merc should just be looking for info right there off that angle through Laundry. That should not have been a full commitment to a gunfight, so I wonder if he just got melted off some team shots. Here comes some quick aggression, though, from Minnesota with the numbers. Playing over towards Gents. Kleenex, no way he could possibly expect that. But as Jodeci maybe caught some timing here. Insight trying to pinch with it, but the SMG too strong for Estriel, and now it's just down to Joe.
Joe in a 1v4. This would be legendary. Nope. And you stand up chance. Rocker tied the series up at 1. So many new strategies on their offense.
Yeah,
you
really
play
are.
the map so many times, you realize, okay, what works, what doesn't. But the aggression was the key to their success. SMGs opening up lanes, ARs dominating on the long lanes, and Minnesota Rocker ice up in the search and destroy. Now we got a series.
Yeah, there were a couple of, I think, really critical rounds in there for Minnesota, not just from the offensive side, but I even go back to one of their opening defenses where Nero's playing through Burger with Kenny on Dumpster. Toronto are reading that as Kenny's the island player.
Yep.
If he hasn't crossed into Burger, we should be good from that angle. But as soon as he gets an extra peek and a stun over the top, Nero pops up as a surprise. And I think, again, that's just a byproduct of Minnesota showing a lot of aggression defensively through A, not through Burger. So again, like you're right, it's not just the offensive changes. Instead of just playing through gens, it's also defensively moving Nero around, and it works out really nicely for him.
Yeah, it was cool to see like they're building off of their original strats. Because Kenny's always the guy playing through the middle of the street. You always have Nero and Astro playing through courtyard, and Gio is your safety net at that B site. But when you have a default play, if you can build off of that default play, that's what catches teams off guard. The bait and switch at Burger was beautiful. The bait and switch through gens was beautiful. Minnesota Rocker definitely putting the work there to tie that series and show the improvements on that map.
Beautiful. Loving it, loving it, loving it. First two maps tight. We got ourselves a vault control to Skyline Hardpoint, which should be entertaining. But more entertaining than that is our desk, our beach. Let's go.
Welcome.
We're loving it. Loving it. Loving it.
Let's go, baby.
Bring the golden arches to Call of Duty. It's only a matter of time. Welcome back, everybody. We have the beautiful Nameless alongside Rosalie Parker and Merc. And I want to start with you, Ant, because you were enthralled in the search and destroy. It was 3-3. And then my boy Estriel took over, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's had some good rounds. Honestly, Minnesota just played great. You look at some of their offensive pushes, like the misdirection, having Gio just stay alive at the 18, you know, just buying time, keeping insight there, and then they rotate over towards DVD. Estriel just initiates first contact, and it allows for easy kills for Kenny. He goes out the street, finds two, and I just thought that round was absolutely beautiful. I think this should have went to 5-5, though. I feel like Toronto actually trolled this game. I mean, they're in a situation where they had the free B plant. Two guys were behind them. They just don't plant. They chase the kills, and unfortunately, they get caught up in that round. So Toronto, you know, that's what happens when you have fill-in, man.
Ali, didn't you guys tell me, though, that Toronto was going to lose searches this entire event because you shouldn't be able to compete with CDL teams with the fill-in?
Kind of. It kind of depends on the player, right? It depends on the player that you plug into the system. I don't know Mercury's history with Search and Destroy, but I think Ant made a really good point in the sense of like Toronto Ultra beat themselves in a lot of these situations. You go back to that round number 8 where they did a bang out
This round is egregious, yes.
They end up going into a 2v2 situation, and then Mercury's is stuck in this 1v1 by the end of it. They didn't plant the bomb when they had every opportunity
well,
to.
They saw the
didn't
two guys behind
follow
them.
up the flank, and then Mercury's, unfortunately, I mean, this guy's still weak. I understand maybe he was trying to catch Nero off guard by going for that reach out, but in that situation, you play your life. Maybe you play the front side of that truck. So Toronto Ultra, a couple mistakes on their side, but I do have to tip my hat to the offensive strategies, like Alan said, inside of Minnesota Rocker. You can tell they put the work in.
You picked Toronto Ultra, and I was kind of questioning it until I saw this hard point. They continued to find their form in respawns, 250 to 219. That is the difference in our first game 1. We're guaranteed a game 4, a second hard point. Because can Toronto keep this up, Merc?
I mean, yeah. I mean, Hardpoint is probably the easiest game mode to plug and play, right? And Mercury's had some a big play really to close out that Hardpoint.
Oh, yeah.
On that rotation over towards P4. He catches Estriel and Kenny, and that sets them up. But, I mean, Minnesota Rocker, they also did the Rocker thing where they came out really slow. You're down 120 points. Like, this is one of those maps where, I mean, this gets close. One play that Mercury's makes, and maybe Rocker end up winning it.
Nero doesn't wake up till 4:30 p.m. We'll just let that be known right now. In the meantime, let's take a look back at the final moments of game number 1. What was the difference for Toronto, Nameless?
Yeah, I mean, this was wild. So we're going to go through it here. I mean, we get down to the end. You see Mercury. He's the guy that takes the route. It's a huge one versus Estriel, and Estriel's got a sub there. So, you know, we're wondering maybe he gets caught sprinting and, you know, he gets around back. But you're going to see Minnesota. They have a good push through Art here, and they end up getting through into the back.
That Kleenex kill was absurd.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about that. Insight, big kill here just to kind of stagger them. Minnesota gets up through Art. We're going to end up cleaning up Mercury's here. And then it's like, all right, what are we going to do in this situation? I'm up top. I'm trying to put shots down. Joe, please find a kill. Joe finds a kill. And now you see Kleenex spots too. He knows if I get out here and I win this one gunfight in the back, look, tweak reaction, bang, look at the mini-map. Instantly, we get spawned. So it really comes down to the smallest moments, and Kleenex with that fast reaction time and, you know, set up by the smart play for Mercury's, they end up closing this out.
And try not to miss it right off the spawn as well. While Kleenex gets that insane kill, Mercury's is off spawn, but that's going to be your next up, and he finds 2 to break into that time. So 2 really big plays out of this guy plugged into this roster, and puts them in this conversation of like they could still win.
Boy,
this series.
Penny doesn't go down 130. Like that game would have been. They looked good in second half.
But they did.
Yeah, they did.
That's the point,
also
but
like
they
we
did.
saw Kleenex this split. Like he's playing his best COD, and you saw it in map 1. He went on like a 9 spree. He went on another big spree.
Dude, the whole team was on a 12 spree at one point.
Yeah, True or false? Kleenex is the greatest man to ever come out of Denmark in the Call of Duty universe.
True.
Oh, in COD, yeah,
Sure.
true.
Facts.
Go if you want to learn how to play P1. Go watch Toronto Ultra second rotation P1. It was a masterclass of Toby just taking over.
If you want to hear more from us, you're going to have to wait for the post game because right now it's a game 3 with Shift and Study.
You know, we've said that a lot of times. Minnesota may be one of the best hard-point teams in the game if they just don't start down 90 points.
I know.
It's been the story of the season.
The entire season, man. But now you don't really have opportunities to do that. At least you were able to show fight in that map, number one. Give yourself some momentum going into that search and destroy because they definitely took it there to them. You tied the series up at 1, but this is where you got to strap in, ladies and gentlemen, because both these two squads, the next 2 maps that we have, are going to be absolute square-ups.
Yep. And I think, I mean, would it be fair to say that if you're Minnesota, you need to win before you get to 5?
Yeah, because they got no ice in game 5, man.
That's fair. Right.
1 and 3s with Kenny on the lineup, even though they always go around 11. Yeah, we're not seeing no W's at the end of that.
All right. Plus, it's also a red card, which has not necessarily been good in any form for Minnesota across the year. All right, well, that's what's on the line. Again, if you're a Rocker fan or if you're just a fan of the drama in terms of setting yourself up for playoff storylines, whoa, you want Minnesota to win this one. But if you're a fan of the Rook, you're a fan of the story that comes as a bit of a Cinderella here with the Ultra storyline of being one of the best teams throughout the group stage, have to make a critical substitute, and how good has Merc been? Wow, you're rooting for them to get this thing done ASAP. Let's jump on in, back into the action, vault control, and it will be Minnesota on the opening offense.
And the break off is usually everything. Ester's going to take his time on a long route. His teammates are finding successful kills as well. So he's potentially going to catch them off guard, but he turns that corner, doesn't see anyone, and now he's lost.
Oh, they don't expect insight, though. That's the thing. Kleenex follows up. Estriel, last one left. Whoa, pistol whip onto Mercules. Welcome to the league. Still alive and kicking for a small time, but can't get the regen. Joe Decedes with the trade, and that first tick still lingers for Minnesota.
Okay, it's perfect there from Ultra because they didn't win the initial gunfights off the break, but the guys who were still staying alive were able to find some impactful kills. Now allow them to earn these early segments. But the first one now is going to be guaranteed. You have a one-on-one. Kleenex just going to back out of that position. All of Ultra coming off the respawn. But you still have number 4 in Kleenex taking his time towards Cat.
Yep, absolutely the case. Can lock down the lane, jumps on in, depletes part of that second tick of progress. Gio looking for him, not able to find him. So now things start to reset for Rocker. Working for some catwalk control. Estriel, first one to push forward. Can't make good on the angle. Hero shuts things down over towards B Street. Now trying to push into the site, but not enough clearance to make that route happen. And Ultra start to push up the map.
Yeah, this is why it's tough to go up against Ultra on this map because they're so effective on finding trades. The SMGs, even the ARs play with a tremendous amount of pace ever since adding the addition of Mercules, who can do both roles. But now with 25 seconds left to go, your last push is going to go over towards this 8-point. Nero finds an opening, but Kleenex again on the pinch.
Yeah, but he may have missed the timing. Turns around. Both players having a tough time finding each other with the Omni movement in play. Hercules, lots of damage. Finishes off his target of Kenny. And this is the last opportunity now for Minnesota. Pauses the clock at, well, initially 6.5. Waiting for more kills to come through. And Kleenex wants to try to get this thing done before anyone can reinforce, but not going to happen. Just a small team kill. Double stack is in. Second tick should be good, if not the whole zone.
Yeah, this should allow Rocker to stack this point. Extend the time early on. You're only going to be down by 2 lives, where you look like you potentially were only going to walk away with 1 segment. You make something out of nothing, but now you got time to make some extra plays. Estriel finds a big opening through Vault, and even though Ultra have a lot of map control, you're already on the point.
Kleenex is trying to make sure things stay safe over towards Statue. Only finds the first. That's Nero now scaling deeper in towards the Ultra spawn. Joe with the perfect read. And the same front, you look to the minimap number 3 in purple. Insight's kind of doing the exact same thing to Minnesota that they were doing to them. So an opportunity to play off this long pinch.
Yeah, Insight, your job is just to be the safety net. Continue to be a nuisance, draw the attention on that side, and if you can find kills, even better. Only 5 lives remaining here for Rocker. 30 seconds to go. Joe Deceives trying to assist Insight. Mercules finds one on the pitch. And it's looking like Rocker are only going to get 3 segments on this round.
Yeah, and Estriel just could not find Insight. That's incredibly well designed in terms of Joe coming forward to make sure his AR can stay safe. And with the lives being as low as they were, that was your win condition for Ultra. It's just make sure there's no more respawns remaining. So, yeah, if you're Minnesota, you get the full zone at A, but nothing more as Ultra look clean in that back half of the defense.
Yeah, it's just real good from them. Even in the early round of that defense, you can give up those 3 segments. Those are really easy to get at that 8-point, but just throughout that entire round, Ultra are more effective on their trades. They're starting off in these battles, with them finding that first gunfight, always having the last man standing, giving your teammates off the respawn space to work with. And that's going to be the biggest thing on Vault Control. If you can trade better, if you can be the last team standing in the power spots, you're going to win the map.
Absolutely. Joe will carry a 5 streak into this second round. Nero had a fiery start, 9 and 10. Kenny having a tough time getting things going from the offensive side. See how those two continue to go forward as they make the way to the defense.
Yeah, this is where Toronto tends to struggle a little bit. They don't really keep up in the slaying, and Minnesota, on the other hand, outslay teams on their defensive side by 8 kills. Already a perfect break-off to shut down that initial push. Now all of Ultra being influenced to spawn over towards Waterside are just going to take their time to wrap back to ammo.
Good first terrestrial. Kenny right there to help, and whoa, this spawn trap is now well and truly in effect. So Deceives being toyed with, eventually dealt with, and Estriel follows up. 29 plays 20, only a single kill so far for Ultra. And yep, this is hell. This is absolute hell.
Yeah, this is not good. Kenny's on 5 in a row. Ultra looking for some breathing room. Finally, Kenny is going to give him a freebie. But 17 v 26 with 35 seconds left to go. You don't have a single segment, and you're already losing gunfights to the middle of the map. You don't have the numbers. You got to keep on waiting.
Yeah, this is not ideal. Put it plainly. 24 seconds on the clock. 14 lives. If you're Ultra, you're just hoping you can muster a tick or two. And actually, with that clean feed, that's going to be enough for a stack to come out. Kleenex makes safe the pinch. Now he can join. This may be an extra 60 seconds. And for them to get 3 ticks would be a miracle based on how that spawn trap was looking.
Yeah, it's the same exact round that Rocker just had on their offense. Okay, late game heroics, final push. We make something out of nothing. And now we get those 3 segments that we were looking for. But you're still down by 6 lives. You just have a lot of map control to go with it. So if you're Minnesota, you got to ice up.
Yeah, an insight read. Good. Hold on a second. Just down 5 lives, but Ultra cooking things up towards the B zone. Minnesota not in the spot to fully contest this. Long route trying to be developed from Nero, but he's got to start to get here soon as the first tick is almost fully captured, but finally some kills come through on the zone, leaving Joe essentially by himself with Kleenex, but in a 2v4 moment, Kleenex provides the first 2 kills. Joe's still alive and can hold his position over towards Vault Stairs, and now Insight's on the cross.
Yeah, your AR's already pushing the OE, so you can trap them in towards the backside of their spawn. Insight's able to win the one-on-one, and that's already 3 dead. We just got to get a stack going.
Nade up top to Estriel's direction, doesn't quite hit. Kenny able to push out over towards Palms, finds one before being traded. 9v7, life advantage for Minnesota. Seconds of progress, though, going to get locked for Ultra. Here comes the challenge, Estriel, and the kills are there. Tick does get secured, though, as Mercules is the last one standing, and he will be taken out. Last 3 lives for Ultra.
Yeah, no more respawns here for Ultra. Got to clear out your spawn, and Nero's able to give the bits right there to Joe Deceives. But Ultra, we're 18 seconds away from not getting a single segment.
Yeah.
You will absolutely, in the final moment, accept 5 in your favor. You give yourself the advantage, but Rocker secure the round.
Yeah, that is still unfathomable that Ultra are able to put that together. But this battle over the top of the B zone, just so clean. The trophy system doing the work that it needs to. And the ARs, honestly, are what decide those 2 ticks for Ultra.
Kleenex even whips out an extra one there.
Why not?
And finds a couple kills through the long street. You know, he didn't have time to, or at least the preferred weapon to challenge those long distance gunfights with that SMG in hand. And just make the audible. That was a couple seconds to be guaranteed, and now Ultra, you're up by 2. Rocker down this time around, though. The half trophy system, so the nades off the rip won't be impactful.
Shouldn't be. Heavy stack here for Ultra, playing over towards mid-cut. Works out for a 1-for-1. Estriel getting some pressure on the zone, but dealt with. ARs again, lighting things up for Ultra. Kenny red on this long pinch. Kleenex having a tough time finding the damage, but eventually able to secure the kill. Insight for another, but Gio makes sure that there is no immediate spawn trap for Minnesota to start, again, resetting.
Yeah, we instantly got to clear out Insight towards ammo, because he basically lived in this building last go around, but Joe Deceives is already here.
Yeah.
And he's unaccounted for it. Also wins a second gunfight. Now all of Toronto are going to be pushed up in your face. You're going to waste a lot of time just working on your spawn.
Absolutely the case. Ooh, Joe sticks around that gunfight for longer than maybe you would expect. Get out. Not going to be able to. Now you've got numbers if you're Minnesota. Through poolside, though, is the only issue. And Insight is behind this play. Mercules able to assist from the front, and that will shut down the catwalk play, leaving the last rock runner just alive on the zone, and Insight's right there waiting for him.
Yeah, Insight's just getting so active.
Yeah.
Like, for a majority of this round, he was camping over towards ammo, and he realized, okay, I'm not getting any action, but I still want to be a part of the play. Times that flank to perfection. Everybody else is still slaying to bits with the SMGs in hand. and Rocker do not have a single segment on the round. They are just getting gunned to shreds right now.
Absolutely, and they are, again, not going to see a zone here. And the thing about this is it's not even the fact that they don't see a zone up until this last moment, but most importantly, the life differential and the tick differential is going to be huge towards Ultra building up a potential round 5 favor.
Oh yeah, it's already locked in. Like Ultra, they were able to take 5. Minnesota only got 3 in their 2 offensive rounds. So even if we go into a round number 5, Ultra with their dominant shutout round there, guarantee themselves defense if you do all go to the distance. But the break-off from Ultra is beautiful because they gain so much information off the rip. They're only sending 2 players through Lion. Hercules and an SMG. Kleenex and Insight are working out towards the left side. Insight is spotting. Okay, they're not going for an heroic push over towards B. I can take space here. Kleenex, you work your way through Vault, have a different angle of approach. Just draw the attention. And then they are collapsing from all those different angles. And even with Minnesota winning a majority of the gunfights, you're just still not prepared for how fast they're back into the play.
And I think the thing about that in the moment is like you're spawning pool. Like there's just not a lot of opportunity for you to get around the map. Whereas Ultra, like you keep calling, just so efficient at knowing how they can move up the map, either collectively or just as individuals. And now an opportunity, again, to try to put this map away in 4 rounds. Break off for Rocker, clean initially to start. Joe in some trouble. And eventually eliminated. First tick of progress, getting depleted. Mercury's trying to contest, finds one, and then Insight deals with Geo pushing through, so Rocker in trouble here defensively.
Yeah, 2v4. Yeah, we're not going to go through midline and try to contest that. We're probably going to allow you to have that for free and play a 2-minute defense. Put someone in position to work over towards ammo. Nero's going to commit on this pinch and also find a kill. Now you have the numbers. You can fly on in.
And Mercury's, oh, he was so close to getting himself a Hellstorm. Insight looking for Estriel, can't find him. Doesn't want to give up his life. That 3rd tick being depleted. Kleenex and the rest of Toronto making their way off spawn. Good stun coming through, allows Insight to find another, and that's an extra 60 seconds with the chance to quickly transition if Mercules can win the 1v1, but Geo shuts it down, giving Rocker a lifeline.
Yeah, you already have a lot of pressure in towards both, though, so if you can clutch them on fights from this angle, it's going to make your job a whole lot easier. They already find the initial 2. You got Insight watching the pinch through the middle of the map. That's 3 dead. Now you just got to stack.
Kenny finds one from up top, but has to keep his life. Geo through side door. Estriel on the close play through stairs. 2nd tick being worked on. Estriel the first one to drop. Kenny and Geo trying to contest. Have to get out, but here's Kleenex on the pinch, and Kleenex will find 2. Could be the game-winning play right there. Double stack is in. Geo trying to get nades over the top. He finds 1. The secondary stack is still here. They're down. The contest is in. Estriel's dealt with. 1 more kill needed, and that will not do it as Nero gets a double at the last second.
He gives Minnesota another lifeline. Nero with another big, massive play there. Allows his teammates off the respawn to reinforce through B Street. But Ultra only need 1 segment. They're looking for the first kill to start it off, and Kleenex predicts perfectly.
You got to stay in the zone here if you're Minnesota. And here comes a long pitch from Joe. Can't find the kill, though. And dealt with on the cross by Geo. Huge play from him. Kleenex still alive for Ultra. Has AR support behind him. Just has to keep his life on the zone. Playing over towards stairs side. Nero pushing up. Mercury's trying to challenge, but it's Nero again! 3 for Nero! Geo cleans the floor. 8v5, Minnesota still alive.
We just got to take some space, man. We cannot fight another waves with trades going down because you got no more respawns if you're Rocker.
This last hit. Is it red? Estriel cleans up 1. Nade to keep the position well and truly in hand. It's TDM, though. There's so much time on the clock, and Kent is going to be under threat next.
There's no need to do anything. If you're Minnesota, they have to touch the point before you get information. Still a minute to go.
Every battle, a big one. Joe deceives able to find Estriel. Ultra starting to brew up with the stack over through mid. Kenny watching the initial cross. He's got help from Geo behind him. These are the last 3 defenders, though. Everyone has to step up right here, right now.
Gotta lock it in. The pressure's already gonna be in through Vault, and Joe finds the first.
Geo up top, shots at range. Mercules backs him away. Here comes the pinch from Nero. It has to be successful. You have to find these kills, but Kleenex finds it. Just down to Geo. Last chance to jump on and contest. First one's clean, second one's there, but just too many to deal with. And Ultra take map 3.
Just way too dominant on their defensive rounds. Even with the addition of not having beings, your lockdown AR over towards B Street. Mercules with a sub is always in the position to play the gap, to always find that trade. And it was just too much to handle because Ultra just make it look so easy. When you're winning the initial breakoffs on your defenses, you're already influencing spawns for them to spawn over towards pool. it's just an uphill battle for Minnesota every single time they come off the respawn. Ultra just take care of business there on that control. 2-1 up in the series now.
It just feels like another one of those moments, though, where it's just like Nero provides that little spark, and you think, wait a second, Minnesota may get this to around 5, and you never want to rule them out, but not to happen this time. The life deficit just a little bit too large. But now we're going to talk about a skyline. And this, again, just looking at how the records have built, Toronto are going to feel naturally good about seeing skyline.
Yeah.
But that's with Beans, not with Mercury. So there is a level of, again, this map being a swing one in the series, Toronto have now set themselves up for success, guaranteeing at worst a map 5 affair.
Yeah, and the good thing about us casting this series is that we've been able to watch Mercury's all throughout Challengers Elite season, all throughout this entire year. And whenever we watch him on Skyline, he's one of those guys that can lock down the top side with an AR and also be in the mix with an SMG. So it might improve the pacing for Ultra in that map 4.
The other thing that I think if you're an Ultra fan, you're feeling really good about, and the desk hit on this before the series started, is they wanted to see the sub-duo create more opportunity for this team to find more comfort. And that's absolutely been the case. I mean, even through the highlight package, so many moments from Joe Deceives where he gets into a tricky spot and stays alive forever.
Yep.
Same thing can be said about Kleenex, assisting the ARs when needed, but also getting forward, making sure that as Joe falls, the baton instantly passes. And the SMGs, they really do look locked in terms of their tempo and how they're playing off one another right now.
I feel like it's a lot of that experience that comes into play when you talk about this Ultra lineup, because you have been in the mix as an organization. I've seen multiple grand finals. Inside and Kleenex have been a part of a lot of those. So you've been battle tested. You've seen so many different situations. You got to understand how you need to play the one in front of you. And they know how to value their life so damn well. Just be nuisance, force Minnesota Rocker to consistently try to look for him. And when you think you got him, no, he's on the opposite side of the map. They are hard to track sometimes. But on a map like Skyline, where basically everything is going to be in front of you, this is mapped where Minnesota, ever since the addition of Kenny, they came out slow off the gates, lost their first one. But every single one after that has been picture perfect, and it's been due to how great their setups are once they win rotation.
I love that call, how the setups are off rotation, because that's really kind of the story for both these two squads. As rotations have been hard to come by, at least in terms of winning rotation for Ultra, but their hold percentage has been great. That's improved. As for Minnesota, again, a slow start in map number 1, but the spark plug for the comeback effort did come from Estriel. 1.46 overall in map number 1. 29 of his 35 came untraded. So you're really looking to have that happen again if you're Minnesota.
The only thing that's tough, though, is that Minnesota, as an organization with this lineup, they usually struggle in map number 4s. They have like a 2-5 record on it. They can't figure out how to close out these games. They go up by 80, you go up by 90, and you allow the other team to start fighting their way back on in. But thankfully, you were looking in the face of your best hard point ever since this edition of the roster. You just got to be prepared for the pacing, man. If Mercury's running that third SMG, you got to match him.
I think the other side of this, just to kind of step away from the immediacy of this series and just talk about Rocker's year. Again, how many times could we look back on stage 1 and stage 2 and just say, if you don't drop down by 90 points early, you probably win a handful of series. They have faced more map 5 losses than maybe anyone else in the league this year. It's just been, they've been so close to being like a definitive top 5, top maybe 4 team at times. They just can't quite get it done. And that's what calls in for the change for Kenny. But the results continue to feel very similar in the way that, again, they're subject to falling early. They're subject to going game 5s and not being able to close them out. So it has to start working. It has to start working right here, right now. Skyline hardpoint, map 4, let's go.
And Rocker need this match. They need to make up in the CDL points to put themselves in the mix for champs. They're going to start off on the preferred side that they want for that P1 to P2 chain. The ARs are dominating the top lanes. Now let's just jump into the HP.
Good stuff here. Good break off. Kleenex trying to create a route. Gets through. Has some space to work with and just kind of dodges, dances, and works over on the backside through elevator back to Jim. And in that moment, Ultra clean with the kill feed. Bounce the map around, and Kleenex finally gets himself an engagement to possibly influence spawns.
Yeah, you just got to take care of Nero because everybody else from Minnesota are already going to be in a position to shoot you in the back. Nero tries to finesse, but gets caught by Joe Deceives. But thankfully, your teammates are already back into the mix. They're dominating through that mid-map. They're soaking up at least 25 seconds off of P1. Now you got the numbers off the roto.
But this is where we want to see Joe Deceives have an impact by himself. Trying to block spawns, trying to find kills and stay alive. Gets one. How about a second? Mercules on the other side will start to move the spawns around, but he drops to Kenny. Is there a hunt here from Joe Deceives? Sure looks that way, but Kenny finds the second, but the rest of Ultra spawn up. They deal with it, and they're in the hard point.
Yeah, they find the trade onto Kenny. Inside also finds within the map. Your fourth teammate doesn't spawn near you, but thankfully you're able to stabilize and account for every single player. It's already 3 dead. Minnesota trying to find their way on into this, but this has been a flawless hold from Ultra.
Yeah, it's been really good, and a lot of it coming out of just the catalyst of Joe Deceives. Hercules stunned. Joe picks up and helps. He's been all over the map, like legitimately, in terms of what you're looking for out of a Flex SMG. He has been everywhere, and how about it? He's there again for the trade. Pistol out. Maybe he has a 1v1 with Geo coming, but doesn't expect it. Ultra still good, though, for the scrap time.
They're going to walk away with it for the final 15. Now Rocker have to set up off the rotation. You currently only have one player in that position. Everyone trying to watch this 0-way through top cat, and Kenny's going to lose that first gunfight, but thankfully the trade is there. You're still going to spawn over towards Cobble, but Minnesota, you got to continue to hold.
Joe is everywhere. He has helped out on every front, and then when he doesn't need to help, he's making plays. Heck of a start for JD, but now Minnesota over towards P3. Able to battle back, give themselves a chance to hold on to the right side of the minimap, but they're losing numbers. Kenny predicted by Joe. Mercules with 2, and that will make this next hit very one-dimensional. Minnesota has to hit from the front.
Yeah, because Rocker, you don't really have time to go on routes here. There's still 30 seconds to fight for, but you also do not want to flip these spawns, so this is going to be your last attempt. Nero trying to set up a pinch from top flat. You see the dust from his feet. You give the calm out to Insight. He's able to find the kill on the pinch, and you're going to basically soak up a majority of this time here where you were late if you're Ultra.
This is unbelievable from Ultra. And with 10 seconds remaining, now they can start to move across the map. Spawns are fully in, though, for Minnesota. Have to win this wave of gunfights. Geo Kenny find the first 2. Trades, though, from Hercules. Unbelievable on 5 in a row. Kenny gets his trade. Joe right back in the mix. Stun comes out. Doesn't affect Nero, though. And with team shots from Geo, Minnesota will stabilize.
Yeah, it's big time right there from Geo to find that double on the 0-week. You already have one player spawn out, but every kill that you get is not going to allow Ultra to spawn right next to you. You need a flawless hold here. They're usually unbreakable here at this P4 because there's so many layers that they create that makes it so difficult.
Well, the first 20 seconds are decent, but now here comes the next hit. Largely dealt with. And yeah, Insight just cannot challenge. Nice little heady position here, though. Wow, pistol out finds one. Hercules supplies another elimination, and now Joe can make his way into the hardpoint, finds the first, predicts the second, and that will flip the spawns at the same time for a scrap. 22 seconds, looking good for Toronto.
Believe it or not, that was a massive pistol kill there out of Insight because your teammate also finds a kill at the same exact time. So now no longer Minnesota have that back secured. They lose the spawns, they get out flooded, and Ultra able to find a break for a good chunk of time there. Gonna be up by almost 50 at the end of this first set. Minnesota looking for a response because last time they couldn't touch P2. Yeah. They need to keep this side of the map.
There we go, 4 down. 100 to 55, the current tally. Minnesota working on it quickly. Geo getting a read on where Ultra are coming from, but how do they get that response? There's a little track back. Ultra now all of a sudden essentially send back to sender. And that's another full 4 dead, this time Ultra back into the hard point.
And this is what makes Ultra probably the best Skyline team that we have in the game because their breaks are phenomenal. You find it at a good time to soak up a lot of time. There's still 30 seconds here at P1. You're trying to hit a couple rounds, trying to get out of this trap, and they are giving you absolutely nothing to work with.
Yeah, Kleenex even sees Estriel on the cross through kitchen. Now Joe trying to chase down the kill, doesn't work out. Kenny also supplies another from inside the hard point, leaving Insight by himself. Joe will spawn up, but he's got to do it all. And how about the timing of that kill? Mercules spawns with him. Joe almost able to find another onto Nero, but easy trade for Merc. Hard point about to open up, and Ultra have the numbers.
Oh, and if you're Rocker, you're gonna need to find a break here. Find it quick, because last time you could not touch this hard point. And if you give them a full 60, it's basically going to be a GG on the series, and potentially a GG on your chances to make it towards champs. You need to find a break and find it quick. You're sending everyone over through piano side, but Joe finds the first kill.
Off the regen, deals with more. He's got help over the top. And they've got to read that Nero's playing over towards patio side. Joe Deceives, 21-13. 50 seconds in the hill. He has had a career series.
Yeah, everyone's just flying, man. Like, even the rookie, 23-15.
Yeah.
20 seconds again in the hard point. They have not been able to touch this money hill. They're just making them work so hard. You try to go through kitchen, you get cut down. You try to go through piano, you're getting cut down. Final hurrah right through mid-hallway. And there's still players from Toronto here to contest.
It's about that time, though, Jay. It's about time for someone on Minnesota to just pop a 5-piece and Minnesota to wake up. Who's it going to be? It was Estriel, map number 1, the spark plug for Rocker. Really, you don't care who it is as long as someone gives you something, especially over the top of this third hard point.
Yeah, they already lose the spawns though for Koppel, so now it's our objective to soak up all the time as we possibly can here at P3. You're dominating in the kill feed currently. You don't have the spawns that you want, but just continue to hold, continue to fight.
Maybe it comes from Kenny. Already got 2. Sees clean
shots.
Nice shots on 3 in a row. Chance to rotate over. Mercules going to play topside AC. And Kenny's going to be aware of that. There's the follow-up. Kenny, maybe him. 4 in a row. And it's around that time again. Rocker down 90. Time to wake up.
It's unbelievable. They just keep on shooting themselves in the foot and then playing perfect COD towards the middle of the game. Only going to be down by 70. Still have control of Koppel spawns that you want. And there's still a good chunk of time here at the old HP, but all the kills light up in purple. There's only one player on this side of the map, but with Ultra getting aggressive with those kills, you're spawning all the way across.
But does Ultra aware of this? Astral can still hold this position over towards the top. Stuns, nades come through. It does not hit Mercules in this tight corner, though. Read by Nero. Opportunity to try to isolate deep onto Insight. It's just Joe Deceives now from inside the hard point. Kleenex trying to help out through Wardrobe. Not quite able to get there, though. Shots from Geo good. Nero in the hard point trying to survive behind the bathtub, but Mercules finds 2, and everything goes neutral. Spawns may move here, and there's another 4-man dead. Just Geo left, one left alive, and he will fall immediately.
You can't afford this if you're Rocker. You were banking on this time to get yourself back into the game, but again, Ultra trying to break at the right time. The rookie's able to open up with a triple through bottom closet. And now you need this time. Rocker cannot give it up. Everyone working their way through bedroom. They find every single kill in the feed. So they're able to walk away with the final 15, but still a long task ahead of you.
Yeah, Kleenex trying to open up some focus for Joe to move his way in from the front. Not going to happen, though. Mercules over the top of Hot Tub. Finds his first, half HP, it helped from Insight. And what a follow-up that is from the AR line of Ultra. They're going to open up P1 to their name, and they read Geo on the long play.
And they're dominating again on this side of the map, so Rocker don't really have a lot of time to waste. You can't develop on these long routes through underground. You need to find a break because they only need 25 left.
First 2 kills are good. Geo and Estriel trying to teamwork inside out, who's just spamming down the railing up top. And he's got info on everybody, but he's run out of ammunition. He's just got a pistol left. Just trying to be a distraction. Kleenex following up on a lot of this damage. Septex eventually comes through, and Insight's about to have no ammunition for anything. Finally, he's sent back to respawn, but Ultra only need 8 seconds, and Mercules will stay alive to make sure there's no spawn flip.
Yep, they just want to maintain this side of the map. Minnesota have yet to be able to touch that P2 hard point, and that has been a difference in this game. It's cool, you can walk away with that final 20, but you need to get aggressive with these kills. Not camp over top plat because you know Ultra, they are banking on this setup once again.
Double hit for Minnesota over towards Patio. Joe with the read. Insight working with him. Trade looks decent, and yeah. How about more? How about more? How about it? JD Mercules cleaning things up. Should be the game-winning play. Last 4 seconds. Kenny trying to get there. Not going to happen. And Ultra continue the lower bracket run.
Rocker are going to be sent home a little bit devastated because everything was in front of them to make up the points here for the CDL at Champs. You're only down by 30. You're currently in that nice spot. But Ultra, the system that they have, regardless of what the roster is, they have a good understanding of how they want to play the game in every single mode. SMG's getting lost, AR slaying to bits. The rookie is playing out of his mind. I'm telling you right now, if he's not on the team at the end of this tournament, I'm gonna lose it because he is unbelievable with everything that he had to get thrown at him to just jump into the mix. 48 hours notice, he is performing so damn well.
Here's the thing, though, and I'll just be the guy to say it because we talk about this all the time when it comes to Challengers players. Often they get picked up by the teams that just are suffering. If you're Mercules, if you're a friend, a family member, or a loved one, don't take a spot on LAG. Don't take a spot on Vegas. Take a spot on like a Carolina or something.
The thing that's different is that he's already into a team, right? So he's already showing his performance. So you know what this young man is capable of. So if you throw him on one of these rosters who aren't really performing, you know that this is probably not comfortable for him or he's just not in the right situation to be in with the lineup that he is. But just putting up numbers like that on 48 days notice, the system for Toronto is beautiful, but the rookie is just playing out of his mind. He's believing now. He's got to be believing that we can make something shake here at the event.
No such thing as jitters right now for Mercules. The other side, another performance out of Joe Deceives that feels MVP caliber-esque. You know, his ability to, again, flex back and forth between both sides of the map. Be the guy that's the last one left alive and hold on to spawns. Be the guy that has 3 players around him. He can go hit a route. He can go open up more space. He really has been doing it all. And I think, you know, when you go back and you talk to the beach and the desk, talk to Merc in particular, who wanted to see this SMG duo really awaken here. You saw it, I think, to full extent what you want from this Toronto Ultra team now moving forward.
Yeah, everyone needs to be more consistent. Everyone needs to have more pacing, and you can see it. Like after day 1, where you have to get those jitters out with your first match with a totally different teammate. CleanX and Insight and also Joe Deceased don't really play that well.
Yeah.
But now that you have a little bit more time, you have already been battle tested. You've seen the brightest lights on the main stage. Everyone's playing so consistent, and the rookie is doing his thing, man. Ultra are looking like a tough team to beat right now.
It's a hell of a debut for Hercules, but on stage, you've got Blaze with Insight to give us their post-game thoughts.
Florida makes some noise for the Toronto Ultra as they kick off this day with a big win. I got Insight with me on the main stage, and Insight, 3-1 victory for you guys. You come out firing on all cylinders. Initially, just how do you feel in this moment?
Honestly, going into this weekend with obviously the issues with Ben, I wasn't sure how it was going to go, but we picked up a shooter, and we're just going with the game plan of just pure confidence and just challenge everyone, see what happens.
And man, we've been seeing what's happening on the stage, sending a lot of people home, okay? And so, you know, you say you got some young shooters in your team, all right? You know, I see you in the middle sitting next to Joe, sitting next to Hercules. Talk to me about, you know, how does it feel playing next to them and what they're doing for the team right now?
Yeah, you know, Merc and Joe, they're very explosive players. You know, they're bringing the hype, bringing the energy. Said to Merc, like day 1, like, you've got the green light, do whatever you do. Get loud, you know, bring energy, and you know, they're bringing that, you're seeing that. And I think Joe's also getting Merc going a little bit as well.
Yeah, they definitely playing off each other very, very well here on the main stage. Florida, have you guys been enjoying watching the Toronto Ultra play? Absolutely fantastic. And now, Insight, you know, you've been with the Toronto Ultra for so long, since the beginning of the CDL, and you guys are going to be hosting champs this year. How awesome would it be to be able to go in there and take champs this season, no matter what the team's going to be? Beans come back, Hercules, whatever it is.
Honestly, I've been to the venue in Kitchener, and it's unreal. It's going to be a great experience. You know, I'm just excited to be there. All the Ultra fans, Toronto fans are crazy. I know a lot of them will be watching at home, getting gassed. I'm just excited, man.
I'm excited as well, okay? Everybody make some more noise for the Toronto Ultra. The strength in the North, some of the best fans in the world. That's going to do it for me inside on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Is there blackjack in Kitchener, Joe?
I have no idea.
We're going to find out. In the meantime, we got to talk about this young lady who has nailed all but one prediction. The one time you got it wrong, Allie.
Dang.
You thought LAG was going to beat this Toronto team that you just saw beating
over Ultra, but then you just
Yo, listen,
rock.
I don't know. I went off the lore of, like, you know, when a team gets a fill-in, like, they usually don't perform this
she picked him here.
But
she
now,
did pick him here.
you know, I've been convinced Hercules is unreal, dude. The be plugged into a roster, obviously it's Toronto Ultra, the core 3 are nasty, but he's putting up numbers like that. This guy is disgusting.
We can't all be Joe DeLuca, but would you rather be Joey D or Merc right now?
I think they're both playing really well. Probably Joe Deceased, because he's probably, like, I don't know, top 5 player right now, the way he's playing.
But the
top 10.
dopamine hit that is happening from Hercules right now
he's
has
on another
to be
level.
through the roof. I mean, he just dropped most damage on the team, had takeover moments.
Let's take a look.
Won them the game 1, and then we get to this skyline where this is Minnesota's map. Like, they feel loading into this, they're like, all right, we win this, we're going to game 5. They're already looking towards it. And what happens? You get punched in the mouth by the Toronto Ultra, locking down the first couple of P2s, getting themselves a huge lead, as you're seeing right here. And then it's plays like this, Hercules on rotations, time and time again, winning the impossibles to put his team in a good situation. He's no longer just filling in. He is winning situations for
lobbies.
this team. Yes.
And what's most insane about this is, like, I went into this map thinking, like, yo, like, we're really doubting Joe and CleanX and have a good time on Skyline. And CleanX had an incredible map, number 1, don't get me wrong, but it was Merc and Joe. Like, Merc was frying these guys on Skyline. It didn't matter if he had an AR, it didn't matter if he was picking up the SMG. And I think that's huge moving forward for Toronto Ultra, because that means their map pool doesn't change with the addition of Hercules into this roster for the rest of this weekend.
True or false, Minnesota is not making it to champs? Pointing at Nameless right now.
I'm going to go with true. I'm going to go with true.
This was a big moment for them.
Optic has a softer schedule when we go into the next online split. I think they're going to make some moves, and I think we might see this young man Mercules on that team, which would give them a buff. And when you look at Minnesota, man, it's the same lingering issues. It is scams in the hard point, starting slow, going down a lot. We kept saying, like, they're going to figure out at some point. We thought they were headed towards that path, but we get to land, and the same issues from early stage with Paul X are happening with Kenny. It's very unfortunate.
It's also just really hard. Like Nero, like yesterday was the best player in the map on the game, and like today he's just, I don't know.
Boy, he's behind Tub. They have a chance to, like, get some time there. He just chows on rotation. They just weren't able to break in. It's like those type of inconsistencies make it so hard to like win series and guarantee maps. Like coming to Sky and like we're dominant at this map. Well, he's not playing the same as he was.
Not always great to have the highest ceiling in the lobby if you also have a low floor. Let's take a look at some of the best moments. So this is your scuff play of the game, and it's the Team Toronto Ultra getting it done, setting the tone in our opening hardpoint. We said how important this map was going to be. Minnesota gets denied. Toronto walks away with a 3-1 victory.
Listen, I said this map one was everything, at least from the side of Minnesota Rocker, because they were 0-2 in this matchup when it came to the start of this series. You think they steal this? Maybe you force a map 5 now for the rest of the series. You have an opportunity at least to close out an ice up, but for Toronto Ultra, they just came out swinging a huge heads-up plays once again out of Mercules. I mean, not only just to go on that roto and find 2 players, but again, off the respawn as well, finds another 2 to break right back in. Toronto Ultra should be thanking this guy because he made the play that the Core 3 wasn't able to make on the first day of this tournament that sent them down to the elimination bracket in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, they were, 7-2 in a hard point in the stage. That was where they were dominant. Bringing that right back to land. I mean, you just went 2 hard points and, 2 hard points that Minnesota Rocker loved on the year. I mean, they look phenomenal.
And this was a massive map because, I mean, you were up 120. You almost threw that.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that P4 goes a little bit cleaner. Rocker then are up 2-0 in the series, and I think we're having a much different conversation here on the desk, but they clutch up, make the big plays.
There's a reason I'm not a GM, but if I was told I'm missing one of my star players at the start of a weekend, and now I'm guaranteed top 6, I'm already popping bottles with the boys. Well done, Toronto Ultra. That's where you're at in the tournament, and you're not done yet. You still have to wait and find out who is going to drop down. It'll either be the LA Thieves or Miami Heretics facing off against FaZe, Boston Breach, or Surge will play your purple squad there in the next round of the elimination bracket. Joey D, before you go, how much better is it working with us than Maven?
I mean, we have a great time up here, don't we?
It's good vibes,
Yeah, half the time, I don't know what that guy's saying. Honestly.
bad, mate.
I don't even know where
we
he's
have
at
to,
right now.
We have to let you go.
Yeah.
Join him because you guys are going to cast. Thanks
we
for joining
are?
us here.
Oh, okay.
Last time we checked, at least.
We love you though, Joe.
Yeah.
This kind of looks like Maven's
Should I
head.
leave now?
Little bit,
Right?
Shiny.
I think you should, yeah.
Should I leave now?
Yeah, you
CDL,
should
Boca style. Tell your grandma to wake up. Cod's on. We'll be right back.
Oh.
Wake up, Grandma.
Hey, Grandma.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself.
Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her.
The 2025 Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm for when you have a bone to pick. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
I was wide awake and laughing. The doctor didn't even have to slap me. Cut the cord 10 years later, I'm a prodigy. Got more letters on my name than the Ivy League. Now I'm an MVP, CEO, VIP. All the youngest want to be like me. Cause I walk like a champion. Double helix twist pedigree. Call me Red One, everybody Gaga. For me, fame monster. Sand squat posture. Big footsteps to follow, so use caution. Never duplicated, imitated so often. Feast on opposition, that's why I stay flossing. If you want the noise, I can bring it.
Following the 2024 season, Boston Breach dropped the entirety of their roster except for Snoopy. Going into EWC, they brought in these 3 players from Challengers, and since then, the Breach have been on the cusp. Are they top 8? Are they top 4? Right now, they're about that 5th, 6th spot with a chance to go further and earn even more points towards champs. Welcome back, everybody. It's Chris Bucket Lounging alongside my friends. I've got I Hold Shift. We've got Alley Cat. We've got Nameless. I want to start with you, though, Shift.
Yeah.
Where is Breach right now in your power rankings?
God, I'm like I'm not a Breach stan. I'm still on the train. I'm still on the train that they had a really soft qualifier. I know that they've beat Thieves at the last major. I know they came out hot so far this stage. I need to see one more.
I think it's fair, but
win.
can you answer the question?
Yeah,
I've got him 7th right now.
Okay, so Allie, you got them in your top 6. Where at?
They're probably 6 right now.
Okay, let's take a look at the squad.
Yeah.
Walk me through what they need to do to break into your top 4.
Just more consistency. I think Alan did make a good point of, like, I do need to see just a little bit more, but so far I've been pretty convinced. I mean, they're solid across the board. They are a very, very good respawn team, and so far the split search and destroy has been solid. I mean, 5 and 3, I mean, they're just looking at a really small map pool when it comes to that game mode. My only worry is that they do not match up well versus Surge at all. You're talking about a control team in Boston Breach. They're 6-0 right now, but when they played up against the Surge, they have not won that game mode once in the 3 times they've matched up. So they've got to snap that streak eventually.
And that's a look at the Breach, your favorite team in the game?
I don't have any favorites.
But they're your favorite.
Good non-biased answer.
My favorite story. We'll say that. But let's switch gears and talk a little bit about Vancouver, because even with how good that they've been, how great of a season it is, I feel like people aren't talking about them enough. One of the favorites in this tournament right now, they had a thunderous match up against Atlanta FaZe where they just ran through them, and you got to think it's a massive revenge game. Like, got cooked in the grand final against them. And we were thinking like, man, it's going to be tough to go up against them again here when we get to land. And what happens? You see 0-4 go off. You see a big performance from Abuza, and these guys just continuously evolve, man. They play such good Call of Duty, and they're now adding more maps to their map pool. The Skyline now looks like a dominant map for them in a series where they're going to need it.
I don't think my brain is prepared to welcome them into the top 3. For some reason, I am keeping them out of that tier. I've been doing it for a while, but the numbers are telling me to get on board with this guy.
You, Chris.
Neptune is currently 16-6 with this squad. His hardpoint rank is number 1. He has changed the respawn for this squad. And you got to think, Vancouver's been getting it done. They've been to grand finals. I think it's that 0-4 finish that really just kind of left a bad taste in my mouth at the end of Major 2.
I think it did for a lot of people, because after the minor number 2, where they go 7 with Thieves, you're thinking, whoa, these guys are for real.
Yeah.
But then they show up at
pool,
Major,
dude.
they do well. They don't do well in the grand finals, but I think you're right. The map pool has looked really solid.
The team was still kind of new. They just didn't have the map pool.
Yeah.
Like, it's a totally different situation now, I feel like.
Players are ready, guys. We got to keep this moving. We'll talk about it
Agree.
over your maps and modes, and of course, our Scuff pickups. Let's start though. Vault, Dealership Vault, Skyline, Rewind.
Yep.
It's better this time around?
No, it's a square up for sure across the board. I mean, you look at the Vault Control. Obviously, Boston been unscathed there. Vault Control's a map that they love. 3-0 on at this split. And you think about that Skyline, a map that they've been trying to go to. I feel like Boston feel good about these maps. And, you know, if you're Surge, you can put a lot of work in Search and Destroy, particularly on that dealership, right? So I think both teams are happy about this result.
It's time for your Scuff Pick'ems. I am in the lead, but I don't feel good about it. Allie has been on my heels, and Allie,
I'm coming.
I know you like Vancouver, so I will say Vancouver Surge first. I am going Vancouver Surge for my 119th pick.
I'm going to go Vancouver Surge 3-0.
Ooh, cool guy.
3-0 is rough. I don't know. With that
Rally
Vault
Cat?
Control in that situation, I don't love that pick or the Skyline. I think we go Game 5. I'm going to go Vancouver Surge, though.
Wow, bro, I need
That's
a
a lot
lifeline.
of booing out
I
there.
need a lifeline. Y'all all going Surge. I'm going with Indomitable Wake.
Of course.
Boston's reach.
Wait.
What about-
Not Omega Wake.
Not
Not
Giga Wake.
Giga Wake.
What about Pummel Purge, dude?
Listen, yesterday, the Boston match, we were watching back in the green room. You know who was with us? Rambo Ray. Just saying, man, I think Optic are going to win this series. I said, no, Giga Wake, and you're going to be seeing him tomorrow.
That's
what they're saying right now.
Rambo versus Nameless
That's
after the
Indomitable.
match, but
Man,
it's
that's
time for the
insane.
players on the stage. Let's send it over to Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Chris. Florida, it's time for a winner's bracket matchup to see who's going to get top 3 in this tournament. And our players are already ready to go in the back. They're lined up, ready to set the stage ablaze. So without further ado, Florida, make some noise for the Vancouver Surge! 0-4, Abuza, Nasty, and Neptune. Back again in the winner's side of the semifinals, ready to drown out their opponent.
A storm absolutely nobody saw coming. They have been surging through the entirety of the league, including some of the top 2. Now for Vancouver Surge, looking to make their way to another grand final for some redemption. And I'm looking at 0-4 and Neptune. They have been unreal across the board, especially in Search and Destroy. And I'm excited to see them go up against their biggest test in the Boston Breach. Let's bring them out, Guy.
We got the big dogs on the stage. Let's bring out the underdogs. Florida, make some noise for the Boston Breach. Snoopy, Awakening, Cammy, and Purge. Into the Breach we go. Boston not playing around.
Boston have been in this situation before. A winner's round 2 win away from top 3. You know what happened? They ran into the Vancouver Surge and got bot 3-1, sent down to the loser's bracket. Truly a revenge match, and they have improved so much, particularly in the control. Look out for that game mode when we get to map 3. Let's get this match started.
I'm so ready to get this one started to figure out who is going to our winners finals. Florida, you guys ready to go? Merc Maven, take it away.
Thank you, Blaze, Miami. Well, Florida, hello. Today should be awesome. I mean, we have a bunch of incredible matches. We've had a lot of 3-0s this weekend.
Yeah.
I can't listen. I'm trying to sell the story that we're going to have Game 5 bangers, Joe. We're going to have these go the distance. We're having a much longer day than we did yesterday. We were out by 7 p.m. or whatever it was. But listen, this is an exciting one. Surge trying to make a run back to a final. Breach maybe trying to make a run their best since, what? We're going back to like Vanguard Major 2 when that was top 3. And that's like TJ, Zinni, Capsule. Nero, I believe, was there 4 back then. So it's been a while. It's been a franchise that has struggled in recent years, but they may be in their best form right now.
No, I mean, you know, they've trusted this roster on the year. A lot of people are calling for changes. They've stuck with it, improving in every single game mode, especially at this stage in control.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, put themselves in this spot once again. But yeah, Surge took them down at Major 2 in this winners round 2. Just a question, can they get over this hump?
Yeah, like how much have you improved? How much have you improved? There's been a lot of talk about their improvements as a team, about Snoopy's improvement, maybe as a player, like most improved. You think back to last year, starting to get a much better head for the game. I'm excited what he'll do here, because this is a team in Surge that can punish you if you are making mistakes. They can look like the best hardpoint team in the game at times when they are flowing. We're going to start things off, though, on Volt. What could be Boston's pick to start us off? And what, Joe, like 8-2 on the year or something like that?
Yeah, 8-2 on the year, 2-0 on this map in this stage. So, yeah, very strong hardpoint map for them. But, I mean, Surge were just thinking they've been hot on Hacienda, Surge, and hardpoint. Let's just veto that. We have a great map pool. So if we get to that game number 4, we'll see a skyline.
And you think back to last major, I mean, they blew out FaZe and Vault to the point that FaZe had to ban it in the final. Like, we know Surge can come to play on Vault. Excited to see what they'll be able to do. This is one, yeah, is it gonna go 5? Is Surge just gonna run away with it? I got no idea. Or maybe Breach and Giga and the Persianator will come out flying, but it's gonna be Snoopy to start things off. He has been playing so well and gets it going early on. Right over to the other sub on the squad as the ARs look over and they'll get the kills. What do you think's like the, I don't know, the biggest improvement? Oh, I know you talk about control for the Breach team. Is there a player that's really stepped it up kind of over this qualifier for you?
I think Awakening's been playing a lot better. Just more consistent from him, put in some great damage numbers as, you know, Nameless loves to gas the guy up. But, you know, you're going to have these maps where you're running into better teams. Snoopy and Purge, they're going to slow down. You need someone in your second line to find multi-kills. So for me, it's Awakening.
Let's see what kind of series he has in store for us. Certainly when playing at his best, one of the most talented shooters you are going to see. We get right over to Awakening. He's caught by a stun, but trying to hold the cross. Snoopy, though, getting in behind enemy lines. And now, well, one spawn coming in backside ammo. Well, another spawn coming out deep for Surge. P2 is going to pop. They'll have the back spawn. They do pick up the guy that spawns out as well. So you'll have numbers here for a moment, but you got to get going if you're Breach. You know that back spawn's coming in here quickly.
Yeah, that's a great pick up there by Cammy. And then who was that? Awakening on a Nasty on number 7. And Nasty is a guy, I mean, he loves the FaZe matchup. Him and Abuza really put up the numbers versus that team. They are starting a little bit slow here. Let's see if they can pick it up, but it's Purge. 5 in a row from the hill.
I just like how decisive that was, like, especially on this P2. You get a pick, you go. You just have to go. That safe spawn will come in so fast, and you'll be able to fight back like Surge have inevitably been able to do as they try to split this time and maybe get a lead change in their favor. Breach thinking of maybe throw bodies at this one more time with just under 20 to go, but Neptune slowly picking them apart from poolside. And now just toying with Cammy.
Right, now you're just waiting for 04 to get pushed up. Right now the back spawn comes in. That's exactly what you want as they're finding picks, trying to flip the map the final 10 seconds. This is what we talk about with Surge. Their teamwork is on point. They are so decisive as they take the lead. 04 with a huge gunfight onto Awakening, and now they have map control for P3 and P4.
Yeah, that is a beautiful sequence. I mean, you go to that Breach break, which was great, and then right after that, it is all Surge over the next 60 or so seconds. Now you just want to make sure you don't allow Breach to get a ton of time in this P3. Battle it on both fronts. Keep those spawns, but keep them out of the point the best you can. I mean, you're good with the time being white. And that's kind of Neptune's role here. Just lurking mid-map, making sure no one can just soak up time for Boston Breach.
Yeah, you see spawns get a little dicey potentially. That was Purge who got pushing up after a couple of picks, but everything else is safe and now for Surge. So 04, he's going to try to reinforce through the middle of the map. Neptune back on the clock, and well, he's just able to find 3 in a row. But Breach keeping this one close. But again, Surge, they're just playing for that P4.
Playing for the P4, and yeah, Neptune, a big part of why Breach don't get 30, 40 seconds at this point, but they'll get the scrap time, and now we'll focus on the big battles in transition. You're going to lose Neptune. Maybe a chance with numbers. We'll see where the spawn comes in for your final player. It'll be safe, tucked in the backside of P4. And speaking of fours, it's 04 that pops off with a double, secures a little breathing room for the team. And that's the breathing room for your ARs to get in position, get the crossfire in.
I mean, 04 is 16-7 right now. My man is cooking. Didn't have the best series versus FaZe himself, but it doesn't matter. I mean, they get the match win, and now he is starting to cook with the AR, with the sub. Doesn't matter. Again, just the fundamentals from Surge on point sets them up. So 04 and Yo hunting.
Yeah, it's crazy. We've, I don't know, maybe started talking, or I did at least, about him being one of the more underrated players like a month ago, and it hasn't been the conversation lately. It's like he has been a behemoth. Where Neptune came in, it was really all the talk about him. 0-4 right there with him, if not surpassing them in some maps, which has been awesome to see. But the fact is the team has been playing together so well, and they'll get all of this P4 time. So perfect hold. Now we get into our second set, or get ready for it. Time for Breach to try and bring this back.
I mean, again, that just all started from the end of that P2, right? And that's what has led them to this 50-point lead. But Breach now, their turn to try to respond. You're going to have a little bit of control from P1, but 0-4 not dealing with that great movement from Cammy. But when it comes to the hill time, Surge are there. Nasty Nabuza finding kills. Nasty, a slow start, but he's on the objective. Now starting to get going.
Yeah, and sometimes he'll have these slow starts. I mean, anyone can be guilty of it, but that's why you put me in the backpack early. I'll get rolling late. But the fact is, you got this advantage. Like, who cares? So you got the lead. You're feeling good about that. 0-4. Maybe finding an opening out to the backside of the Breach push. He's going to turn that into 2. The hipfire ends up connecting with the forehead of Gigawake, and he will get dropped. Another little spree for him on 22 and 9. Not a ton of time remaining here. Breach going to try and hit this, get the flip with the perfect time if they can. Still safe side spawn for Search for now. But as everybody drops, this will be the last spawn you'll get. Will this end up being a split? Breach start to push forward. We'll see if that'll be the case.
Yeah, Surge right now, they're down 50. Let's go to a listen with Vancouver Surge.
One's oil, go in front.
One on right.
Yeah, go cut.
Yeah, jag kan Peter tree.
One time.
Yeah, one's deep light.
One time.
One's deep left. One's deep off the play.
Deep right, weak.
I'm aiming a shot.
One if you took. Look how many time.
No, he's on. Yo, one's mid, right? Okay, big row.
I'm in the corner. I'll kill some. Okay.
Mid on time.
Line cut.
I'm gonna get cat.
I'm channeling your left. You can look right.
One back left.
I have your left.
Top good. I'm gonna.
Go, Chop.
Soak from mid, okay?
I have lights.
Okay, I'm up here front. Stay down. Go for it, two, one more. Come,
Watch out,
Go mid. One front, come, one HP front.
Watch out, left side lights. He ran new. Pick a right.
Okay.
He's already through then. It's purge.
Okay, what? He's on time, running through some.
I see him.
He's in somewhere.
I spawned good.
He might be
I sent top for you. I don't think
Nice, sure.
On me left. I should have big line. Yo, he's one more.
You're in one.
Hey, I'm looking at
He's still on you.
Yo, pull the arrow, Chef.
Heard you. I don't see anything line, bro.
Yo, Bobby, can't be done. I'm back front. They spawned me. Spawn me, guys.
I'll get back. One more left, guys. On the left, Kami. I'm not picking. I'm 1 HP.
One shot.
Left on right. Okay. I'm bottom right.
This is good.
Watch out. Persian.
Nah, it's off time.
I'm going nice.
I have all the side.
Get away. Pick a right.
I'm missing Kami, Snoopy, guys. 20 seconds left. Take your time.
I'm already been.
One shot. I'm one shot.
Okay, that's fine. I can watch my side.
Bro, those comms at the end of P3 when they're dealing with Purge on the push through were incredible from Surge.
I mean, creme de la creme right there. I mean, you heard it from Neptune. He's already through P4. Then he's top P4. Neptune comes off spawn. I'm going to land a stun for you that allows him to win the gunfight. And we saw the graphic. It was 55-0. Last time through, it's probably the same thing there. Set up that P4 breach. And when we got into that, listen, fought back at the P2. But this is what Surge do. Just such great hard point to watch.
Breach gonna have to do it again in the P2, but I think I literally got chills, dude, during that sequence. Like, those comps were so good. 3 through on the feed for Breach, trying to mount this comeback. It's been a story of a P4 team and P3, P4, and P1, P2, like tale of two halves. Breach, this is their half that they've got to dominate, but maybe a break for Surge for now. And this break, in fact, there's still so much time remaining on the hard point. You still have time to get composed if you're Breach and worry about the setup for next. But with 15 seconds remaining, every fight going to be so big here in the upcoming seconds because Breach, they just need it and they need it desperately. This is a good time you'll take if you're Surge.
I was going to say, I feel like you want to fight this, but they don't want to overreach, maybe get broken. You have Hellstorms on both sides. Purge was able to earn one last P2. Nasty, though, he's had one off that objective time, so he's going to call one in. You're going to see 0-4 and Neptune hunt that player inside of ammo. Nasty going to connect onto Awakening. That is the opening. 4-0-4, 3 dead. Spawn out Surge, and now you have to go if you're Breach. You have to use the Hellstorm of your own.
Purge's got to spawn in and call that in, I imagine, immediately as they've got to break. 20 seconds needed for the victory for Surge. Streak down coming in. Purge has stopped moving. Here comes the missile up from above. They've got to break, and they've got to break now. That's not going to connect. Hey, how many kills is it actually going to lead to so far? It is all Surge on the hold. They just had to tighten up at P2 and the map was theirs, and that looks to be the case. No opening for Breach. Shut down. Neptune on 5 straight to close it out. And that's a map 1 win for Vancouver Surge.
I mean, we saw this last stage, right? Like at moments, they just look so darn clean in hardpoint, and they continue to do so. It is not easy. I know we talk about it a lot with P3 and P4, but it's not easy to contain a pro team for 2 minutes, right? It's not at all. And they did it twice right there.
And I want to go back to listening because we highlighted a couple bits, but it was like a whole sequence. Like at first, whoever commed, like, pick it up. Someone's like, pick it up, pick up right. And then he's like, I don't spot him. He goes, oh, he has to already be through. Like, that was so good. Then the next person says, oh, it's Purge. It's Purge we're looking for. Just calling out the player too, which is great because you know, play styles, what weapon he has, that type of thing. And then I don't see him, and that gunfight, like, I think he's going to lose. The stun hits right as the gunfight starts. Like, that was one of the better moments I think I've watched and listened to. Like, that was incredible. Incredible. As we check the stats now, ends up being a significant win there for Surge. Statistically, anything really popping off the page for you?
I mean, obviously 0-4 set the pace right from the get-go, but then everyone starts to get involved. I think the biggest thing is probably the difference in the scoreboard is P4. I mean, they probably lose by 100 at that hill, and they end up losing the map by 100.
It's easier to be perfect at P4 than it is at P2 from what we've seen this year. But yeah, we'll check the P4s, and you can see both is almost a vertical line for the blue squad in Surge. They dominated there, and it's a literal flat line. There's nothing. There's nothing for Breach. As you just cannot break in, cannot do it. Well, the communication, like we heard, the one transition, a big part of why.
They didn't even get close.
No.
Like, there was no pressure side door. It's not like there was any contest. Like, you heard the listens, hey, I'm pushing out front, they're spawning mid. Hey, all right, now they're going to start spawning towards the front. Like, I don't know.
That's tough, because this is the Breach pick, right? You're talking hard point. They played him tough for a lot of it. But you're just, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's happened this year, but if you get 0 points in a P4, you're not winning the match.
I don't know if that's happened.
Maybe it had. I doubt it, but like, you got to get something. It doesn't have to be a split. You don't have to dominate, but you need something. It's just so hard to remain perfect at P2. Nice. Yeah, they won it, but honestly, once you get to that second one that Surge ended up holding there, and they broke up some time, I mean, it probably ends up being a little closer to 50-50. Like, Breach, not quite enough in the tank to mount the comeback there late. Surge gonna run away with it. I mean, the good thing though for Breach, I think it would almost be like a panic button previously if you lost your hardpoint pick in the series because of what your control game was. Now that your control game has improved a bit, it's not quite is panic mode.
Yeah, and I think like because you've gotten so good at Hacienda, like you played a lot of Skyline. Skyline is a good map for Boston Breach on the year. It's one of their go-tos. So you kind of force Surge to have to pick that in that map number 4. So yeah, it's definitely not panic button time yet. As we're gonna get Dealership and Rewind yet again in this series.
But I think it kind of would have been before.
No,
like before this control.
Yeah.
Like you go down, you lose your pick, go down 0-1. Your control's miserable. You're like, because what was it? They were 5 and 16 or whatever until they won 5 straight, or I guess now 6 straight. The control game going to be everything for them if they're going to continue to make a run this event. Unlike our first series, we are back into the winner's bracket, so a loss here is not the end of the world. You still have a chance to make a run, but a little bit easier. If you can keep cruising, a little less pressure. If you keep moving through the winner's bracket.
Well, loser of this drops down and plays
Ultra.
phase, right? Or
Ultra, right?
Ultra, right? Yeah, I mean, I take your pick. Pick your poison right now between Ultra and phase. It's just you don't want to lose.
No. Absolutely not. Granted, you're going to play, if you win, you're playing at Miami or Thieves, so it's going to be tough. Regardless of the route you're going to take. So many solid teams right now. That's what's been fun about this particular stage and why we expect things to ramp up today and tomorrow. It is very, very competitive today throughout the top and middle part of our squads. Last 5 maps in Surge. See there, 4 out of 5 W's for Surge. We'll see the dealership opening out of Boston Breach. It is aggression from both sides, but it's a 4 that's going to get dropped. Big wake. We'll get that first blood.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's just sort of trying to hard counter a break off there for Boston Breach or just taking a risk if you are Surge. Maybe trying to catch them off guard, but you're going to take that first blood. Because it was a 2-2 split. I mean, you had 3 there. If that first blood goes the way of Surge, they probably are in like a 3 versus 2 for this round. First blood, though. Then he had traded. Nasty there for another trade, so 2v2.
That's one of those pushes, like, I don't know, maybe you keep them honest. Maybe they play a little bit slower offensively on B. They don't have that same aggressive hit you'd like because you're worried about that. So I don't hate it. Take a little swing at it, and you still have a chance to take the round. Bomb planted now. This is new beat awakening. Back up and reposition. We'll stick with Nasty for now. Takes a couple bit of tags. 30 seconds to go. Subi trying to wallbang for info to see if they're on the bomb. The second he stops, though, Abuza is going to
that's a problem. I don't know if you're going to recheck this
no.
as soon as he stops.
That
Pre-firing that. I think that is a wallbang. But Abuza's just like, all right, I'll get on it now.
Yeah,
but you gave up street, you tried to wrap middle, you're playing for that wallbang.
Yeah, that's just, he stuck it the second after. That's so tough, especially with him wrapping back to get eyes. The second he hopped out, like, oh, he's got this. Good heads up play for Abuza. He's like, all right, he's trying to wallbang for info. Well, let's go ahead and hop this thing.
In a tough one there. Just, I mean, you had such a clean first blood if you are Breach. They back down up. But the trades on that ace trade do not go their way. And then in the 2 versus 2, Surge clutch up.
They clutch up. Nasty, able to get 2 of the 4. Now we'll flip. Neptune. Not playing point with for the bomb carrier for now. Nothing nearly as aggressive out of Boston Breach on this side of the map. Stun not going to give too much info or kitty tags, so they have a trophy set up deep. But look at Breach, they are grouping up. They are ready to hit this.
Yeah, the only difference is you don't really have anyone middle of the map, right? That's sort of the normal default defense. Is someone peeking that window, but it's going to be a 4v4. Here we go. Breach are just running.
And they should, Nasty, you hope gets one, but that's a 4-on-1. Everybody backs up. I mean, Abuza was still playing in spawn for the push through. They just all hit it through the front, and they get on it immediately, and this is done. Just back-to-back round diffuses. People putting their bodies on the line, making sure teammates holding the window. And great job answering back if you are Breach. But yeah, no, Abuza was never into play. Well, I mean, into play based on how Breach played it, obviously. And then everyone left. Outside of Nasty, right? Like everyone left to try to take a route.
Yeah, I mean, middle of the map was open, but yeah, Breach trying to catch them off guard, just 4 hitting the B bomb site to retake it. And yeah, they know there's nobody middle, so just gonna hop this bomb. Well, Cammy looks over his teammates.
Interesting, couple of rounds to start this off. I feel like it's not that often we get that many defuses when players are alive. It's back-to-back rounds. Maybe worried about that opening aggression from round 1. A little more passive here.
Yeah, but it's the same.
Crew.
Yeah, same 2-on-2 split though. So just sort of spreading out, finding information, but seems like it's gonna be right back towards this A site.
Cammy's been clutch all year in late round positions, but right now maybe gonna be your early round guy. He's playing Riffo. Snoopy gonna go. Cammy can't actually make the play. He's gonna be caught from Abuza deep. Then suddenly you've got bomb down on the site. Breach gonna have to bring it back down a man. I thought Awakening had a pick there. This becomes far more winnable if he catches it. Probably need one more bullet.
Now it's just a timing when he goes and plants this bomb, or if he does. So yeah, now he's gonna hop it now. Does the retake start for Surge? And it might just happen. So you're gonna get some awful timing right off the bomb. Now it is all down to Purge.
That's the fear in that situation. Purge, though, as he gets one, maybe a chance to do this. They just got on it. Here we go. Gonna catch it. They're gonna line up in front. Oh my God! Get shots into both. Aim assist, maybe a nightmare there as one goes sliding across and he's trying to finish the player on the bomb.
And I mean,
I thought they were lining up perfectly.
Yeah, Booze's character just freaks out.
Oh my God.
He hops off the bomb so quickly. He needs like one more bolt in both.
Yeah, that animation, I mean, personally, whoa.
It looked insane.
No, it looked so crazy. We'll watch it one more time. Purge nearly able to pull off the 1v3. But he's thinking freebie, and then look at the animation as he starts hopping off it. No, it's worse than slide across the look at just like the bomb, just hopping away with the bomb. That looked insane.
Yeah, dead body there as well. Just doesn't help.
Yeah. Advantage back to Surge. This is old group up and hit it here at A. How fast do the bodies get over from breach? Pretty quickly, the rotation is in. Now you've got everybody grouped up here.
Car is out, I think, for a Booza. So he's in that. Opening up the door, but at least allows you to get the bomb down. Now, the big thing is you don't have much presence on the street. You've really backed away. Cammy's going to find that first blood.
Little revenge from the last round as Cammy gets the opener. He continues to push it. They know they got to go. 30 seconds remaining. They got to work it. Cammy's able to get another one. Now Snoopy is fine. He'll get around the angle, and they just clear house. Cammy with 2, Snoopy with 2. You said it, no real presence on the street. They back it up, and that's the opening for Breach to go.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen too much success with teams doing that. Like, obviously it's a bomb plant, but when you kind of back away, it just feels like, even online, did not go well. The one team who really switched that up was like Ultra, that I can think of. Normally when they would plant a bomb, they would at some point take a risk and try to slide forward to a car and take some gunfights to them. But you can just see, as soon as that first pick comes down from Cammy, you're all sliding on through. There's nobody in the middle of the map that Breach have to worry about. So great retaste here from both our squads.
2-2 now. See who finds some separation first. As teams start to make these mid-game adjustments. And you can see they're really playing for maybe some aggression again. I think that still just goes back to the round 1. The round 1 pressure, they're thinking that could be a call at any time.
Yeah, and you're just trying to keep them split on the Surge side. And well, I mean, that is, happen. Yeah, no, Snoopy cannot get picked there. As they're going to go A Street again. 04 was thinking about the flame, but maybe not now with the first blood. At this point, you're just going to play the retake.
I mean, Booza has 2 kills, and they're both defensive first bloods. And he just got picks from deep. One time onto Cammy, one time onto Snoopy, but as soon as Snoopy gets picked, I mean, this round's basically over. Wake has been insane in situations he's been last alive, but no opportunity for any kind of magic there. Yeah, I mean, the offense just stalls after Snoopy gets picked.
Yeah, we'll see which team. I mean, A has just not worked out these last few rounds for either of our squads. So start to think you got to do something a little bit different here.
We'll see if the play call might be heading over to B. First bloods right now, advantage to Breach, 3-2. Mabuza's got both over Surge, as I mentioned. But that's just what the round 1 where you brought it back 3 versus 4. We're still going there, Joe.
Yeah, we're going to go for it.
A little bit of a different, maybe defensive look. All just mid from Breach.
See what they do maybe post-plan. Like maybe you do play with a little bit more presence up front. It looks like that's going to be the call. Neptune, though, he's just looking over it. Yeah, all of Breach are here. But there we go. Neptune going to take some gunfights. That makes it easy. 04 with one more. So a 2v1 for Purge.
Far more aggressive there, or more just down to the timing you had to play like that because you were still planting the bomb. Purge, opportunity, maybe in a 1 versus 3 earlier. The 1v2 here, though, no chance to do it. Beautiful from the car, Heady. And now some separation finally for a team. Surge up 2.
Yeah, I mean, you were here if you were Breach, but you just got caught trying to cross. The SMGs find all the kills. Yeah, we saw it from Purge's POV. That is not an easy gunfight whatsoever.
It is not. But yeah, and when you back it up, like you're just playing from like the small room. It's like, yeah, there's not much playmaking ability for your subs whatsoever. Whereas Neptune, 04, able to do it there. Pressure to Breach now. Already in an 0-1 hole in the series, back a couple of rounds now in the search. This will be their search pick, so. Oh, sorry, this is Surge's search pick because they lost their hard point. Cammy, gonna get caught and dropped. Advantage to Surge again.
Yeah, you were waiting on some aggression these last couple of rounds. Well, you finally did it, but it's not B-side. It's right through middle. Now you backed on up. Again, if you are Surge, just going to play the numbers, even if you allow the bomb plant. Snoopy, though, trying to get active. Trying to find anything that he can. I mean, 0-4 goes for the reach out. Maybe you would have caught him here. On the other side of the map, maybe a weird timing here for Awakening. Really depends on what Neptune sees.
Maybe a weird timing for both.
Yep.
Abusa, though, is able to get 2. He has been locking down this A-side street on defense. Hold up now. Awakening 1 versus 4.
Well, there's a car out, so.
Car in play, so best of luck with this. Try to deal with a car and fire from Nasty. 3 straight. Now for Surge, and what was a close one for a moment. Now dominated by Surge, a round away from a 2-0 edge.
Yeah, I mean, you worked the early first blood, but then with Neptune getting pushed up into that music room, you just kind of cheat over towards A. That's where Booz is able to find both of those players on the breach side. But I think if you're breach maybe in that moment, you kind of just have to wait for Awakening, I think, to make a call, because he does find an opening. He could have slipped through.
Yeah.
Instead, he's left in a 1v4.
Yeah, we're so focused on the Awakening play, the next thing I know, everyone's dead on the other side. I'm like, all right, well, so much for that development. Breach have got to rip 4 straight.
All right, it's another iteration of it. You're going to try to get bomb down. You haven't really shown much presence mid or through the flank, so that's going to be the call. Get 0-4 to plant, and then maybe Neptune hits him with a full flank. So watch number 8, as long as 0-4 stays alive. But it may not matter, because all of Boston are here.
0-4 able to get back to full, and I thought pick 1. The opening is in for Neptune, though. He's been lurking the entire time on the offsite. Now he pounces. Now he's just going to want to play his life as long as he can, but I like that for Breach. Everyone backs up and deals with him. This will open up the plant towards the side as we get into a 2 versus 2.
That's it. Yeah, bomb wasn't down. Like, if bomb is planted, probably works out better for Neptune and Surge. Instead, it doesn't. But still time to work with.
Yeah, I mean, just really good job dealing with Neptune, not allowing him to get more. And it's Neptune that's able to follow. Okay. Abusa shuts down both, and this one is done. Another time in a round where I'm thinking something's going to develop, and Abusa just slams 2. I think I mentioned he had like 2 first bloods. It was 2 and 1, and then what is he? Did 5 or 6 more after that?
We don't know. Our scoreboard's messed up the whole time.
Yeah, no, it was 7. So he gets to 7. Abusa taking over late. Surge, well, taking over late. Is they're up 2-0, winning that one 6-2. And listen, as much as you want to sell like the Breach story here to make a run and not have a lot of like historic great runs in tournaments, like Surge were the better team coming in this, 100%. They are the favorite in this. Hell, at this point in the tournament, maybe let's talk winners bracket, favorite with Thieves to maybe win the entire thing. I was hoping this series maybe a little bit more competitive, but right now it is Surge firing on all cylinders and Breach looking for answers.
Yeah, I mean, again, last time they played, it was a 3-1 on land. Like the Vault Hardpoint was a 2-point win for Boston. So as soon as you start to see that 100-point win for Surge, yeah, like you don't panic because your control's been better, but I think it's definitely time to panic.
This is kind of the test. This is where like all that work and all that improvement and control really matters. And like Shift has said, like they didn't play they didn't have a lot of tough competition. This is tough competition. This is a must-win map in a winner's bracket. See if they can do it. Desto, talk to us.
Oh, we're partying out here. Al, you nailed it. Prediction on point.
These guys are frauds.
You nailed it.
Thank
Prediction on point. Nameless, what's up?
Hey, man.
What's up?
Still want to be unanimous. I believe in Gigawake. And unfortunately, so far, Boston just not performing. Vancouver, the better team.
Is Indomitable in this matchup, though?
No.
Dang it. We need him.
No, they do.
Wake needs to evolve.
Reverse sweep. It's on the cards.
Let's take a look at our search and destroy and what went down in the brain game. Some big shots from Neptune. Set the tone early.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the defensive rounds for Surge here, just on point. I mean, a lot of them. I mean, outside of one round, Abusa found so many kills there. If you're Boston Breach, like, just trying to get the bomb down, it's almost an impossible task. And even when you do, you saw Vancouver just hopping on it twice, getting the defuse before the player on Boston could really make a play to get them off of it. I mean, Vancouver just so prepared on dealership. We saw them put a lot of reps in it online, and translate into a W here.
Shift, what are you liking about the Surge gameplay so far?
I love that they're just never playing off their heels on both sides of the bomb. They really only make 2 mistakes. The Ninja Defuse that kind of comes underneath their noses, playing the post plant through mid, and then Abuza getting the first pick over towards the outside at this white car. Everything else, though, on offense, I love when it comes down to they're not just content at getting a bomb plant and retreating backwards. They want to get forward. They want to make this defense stress, because then once you get that battle from the front, often there's a long flank around the back you just can't account for because Surge are pulling your focus in so many ways.
Ali, I see that guy right there. 04 was vibing throughout this series. 3 plants to go with it. Can you talk to me a little bit about the bomb planter role on dealership? It felt like in the first 2 weeks, it was just survive the explosions coming your way.
It kind of still is. I mean, it's stressful, dude, but I think what 04 does really well is kind of just trusting his teammates in that situation. I mean, you're allowing on side of Boston Breach, you allow Abuza 2 times, getting 2 pieces for free. Yeah. You allow Neptune to push up, get 2 pieces for free, allows the bomb go down. So maybe a little more aggression on the defense from side of Boston if you're going to play dealership.
Search and destroy seems to be in favor of Vancouver, at least early. When it comes to the respawns, though, does Boston have a chance? What did you learn here, Alec?
I mean, this was really a map between, what, P2 versus P4s. And you've got handshakes on both of them. Yeah. And then when it comes down to it, you look at what is the difference maker. It's on the 50-50 hills. The job that Vancouver does from 3 to 4 and then from 4 to 1, just better than what Boston were able to do from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3.
Look, and this map 1 came down to one thing for me, and this, I don't know if this is a hot take, but I kind of feel like Boston live or die by Snoopy playing well right now, and I think we've kind of forgotten that because he's been so consistent, and especially versus the top teams, he needs to play well. I mean, he was 9 and 15, I think, at some point, and he had a really slow start. And like on the flip side for Vancouver Surge, Nasty was 9 and 13 at one point, while Surge still had the lead. And the difference is like if that was never 04, the score would be completely different. So I think for Boston, it was just unfortunate that Snoopy had a really slow map number 1.
I mean, you just see a lot of teams like heavily prioritize like art side on the P3 into P4, but if you're chalking the time on P3, you can't afford to get broken on that rotation. And, we see so many teams fall into that trap. Boston, typically a good vault team. Yeah. I mean, Vancouver, just much better.
Chances of this not being a 3-0, because chat was calling it in the middle of that game, too, that this is going to be Vancouver moving on to another winner's bracket final.
Well, I mean, Boston have been really good at control.
Yeah, and I actually don't really like vault for Surge either. Yeah, I think Boston has an opportunity here.
3-0, dude. These guys haven't beat anyone, bro. 3-0.
American Maven, I like the confidence out of this one.
Yeah, 3-0 is probably how this is going to go. I really, really want a Breach to do this or make it a little more interesting, but not seeming that way. But yeah, no, this is, I hear him, he's saying they're scamming, whatever, like frauds. Sure.
They're just not even shooting well right now. I think that's the other problem. I think if sort of Snoopy and Purge were going, I think fundamentally Surge would still make the games close. But right now, you're not even seeing that. Like, you're not even seeing the individual talent show for Breach.
Yes, and when they've shown when they are hot, like shooting well, they've upset a Thieves. They beat an Ultra. I mean, they were up 2-0 before that went, the forward stuff went down. Like, they can play with the best when they're really on point, but that's your concern. They haven't been, yeah.
No, they aren't.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's just because the fundamentals of Surge are not allowing that to happen, right? I mean, we saw
making situations difficult.
We saw like 1 5 spree from Purge in map 1. But I think that's also just, we're going to get rid of Hacienda where they've really...
Oh, yeah, Purge went on like a 7 or an 8 or something. That's when we were going to listen in, right?
Yeah, that was about it.
Yeah. We'll see if they can do it. I don't think many are believing in them right now based on how the first 2 maps have gone, but they can be a solid Skyline team. If they can get there, they've got a shot. They just got to win this. Got to win this. Maybe they can get it to a map 5, but we'll see how big those control improvements have been. You see the last 5 maps. Control has been cruising, but a much tougher test here versus Surge, a team that is trying to get back to a final and maybe win a tournament. They were tested last time. They got smoked in the final, but you live, you learn, you improve, and Surge continue to move on forward. It's all going to be Breach, though, with the opening break, as they'll get set up here nicely defensively.
Yeah, that's just great comms from somebody on Breach, because it looked like the flank was open, but then you saw Awakening after the first gunfight just immediately slide backwards, start to pre-fire the flank from 04. So nice job by Breach on that break.
Comms are just knowing the
instinct.
Timing. Yeah. Nice shots there from Nasty. But you need your shooters to really come alive. And I mean, I'm saying Wake and Cammy. Like, can Wake and Cammy really get going? Nice little 3-0 start. Make it 4 straight. He's dancing through stuns and looking to get aggressive. Streak is going to continue. Down to the pistol. Maybe needed one more hit there. And that streak keeps going, but you still got numbers. Still got bodies here defensively. 30 seconds left to go. So far, so good. But we now have Vault is every 3 seconds remaining. Suddenly you get 5 ticks. Need to close this out with authority.
I mean, Cammy, we saw sort of the leaderboard from this stage. It's Cammy Awakening in the top 10. While you're doing it from Wake, get a little bit from Cammy right there. Abuza's going to find 2, but his teammates are all dead. So far, I mean, this is perfect from Breach in round 1.
Yeah, and even that one-on-one, I'm sure Abuza was weak, but Purge needed to win that. Just don't allow them to pause the clock. This will be the last push then through. Nasty trying to do it from underground, sub in hand, but he's going to get caught. Everybody drops outside of Neptune. You couldn't ask for a better defense so far. The control improvements looking good.
Blanked him. I mean, no ticks even over towards that A side. Starts off well, and I mean, 04 just starts off 0-5. Just felt like any route he was trying to take got shut down.
We know how defensive heavy Vault has been. They blank him. I mean, you already set up with a good opportunity to give yourself a round 5 defense. Those full holds can be so massive in that story, but Surge obviously potentially do the exact same thing. 04 trying to dig himself out of hell with the goose egg there in the opening round, but let's see if he can get loose a little bit now defensively. Certainly a little bit of an easier role. Purge on his 4, trying to take the route. You get the pick on Awakening, and a teammate is going to come in. Cammy at least going to get one before he drops. Purge is going to be caught as well. 04, well, now on the board as he gets a double, and, well, pretty similar to what we saw in the last round. Defense wins the break. Defense, early setup and control.
Yeah, I thought 04, Purge was like, maybe just going to try to go B, just pause the clock, but yeah, so weak. Was waiting for somebody to drop down, get that trade, keep his streak alive. But doesn't happen. Right back to it though, Go Boss and Breach. They find the first 2 picks. Well, maybe the first 3. It's just Abuza left alone in a 2 versus 1.
Back to Abuza gets 2 though. They're gonna be able to reinforce this quickly, and it's gonna be a 4, maybe trying to take a route. He's able to do just that. 04 is gonna get 2. I think Abuza's kills are what maybe opens that up for 04 that he can make a play.
Yeah, but he wins the first one, right? Purge is on that stairheady. That's a catwalk to stairheady gunfight win. He wins that first one. That gives him the angle from Gat. Yeah, allows him to retake.
So back to the basics. We go for Breach. Next hit upcoming. You're able to get the opener again. Opportunity to do it though. 04. Chance to play spoiler once again. And he's spoiling. Another multi-kill from what 0-5 in the round 1, now up to 6-6 and on 4 straight. Multis in the last 2 pushes from Breach. He's been huge here, and I mean, you at least have advantage of your Breach. You got 1 tick.
Yeah,
you got one that's a little bit better, but still the Surge defense good enough that not as straightforward a conversation for a potential round 5. Last chance.
Yeah, maybe you're able to touch B. Purge is going to get on it for now, but no trophies. Needs the help. Awakening is there. Awakening Chalice for the 3rd. Purge is able to stay alive. That's going to be all 4 dead. You're going to have 1 player in Cammy starting to push up the street. Now they're just going to keep 1 on B, and they're going to rotate it over towards A.
I love this. I love this. 0.5 on the clock, and we were talking about 1 tick. Well, now it is 3, and maybe more. Minute extension is looming. Do you take the risk and keep sending bodies at this? They're still trying to fight for it, or are they? Neptune maybe just trying to secure a hole and make sure he picks up 1 on the exit. It's actually 04 they'll do that, but what a great stretch there from Breach. What a play over at B, because that was literal last opportunity.
Yeah, and great comms, right? All right, B is just a tough point to capture. Let's not allow the nades to ruin this. Let's go to A. We have all the trophies down. It's easier for us to defend this, and now maybe a chance. They already have a take towards the B point. They find a couple of kills. You're going to put 3 players on this. Boss and Breach, we are on the same page, trying to win the attack in round number 2, trying to get it to a map 4. Just staying alive, though, is Surge.
Okay, all right, but no respawns remaining for Breach. I mean, listen, you'll take the 5. This has been great. A round win would have been unbelievable considering the circumstances, but still doable. Time giving issue that number 5 that's lurking in 04. What is his timing going to be? But you found a volume of kills. 04 is going to pounce. He's going to take out Snoopy. Quickly traded by Awakening, though. Hold on a second. 3 versus 4. Capturing the point, and Breach have done it. That is a theft.
I mean, what a round. Again, just the play call off of B. You get Purge on the point for a second. Awakening finds that multi-kill. Let's go towards A now. Keep Snoopy towards this point.
brother.
And then, yeah, they just played as like a death ball. Like they were just grouped up, always multiple players on the objective. All the pressure was over to Surge to have to chow.
How quickly that go from me talking about the one-tick advantage.
So now you're up 2-0.
Yeah, now you're up 2-0. That is a bit of a difference. And like I mentioned when we started this map, it can happen. If there's any time remaining in that clock, it seems like it is possible to win. As hard as offense can be, it just usually happens like that. You blink, and it can be over. Incredible stuff from Breach, and maybe this is where they mount their comeback in the series. Just trying to get this to a Skyline map 4, and we know how good they could be on that particular map. Obviously the pick for Surge, but still, these guys have some pretty good square up maps when you talk about the hard points at least. Surge, though, trying to just stay alive within this particular map. Neptune maybe stopped shooting. Or sorry, Forward maybe stopped shooting. Neptune's able to get 2.
I don't know if he stops shooting. It runs out of ammo. Just, well, not the crispiest shots, but it doesn't matter. His teammates have his back. So this is cleaner out of Surge so far. Play 8 point about to be done. Just Purge maybe he's going to go for it. No, he's just going to back away. Well, you're going to have a long 2-minute defense here for Breach.
Obviously must win right now for Surge within this map. 4 straight and hunting his Neptune. Knock, knock. Dude, that looked insane.
What the?
That looked insane.
It's like he doubled.
Yeah, had like a double dash. Charge? Yeah, it was literally like a shoulder charge from an MMO. Like you're playing a tank and wow, what the f was that?
I don't know, but they have 3 dead right now. A big nade from Cammy takes down Abuza. You should have had 3 players on the point. You can still work the first hit. They do just that. Plus, you stop the clock again, so still 1:40 to work with. Abuza's gonna follow up Purge's double with a double of his own.
That's keeping bodies near the point. Just gonna be nasty though for a moment. How long can he stay up? Quickly. The answer is not long. Good job from Breach, regaining lives still relatively even. And now you get some map position if you're Breach. Still though, 120 seconds to go. Plenty of lives to do this on offense if you're Surge. But you've got to deal with just a lot of positions. Well, that's one dealt with. Great job dealing with Purge because he could have staggered this pretty quickly. Another great pick. Just taking their time, reading the map, getting out.
Yeah, we saw it last round, right? Just takes a couple of seconds. Just need the map position for that execute to happen on the B point. Abuza's going to step up, just pause the clock. Maybe force somebody to chow, but you chow 0-4. If you are Cammy, you win the gunfight, and then Snoopy's able to reinforce.
Yeah, I mean, you want any pause is great because you'd love to bring this maybe 2 lives, considering you have an advantage, even if it's minimal. It could be so hard if your only winning condition is just getting the ticks. Only 40 seconds to go, though, and while the lives becoming less of a conversation, as Purge, I thought that was a triple. Nasty, just able to finish it, though. Purge with the damage in, though. Easy trade for Snoopy. Under 30 to go. Breach just got a hold, and they're right back in this series. And then it plays to the conversation we're having. Like, that's why you aren't as big a panic mode, because of the improvements in control. We're not quite done yet, though. Clock is going to be paused again, but only 7 lives remain. Nice pickup there from 0-4.
He's finessing.
Hold up now. Hold up now.
He is finessing and playing his life, allowing his teammates to get there, but holding the line is the ARs. This has been the difference maker for them stepping up. But 0-4 is still there. He was just all by his lonesome. Only 3 lives remaining, 10 seconds remaining. How quickly can they get to B?
Trying to go. Neptune nearly able to win this second, but can't do it. All on Nasty now. And it's not going to be a 3-0 victory in the series for Surge. They Breach battling back with a 3-0. They're in the control. Signs of life. Gun started to get hot. And that makes me think the improvement's a whole hell of a lot more real in the control.
No, it is. Now 7 in a row for these guys. Yeah, but like you said, in the past, it was over.
Yeah.
This was done.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But they looked so clean, especially on that offensive round to go up 2-0. And yeah, now you go to a Skyline.
So what was it? It was 5 and 16, now to 12 and 16?
12 and 16.
Yeah, it's crazy. This stretch has made the year look so much better from one of the, we're talking like bottom 3 control team. So now you're getting into the mix of things, just exactly what they needed. The work has been put in. They've gotten hot in that mode at the right time. Yes, you're still in a hole in this series. But Skyline, I don't know. This is either teams. You know, obviously this is Surge's pick. They have been a better hardpoint team on the year. In form of these last couple of qualifiers, maybe the best hardpoint team. A tough one for Breach, but it's doable.
Well, and I mean, when we talk about Surge's sort of Hardpoint, it's been like the fundamentals and just their teamwork. Skyline's just a map where
you get to staff them.
It's not, yeah, you know. Like obviously, there's some big rotations.
Yeah,
you have to time your pushes, but it allows, it kind of minimizes that.
Yeah, it's not like a, I don't know, a hacienda.
It's not a vault
where it can be as punishing. You might only get a couple cracks at a hard point where you have to rotate. Like, you're going to be able to get a lot of hits, make some mistakes, and still come back into it with some crisp gunny. There's Neptune with the shoulder charge.
Was insane.
Dude, from Awakening's POV, he was unkillable. Like, even if he hit him with bullets, he wasn't dying. No way.
I don't know if that was podcast or if that's what the animation looks like. But you should do that at home.
I just picture Captain America with a shield, dude.
Yeah.
Some of the animations can be wild. But the story continues within this series. Teams battling to get into a winner's bracket final. And how incredible that could be. Because you get there, well, I mean, that's top 3 you're talking, right? Top 3 you're talking for Breach, and you've been there once before in the history of your organization.
Bro, do you see, what is that map 4 average?
That's a bit absurd, yeah.
Plus 123 in map 4s.
I mean, it's only 3 maps, so still.
No, that is absurd.
That's still insane. A little bit better than 4.7.
Yeah, but you're 2-1, so it's not that much crazier.
True.
Grind it out. And well, Skyline is a map where you can see that.
No, you certainly can. You certainly can. We'll see if Boston Breach can send us all the way to a rewind to close it out. They got to win this. So, I mean, that's a story kind of in the last series, right? Can Rocker win that map 4 Skyline to get to a map 5? It's just the opposite with the Surge, right? It would have been to a dealer, but they weren't able to do it. Can Breach do it? Or does Surge slam the door shut and close this one out? And we continue on this beautiful Saturday. 85 out and sunny. We were to the beach for like an hour and a half this morning. It was glorious.
Best time to be in Florida probably right now.
Yeah, no.
Before it gets too hot.
Yeah, true.
And we melt.
Yeah, no, that's when I'm on life alert.
You're always on that.
True. Players, though, getting locked, getting dialed. Breach still believing, but yeah, you gotta love it. I mean, this kind of plays the stories we're talking about at the beginning of this. The control improvements, you saw them there, beating a solid control team. I mean, really just well-rounded team.
Yeah, and I think what we talked about going into the map 3 was like you didn't see some of the individual plays you wanted to see out of Boston Breach. It felt like everybody really got going there. Maybe gives them that confidence going into a Skyline. And well, you shut down Neptune. Can you do it again?
Can you do it again? Can Wake take over? Is it the Abusa show? Is it in here? Do we go to a map 5? We thought this was the craziest tournament we've had so far. I mean, just looked at the bracket at the start of it. Like, who the hell knows who's going to take this thing or how it's going to play out?
Still don't know.
Yeah, still don't know. Not as many crazy series as I expected, but still a lot of tournament to be played. Map 4 now, underway. Breach trying to battle back and even up the series. And they'll start with those P2 side spawns, trying to stop themselves from being flipped, trying to battle for the time. So far, beautiful.
You'd love to keep Cammy alive there, but Purge has the trade right back onto the time. Can get a nice P1 lead here, still with those P2 spawns, and no window opened up, and that's going to be all 4 dead.
And you do spawn left side one more time. Thought maybe going to be a split coming in, but okay, all 4 are going to be there. Because now Surge trying to turn this into time and see if they can make a play late on the flip. Cammy trying to hold Cat for now. Yeah, teammates dropping around him.
I think some teams in that scenario probably push up very far and try to maybe split the spawns. But Surge is just thinking, let's take the time, and then after a pick, let's go. This is what they do. They play around the objective, they find an opening pick, and now as soon as the P2 is about to pop, they win it again behind Neptune's 3.
One of the best teams is finding kills at the right time. You when to switch gears and go. Yeah, I was surprised at first. I was assuming they were going to hold forward.
Yeah, they just took the 20.
Down. They're like, okay, yeah, let's just take the time, hold our gun up, keep the ADS, be locked down.
Because you know what ends up happening, right? Like, if it gets a little bit messy on that push, you have 2 players spawning behind you, maybe 2 in front of you, and then, well, you just get flipped again. Maybe you lose majority of that time. Instead, it is just full map control as opposed to in the kitchen cooking.
Seems like Ray's just like, let's just make the game simple. Simple as we can.
He's a pretty good coach.
It's easy to get crazy on a map like this. Let's not allow that to happen as best we can. Control the controllables. And so far, doing that. Up 40. Breach now going to need to answer back at this P3. I mean, not the biggest of deficits. They're still okay, but starting to remind me of the last series.
Yeah, well, I'm just worried too. Just from a slaying standpoint, sort of your subs right now, just combined 6 and 13. And always difficult when you don't have the good spawns that you want trying to break these hills, but they're also just losing gunfights like that. 0-4, similar to map 1, doing whatever he wants to do, controlling the map.
Dude, he has been such a fun player to watch develop over these last couple of years. Seems like he's finally getting comfortable, knowing it's his time to take over. Love so much about this team. A nice little answer there from Breach, at least when you talk about a volley of kills they desperately needed. But as I say that, coming right back with it is Neptune, and now everything you did there if you're Breach just gets clotheslined by Neptune.
And again, another example of it where maybe you have 3 dead and someone wants to get on forward, they just stay. You had 7 blocking the spawn, so they're going to take this time, allow the reinforcements to get in a position from Breach, and then maybe after these kills, try to go and flip the spawns.
Yeah, so far, content to take the time, but, well, they kind of all get shut down there as the ARs from Cammy and Awakening make the play. 4 is still kind of out lurking in Purge. He's going to try and stagger this push a bit, make people deal with him, and he does that perfectly. He's able to get 2, still have your teammates safety, so still spawning out Narnia. I mean, Purge picks him apart. He's able to get 3 and then a 4th. That is a Purge masterclass.
Yeah, I think we should watch him. Let's watch number 4 in Purge. Yeah. That guy right now. Yes, cutting them down with both weapons. Well, he's going to spot the push. Well, the rest of the players, 3 going to go up top, 1 down low.
You just saw the map. Like, everyone's playing safe, and then Purge is out roaming, and what a play he can make. Streak is going to continue out of him. He's now on 5 in a row. Everybody's dropped outside of Purge. He's going to have to be the hero again, and maybe that's exactly what he's going to be able to do. Both weapons to work with, but not able to win that final fight. So a break now. And from Surge as they try to push this lead out once again.
Yeah, you'd love this 20 if you were Breach. Just now that's going to keep your 70-point lead if you are Surge. So it's just Purge kind of lurking up top, allowing his teammates to get in a position for this P1.
All right, about to get to our second set. 70-point advantage. Is it just the guns need to get a little bit hot for Breach? Surge just a better hardpoint team? What's got to change?
Well, I think the P1 to P2. I think the P2 is probably massive, and then you have a chance. There's a 30-point swing right there behind that break, right? This is a much different game if you get all of the P4.
True.
This doesn't happen, but now you're getting P1 ripped away from you. Yeah, just look at the scoreboard. Yeah, Nasty double positive, Neptune double positive, 5 in a row now for Nasty.
Make it 6. Nasty is piecing. Surge are dominating. Lights out and hardpoint. Yeah, I mean, you could say it's a combo of 2 versus 4, like you would back to the Vault kind of, that was the storyline in that map 1. Right now, though, the storyline is Nasty is dominating. Surge are dominating. And they're set up for another P2. Streak now up to 8. 1 more to get the missile. He's able to do just that. Gets it before the streak comes to an end. But you got some real estate now for the next hardpoint. This is probably the do or die moment. Breach have to break. They got to break early.
I really want to watch sort of a Thief Surge.
Oh, yeah.
Hardpoint on land, because these two teams just seem a step ahead. And what we're seeing out of Surge is just so fun to watch. And hardpoint is Neptune. Him and 04 find all 4. You had a chance there. It's looking like you were going to break the spawns, but the duo says not today.
You had a 4-on-2, maybe some damage into a couple players, but you just got to take that. As you said, the duo shuts it down. Break had to happen there. It's been a game of sprees at times. It was Nasty previously, still with the cruise in hand, playing the jacuzzi heady beautifully. Neptune still on a tear as well. Lead is just building up over 100 points now. Feed is all white again. Boston Breach being put in a body bag.
Yeah, the only player that makes a play right there is Persian. That's because he got gifted a back spawn. I mean, Patio was open. He spawns there, so he gets a freebie, but then it's immediately traded. 130-point lead, and I think similar to map number 1, your P2, it's like a P4. It's like 100-5 on that hill.
Into the breach. Surge are more like into their cheeks, as they are just frying them. 04 trying to get back to work. Stun gonna slow him down. Okay, maybe this is last call.
Yeah, maybe not.
Like, can you hold 3rd and have a perfect hold at 4th? Okay, all right, here we go. Breach, take a breath.
The problem is Nasty has a Hellstorm, so.
Yeah, I hear you, Joe, but
All right.
I'm trying to believe, Joe. Maybe the missile hit a bird. Somebody will shoot it out of the sky. But you're requiring perfection. You're up against it right now in the series. Reminder, this is a winner's bracket match, so you still continue to battle. You lose this series. But Breach within this one, they're trying to guarantee themselves their second top 3 ever in the CDL as an organization. Not looking that way right now, though. But hold up. If they can get a perfect hold here, suddenly you're down, what, 40 to 50?
Well, Nasty's going to find the fake. Is he going to use it here? Do they not want to? Abuza's going to find the third. So you're going to have the pressure. Do they block the spawns? They do, and they win all the gunfights.
See you later. That dream, that story is dead. Surge with another break. Another moment of dominance, up 100, looking to close this out. Breach have got to break through. You can't, quite win it here, but it's another spree. You've had a 7 from Nasty, a 6 from Neptune, now 6 from Abuza as he's taken over.
And this is the thing, the map control. You've always had somebody out. Nasty's going to call in the Hellstorm, just let his teammates know where the push is coming from.
No one to
force
kill.
them into Neptune's hand where he gets another one. He finds Awakening. And this has just been a hardpoint masterclass in this series.
No, it really, really has. They are so far ahead of this Breach team in this particular mode.
I mean, they might be ahead of a lot of teams.
Yes. I mean, this one,
almost.
When they first started to make their run into being a good team with Neptune in, it was a hard point. That was the bright, shining light for this squad. They are right back to the basics. Dominance out of Surge. Another winner's bracket final for them as they continue their run, looking for that first victory.
It is impressive to watch.
It is. It's clinical. It is clinical.
And they set each other up, right? You get those players that you want in specific positions, and you see what happens, right? Everyone's taking their turn, going on 5 sprees, getting streaks. I mean,
yeah,
everybody should be watching their gameplay.
I think, you talked a bit about the guns maybe not being hot for Breach. And then you've kind of followed that up with the Surge gameplay is kind of what's making it like that. Because a lot of times we'll talk about these sprees and they're shooting so straight, but it's usually when the game's easy. When you're set up and you're holding, you're not having to break and trying to win the rotation fight constantly. They were put into a tough position 90% of the time in the hard points.
Well, and I think Breach, they sort of thrive in the chaos at times, right? That's when Purge gets going. That's when Snoopy gets going. There was just no chaos on the map.
They made a chaotic hardpoint map look basic.
I mean, I almost own 100 point club.
Yeah, no, they turned a Bocage into a raid. I don't know. They definitely slowed it down, right? Like that.
No, 100%.
They got 150 point win on Skyline. It's like a 250 to 40 on other map. That is a blowout. Because that's a scrappy map, and that did not play scrappy at all. Holy hell. Dominance from Surge. If you're a Surge fan, you gotta love to see that. They seem to be a team poised to make a run. I know, listen, Shift's talking about maybe being frauds if you're Breach. I know they didn't have the most impressive wins, but still dude, the hard points, I don't care what team you're playing against, those were so good.
Yeah, and I mean, Breach, they're just a team that's, I don't know, beating the teams they needed to, right? They've kept themselves in a position for champs, and that's kind of step one is to get there. It's just, can they continue to get better so they have a chance at winning it?
Yeah, and they're not done, right? They're going down to losers bracket, a chance to maybe watch back those hard points, see where the mistakes were coming in, maybe try to work on the fundamentals, match what Surge are able to do. I don't know that you can. I mean, Surge just seemed to be ahead again. We'll see how far ahead. But man, I don't know who you want to pick for an interview. Everyone seems so good across that series. A fantastic team effort. But it seems we've got Abuza on stage. Let's see what he's got to say about the squad.
Yes, sir. I got Abuza with me on the main stage. Make some noise, everybody, for the Vancouver Surge as they go back to the winners finals. And off the rip, man, how do you feel about that, Abuza, being able to play in the winners finals again? You guys have been so consistent this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great feeling for sure. I mean, we knew, we have a chance to win this tournament before, last major. We just trolled, and we're going to try to make sure we can go in this grand final and maybe win. You never know.
Hey, I think you guys definitely can, okay? You got all the pieces to the puzzle, and I know you're not trying to troll at all this event now, and we've been seeing the consistency in your gameplay, okay? We could talk about the Vault hardpoint kicking it off. The way that you shut them out on that P4, that P3 to P4 transition on the Vault hardpoint was absolutely phenomenal there. What was the game plan on that one? What makes you guys so good at that map?
I mean, we know what to do on the map. We just play simple code. We know what to do. And yeah, that was easy, to be fair. So yeah.
It really was, you know. And, you know, even when I was watching that map, your twin, 0-4, okay? Dropping 30 kills on the map, all right? How's he been playing this tournament? You guys had a great, you know, performance throughout all of you guys, but him specifically.
I mean, he's gross. He's actually a good player. He's a good teammate too. And yeah, he's actually good. He's playing good like the last major, so yeah.
Definitely is. All right, lastly, what do you want to say to the Seattle Surge fans out here that's been supporting
Thank you,
all
everyone.
weekend long?
Thank you. Thank you for the fans. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that does it for me. The Bulls on the stage.
Thank you,
Chris,
guys.
take us away.
Thank you very much, Guy Blaze. Congratulations to Abuza, and welcome to the set. The GM, the coach, the man who made this team possible. Rambo Ray, when no one else had faith, you saw potential.
No one ever has faith in this league
These
anymore.
guys are reaching
Nobody,
that potential
bro.
and then some.
It's just been majority voting against us for like 2 months now, brother.
He tweeted me like a month and a half ago. He's like, dude, keep picking against us, please.
Yeah.
It's been working out real well
It was
for you guys so
sarcastic,
far.
but thank you.
Yeah, so talk to me a little bit about this squad, because you went out, you gathered another piece from Challengers. 04, of course, coming up last year. Now you bring in Neptune. Abuza seems to be the guy. Nasty has been the guy as well. The whole team has found their form.
We have 4 players who can pop off at any time, but more importantly are just selfless. Like, there's a lot going on in this league now with players looking at numbers a little too much sometimes. Our guys are here to win, and they will do anything possible to help the brother out next to them to just make it happen.
Yeah.
And obviously it's easier said than done sometimes to get players like that. But I feel like we did a good enough job keeping the guys that we really kind of wanted to hold on to in the offseason last year. Obviously, this start of the year wasn't as great as a lot of people were saying, oh, my God, they're the worst team. Scrims were a lot better, just for the sake of it. Scrims were a lot better than we showed the matches. But, yeah, no, Trav came in and was definitely like the missing piece that we needed to kind of have a chance to. And it's back-to-back events coming off on Sunday now for a team that nobody saw kind of where it's at. And I think all 4 players on our team are like superstars.
Let's take a look at these superstars in action. These are highlights from game number 4, Ali and Askaway.
Yeah, you know, Ray, I just kind of wanted to ask you a question, like, with the confidence, because this team exudes a level of confidence in interviews, in-game, with the way that they play, especially in Hardpoint right now, that I feel like other teams don't have. I mean, you really see that from the super teams that we dub early in season. You talk about like your Atlanta Phases or your LA Deeps. You guys have that it factor. Where does that come from?
It's all practice, man. We treat our scrims like they're the most important thing in the world. They are really. What you do in practice is going to translate into matches. It's going to build your instincts. We don't spend any time in our practice wasting on anything, and I feel that's what's built us up to where we're at now.
So I think the biggest question for me now, and I'm so glad we get to talk to you about this, is obviously you guys were right there for a really long time, and you just needed somebody to push you over the finish line, and that was that pickup in Neptune. That's what kind of gave you that extra oomph. Did you already know what kind of player Neptune was? Because it looks like not only he brings in the slang, of course, but it seems like he's completely changed the way they approach the game sometimes. Like the way they close out the games, the way that they approach the game when it comes to the fundamentals. Like, did you know that he was more than just like a solid player?
Yeah,
He got lucky.
So funny story, this is back in Empire Days, Season 2 Cold War. We actually tried to pick him up when we went through those roster changes, so I already had kind of an eye on him back then.
Okay.
But I think with how well Kyler did at the start of the year with Optic, Trav is basically super similar playstyle-wise.
Yeah.
And we just saw it fit right into what we were missing to kind of make everything kind of come as one.
And now a future question, right? You guys have had runs in tournaments. You made it to tournaments. You made it to a grand finals. I know we briefly spoke about it. Something that happens, it started way back in the day, and we used to talk about it back then, the fear of names. This is a thing that happens to teams sometimes. Do you guys have that a little bit, and how have you been getting over that? Because you've been steamrolling.
Making it to Sunday, last event, was a big step for us.
Yeah.
For young players, I mean, anybody who's out there going to come into the league and step on stage for the first time, that it's a different level atmosphere.
It is.
But Championship Sunday at an Optic event where it's packed crowd is definitely different. So us making the run as much as the finals was pretty quick. Sorry to the fans. Again, that was fast when we tried to give you a little more, we didn't. But that definitely built us up to have a better chance coming tomorrow, and I'm really
Give
confident.
us a little teaser in that winners bracket finals.
And you rather early than late, too.
We got to keep this moving into our scuff play of the game. Rambo Ray used to be a commentator before he became a GM. So Rambo, please do us the honors. This is 0-4 from game 1. Tell me about the Pitbull.
Oh my goodness, that ball was just pure from everyone, and our subs specifically. Vaughn was actually joking before the map started, like me and Travis dropping double 40s, and it's gonna be great. And it almost happened in a way. I mean, EKI is right, we don't see the kills, but 0-4 just we did a great job holding the P3 to P4. That's kind of like what Vault's turned into now for everyone watching. you can kind of scrap some time P1. P2 can get a little bit of time as well, but P3 is really just about making sure you're going to hold the right side for P4, and we did an incredible job of that. I don't think they got a second on P4 the whole map.
So Ray, like, we were watching the green room, we noticed something with the Surge. You guys are always team shot. AR's playing together, subs playing together. You guys talk about that?
So
I think it's that level.
So again, the selflessness has a huge aspect in that. Like there's no one, we feel more comfortable not being on islands because we want to be close to each other so we can have freebies. Like the COD is, from a gunfight standpoint, is a lot of 50-50s. I mean, you competed.
I got your trade.
Like you know what I'm saying? But like it's hard to consistently win gunfights against the best players in the world. I don't care what team it is, who player it is.
Got to make it
if I got 2 guys against where 1 guy, typically 2 guys are going to win. So
he's revealing too much.
It's okay, nah. none of this is going to help anybody else. We're good.
This is awesome content. Unfortunately, we still have 3 more matches on the day, I'm told. So, Allie, let's keep it rolling the bracket because Rays, Vancouver Surge, their job is done for the day. Another winner's bracket finals appearance that is back-to-back. Well done, Ram.
Oh, yeah. We're talking about Surge that when they were in that winner's finals went all the way to a Game 5. So we're looking at some bangers tomorrow, but still plenty of matches. We got LA Thieves and Miami Heretics up next. Hometown crowd, you better get loud.
Ray, you never sat on the fence for me. Are you feeling LA Thieves or Heretics joining you in that winner's bracket final?
You can't put me on the spot like that.
Absolutely can.
I mean, I think we want to play Thieves, bro. Like Thieves is the team that, like, that's the last kind of step, cornerstone for us to kind of come into Major 4 and champs. Like, obviously, I'm always looking ahead as a GM, but yeah, we want a chance at him. We want our crack again. We feel good about it. So
I like that.
You got to beat the best to be the best, and that's where we're at right now.
Bring on the big dogs. They want to play LA Thieves. Miami, though, trying to get in their way. That is our other winner semifinal when we return. His name's Rambo Ray. Go find him on Twitter. Drop a follow. We love that guy.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years, and enables you to play like a pro. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
what you are. Unforgettable, oh near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
The 2025 Miami Heretics team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray. Vamos, 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 vamos! Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
Yo, who the f are you yelling at? Who the f are you yelling at? Who the f are you yelling at, Real? You're going home again, buddy. You're going f***ing yell at me. Don't yell at me. Look at me. Look at me. Don't f***ing yell at me.
He doesn't like to be yelled at. Real learned the hard way. But now, we're in Real's hometown.
Yeah, we
Let
are.
it be loud.
This music's got me vibing, bro. This is fire.
There's a bit of a change of pace from
It
that
does not match
aggression
the
to
vibe
just
of how
the
locked
chill
Real is right now.
Florida
We are
vibe.
too chill for how tense this is. Oh, there we go. Dan fits the vibe.
Ali, is this a rivalry that goes back to challengers, or was that just
Is
a
it?
particular moment where Dan sparked off against somebody?
I think it might have just been a moment. I'm going to be real with you. I think Dan was just feeling the vibe.
All right, let's jump into
I don't
this
know, though. I'll ask
conversation
him after this.
with the great Maven.
What's
the
up, dude?
oldest CDL
What
caster.
what does that mean?
The most
How are you?
experienced CDL caster.
Well, it's wisdom.
Wisdom, wise.
Tell me about LA Thieves.
The
Give me the big picture.
Big picture for me is like you are the favorites for this event. This is your event to win. If you think about FaZe are at their most susceptible to a loss right now. They had a weak qualifier. They don't come in. They're probably their low point this year. You have a sub in for Ultra who would have been one of the other favorites. Like this is your event to win. Obviously with how Surge are looking, probably the team to beat. But like Surge and them are in very similar situations. Like you got close, right? Like you got to a final. But like Thieves got real close. They were a map away from winning it. Like that was their step. This is the one you need to win. I think. Yeah, they need to, bro.
The players have asked, can we get the match started? And we always say yes here.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Okay, we're ready to go. Why not even come out here? You could have put a beach ball.
Hacienda, Rewind. Alley Cat, you've got the digits in front of you. Who has the statistical advantage? Because these are two rosters we've seen for a while.
To me, honestly, it looks like Miami is just trying to square up with LA Thieves. I mean, this is both these teams, some of their best maps. That dealership is great for Miami. You look all the way down to that Rewind. You're looking at LA Thieves. The red card and the vault are just a straight up square up.
Yeah, I mean, I think, in this series, it kind of inspired, them moving on from Lucky at the last tournament. You had a 0.7 in the series. It was an extremely close game, round 5 control. They won a hard point, lost the second one by 40. So with Super playing how he's been, they feel like they have a great chance to take this one.
But do you? It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems, and you get to go first.
I'm going to go with LA Thieves. LA Thieves have only lost 3 maps this entire split, all to one team. And that team's not even here because they're missing their player. And that was Toronto. So I think they take the series.
I did the math. Allie?
Chris, you go first.
La, 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 la. Oh, you're going LA.
Yeah, I'm going Thieves.
You can do it too.
La, 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 la. I really want to try and catch Chris, but going against LA seems kind of crazy right now. Screw it, Miami Heretics.
Now we're la.
It's a fine pick. Miami look good.
They look good, dude.
La. It's time to go to our casters. Gentlemen, take it away.
All right, Florida, we got a coast-to-coast matchup coming to the main stage, and both these two squads know all about playing in the heat, but playing in front of this Florida crowd is going to be a different task. Get ready because the heist continues. Coming to the stage first, make some noise for the LA Thieves. Scrap, Hydra, Envoy, and Ghosty, ready to run it up yet again. The LA Thieves are ready to play.
This team has been so dominant online the last 2 splits. They've also went to a grand final, so it's been a little bit of a weird season. If they win this match, they guarantee themselves top 3 and closer to that trophy. The fans are becoming impatient. They gotta get this W against Miami in front of the home crowd. It's gonna be tough, but LA Thieves, they got what it takes, guy. Let's bring out Miami.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough, Ant, because the hometown team, they ready for whatever. They know they got the crowd behind them. So, Florida, make some noise for the Miami Heretics. Metals, Super, Rancor, and Real. Miami knows that it does not matter who they got to play up against. They about to get the job done.
The numbers, they might be on the back foot when it comes to this matchup specifically versus LA Thieves, but this will be Super's time to shine. His first time spawning in against the squad, looking to make the run to the end of Sunday. Miami Heretics, they're a home crowd team right now, and they gotta show up for the boys. This is gonna be an absolute banger, guy.
It is gonna be an absolute banger, Allie, and I'm excited to see who's gonna be playing Seattle Surge in our winners finals. So without further ado, Miles Chance, let's get into it.
It's the Hump Series, and it is a big one. Our hosts taking on the meanest online team we have ever seen. But the good news as well, though, Thieves got a really good record against the Heretics on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the sort of daddy list that we have, 4-0 against them, but that is not with Super, and the squad does look brand new, nice and refreshed. Their respawns are electric, and their S&D, maybe the best in the game. You got to prove it, though, here on land, but the potential is here. I think this is going to be the best series that we have had all weekend.
I also want to confirm that it really is called the daddy list. I'm not even kidding, folks. We'll share that one on socials later. Shout out to Easy Mac. Here we go, though. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking this one out. A long and glorious day of Call of Duty action here in Florida. And this, could well be the highlight of the day. You never know. Of course, Atlanta FaZe waiting in the wings later on today as well. Still plenty of COD to be played. Toronto Ultra, they're looking for a big old matchup later as well. But for now, Chance, how are we feeling about this one? Of course, Des has waxed about it. We've talked about it. Of course, all of the watch parties. This is a big match on the tip of everyone's tongue. Are the Thieves the real deal? This is their tournament to prove.
I mean, obviously they're the real deal. They went to a Game 7 round 11 major one. Like anything other than a win, though, from this team, unacceptable in their minds. So they're still looking to hold that trophy. And on the flip side for Heretics, you make that adjustment, you pick up a new player, things are going great, but lane is where you have to prove it, and there is no better task than LA Thieves sitting across from you to prove that they can actually compete for wins, because like my expectation, this team will be here on Sunday. Top 4 almost without question, but can they be the top dogs? And well, can they stop Scrap from just actually hanging out inside the hill? Typically it's Envoy that has the most hill time, and Ghosty's the backup man, but if you gotta make the adjustment, Scrap absolutely will. So as KD's faltered a little bit, screw it, I'll get in time.
Real up there as well. Interesting enough, again, Scrap being an AR, Real being a submachine gun player, two very different styles, but here we go. This is it, folks. Map number 1, a big one here in our winners bracket. Heretics taking on the Thieves. Got a red card to start things off. A nice clean red card. We're going to keep everything above the belt. Touch gloves. Let's do this.
No better sort of opportunity for Super as well, going against a lethal AR duo in Scrap and Ghosty on a map like this. It is your sort of prove it moment. Can you hang with the very best? Can you go toe to toe and trade blows, or do you get landed with a knockout punch? Look out for the right hook with both these teams on form for Hardpoint Thieves. Certainly a little bit stronger in the mode. Looking though to be at your Sunday best. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on. All right, ring the bell. Let's do this. Heretics taking on the Thieves. Map number 1.
An opening salvo straight out for the steps control. They are sending nearly every single player. You lock this down, then you can start soaking on the time. And look at the break. There you go. 3 in the feed for Thieves. Starting that red card off right.
On the Super. Finding what you can now as his boys make their way off spawn through ticket on the attack. Scrap finding those 2 players instantly. Lovely pickups. We're staying on board with Super as he tries to buy any space on the outside of the map, and it's not going to happen. Thieves just too slippery, too squirrely, as they've still got the time and they've still got control of the plat.
Yeah, I mean, Thieves has done a great job of really just neutralizing Super as well. Wasn't able to get involved. Super's still 0-0 as well, and the feed continues to be in favor of LA. Is Scrap on the flip side. Perfect 4-0 start. You dominate the big steps, you dominate the P1, and this is going to be 40 seconds to a goose egg right from the jump.
Hydra is already looking loose. He's already looking very fluid across the map like water, my friend, over the one boy as he slides on into the fray. A lovely P2 attack here. Spawns in the back right now. Thieves full control and the cross.
I mean, shoot back. Someone get a kill, man. Damn, Metals give it, and Metals take it away. 0-5 in Rancor and Real. 2-8 combined. Heretics for the moment getting stuffed. Finally in the feed, picking up a few kills, and Hydra at least gets traded out. A battle, though, for plenty of time. And LA Thieves, you don't want the back spawns a little bit later on, but for now, they're just super soaking it up.
Oh, he's a soft metal right now. Chance periodic table at the ready. Still going, though. Metal's now finding himself going. Traded out instantly, and it has not been a good hard point for the Heretics so far. 63 and nothing right now. Heretics, it's a clean sheet.
Yeah, and we talked about not wanting those back spawns towards the end of time. Well, look at where Heretics are now. This is quite literally perfect red card gameplay rolling through. Finally, Aluminum able to actually get that kill and at least open up for the final 5 seconds that you're going to have. And LA Thieves posted up on rotation, and Ghosty has the natural pinch.
We're in. Calculated out of Super, what a turn. Good trades, though. Towards the hard point we fight. Beautiful 2 in the middle of the map there from Ghosty. Once again, trades on point.
And the spawn management, always perfect as well. Ghosty gets those 2 kills. He forces Heretics towards the back, which actually ends up getting blocked as Rancor is on the outset. But either way, LA Thieves torn away a massive lead. Ghosty, though, well, desperation effort now inside the time. Finally, a break is through. And finally, Heretics get some time.
It's going to be a tenable hold, though, right now for the Heretics, trying to push this out, trying to find time and looking towards noon as well. So you're back in the game, boys. Well played. 20 seconds to go here.
Take a deep breath, you know, try to settle in, get the guns going. Again, a very slow start for even a player like Rancor. He's been incredibly consistent on the year. You know he's going to start to heat up at some point, but sooner rather than later, you'll take the team kill. LA Thieves, extra players will be posted towards the depth spawn, and Real introducing everybody towards the back, and his team will win the rotation towards New.
Ole, towards New, we now go. Fighting through the middle of the map, though. Huge opening now. Hydra on the contest. Metals down low. shooting a ghost. Can't find a single man to his name. Nice work from one end to the other. Scrap gets the break.
Yeah, you'll take that, Scrap. Well, his brand new home. If he wants to be the hill man for the team, he's doing it while also being the top slayer. So you had a nice sequence. Real picked up 3, but it ended up giving them the weird spawns. And, well, now you're trying to overwhelm Scrap down low, who continues to drag players to hell with them. And he's winning the gunfight down low. A 4-piece inside the time. Now we might get the Hellstorm.
Looking for the Hellstorm as well. Over to Ghosty on the top side. Nobody home. Here come the Heretics. Couple of kills going their way. Trying to get the Thieves out of the stage, but it's their stage. The lights are on. The lights are bright. And Metals burns his way through.
Yeah, and by the time you take down Scrap, that's just because, hey, the time is done. You can keep having 5, 10 seconds to Scrap. We don't need it every single rotation. It's not only being won, they're not even mixing. LA Thieves are getting here early with full setups, and Ghosty ready for the BSD pressure.
Here we go. 1, 2, line them up. First one down. Next man in. The stun check is on. And Ghosty, look at this movement. That is an annoying nade to deal with. Can he contend with the play? No. Super finds an avenue, and here we go.
Pinch gets red, so Hydra's gonna drop, and LA Thieves moving out of time to worry about it because Metals has a pinch of his own. So now a scattered minimap, an opportunity for Heretics to make it mixy in the time. Kills getting traded out as well, and they found their stabilization. Metals on the flank, got it done.
We're looking at a 100-point comeback for the Heretics to get themselves into this one. What a task they have ahead of them. What a win from Hydra.
Yeah, making amends for an earlier gunfight, getting that back, and got to keep things going, but finally, decent time for Heretics rolling through. It was looking incredibly painful the first few hills, and still looking a little bit painful, but they're trying to make it a game. A 4-man wipe in the feed, and hey, it's the young gun and Super, 15 kills. He's playing catch-up. A slow start, now he's near Scrap.
Oh, that's it. First set of hard points complete. Over towards New we now go, and this time round, Heretics are on time. The Thieves have been unsuccessful. From 4 to 1, not a lot of time gained, if any. Here we come. The Thieves, back in a time we should have it. Last man left alive, Scrap, he'll be on it.
And you turn the tide just a little bit, right? Now you're the one with the stage control, now you have the big steps control, and you can sort of do on the P1 what LA Thieves did onto you. Maybe you just got to get those land jitters out, get the feel of the game, because every player on Heretics that was underperforming, doing a lot better now, but still a 70-point deficit, and Thieves is not a team that will take the foot off the gas.
Absolutely not. They're not going to let that comeback happen. You're going to have to fight every inch of the way, Heretics. Real from the outside now, trying to buy some space. Nice nades. 3 dead in the feed, though. He's the last man left alive for his team. Buy some space, get that time, get your reinforcements into the fight.
And you don't want to give away this final 10 either. You can't give it away for free, and yeah, you'll end up getting it sent to you. Rankhorn a pinch is not entirely ideal. His teammates towards New. The spawns are going to get a little bit weird, and this is a difficult moment for Heretics to manage. 2 players coming from BS&D. The break could be quick.
Oh, here we go. Go see up the top. Shots in, super damage, super down. That's the hard point in the hands of the Thieves once again. Heretics are still close though.
And you got 1 man out towards stage as well, so Rancor's making an impact. Now Thieves are going to be having to deal with the pinch, and you see, not the right gun for the job. The spawn's getting a little bit weird, but in all the chaos, Thieves have still been collecting. P2, they have dominated.
Eyes forward and guns up, here we go. Not a lot of opportunity here for the pinch. Envoy brought down as well, trade still going on. Rancor through the back line, an unfortunate team kill, and that leaves Hydra alone. Can he buy some space? Can he get his boys into the fray? For now, the answer is no. A short moment for the Heretics in time.
And this is your short moment to get back in the game. Get the final 20. They should be good to go on the rotation as well. Get the kills, push LA Thieves again back into that spawn, and an 80-point deficit, maybe you could do some damage, but you need a good string. And Thieves, you see him repositioning. Ghosty 2, make it 3 in the feed, and Heretics just dropped the ball.
Metals has got to hold. Metals has got to hold this. 1 down. He's traded out immediately. Real with the back spawns, getting as close to the point as he possibly can. Again, you have to fight forward. Ghosty with a perfect read and a forced read to his name.
I mean, just hanging out, Rome in the middle of the map. This man is on point, an absolute menace, and Thieves now almost have the top side pressure around the new time. Easy kills for a Ghosty. The motor mouth in the comms as well. Thieves right now, I mean, this is cruise control. They can do no wrong.
They can't do any wrong. They're completely surrounded at the point, though. Here come the Heretics with the wrap around time. Can they get the break here? They've got bodies on it. Hydra waiting in line. 1 down. What a shot into the second man. Trades, they're good for Envoy, and the Thieves are back in.
I mean, the teamwork just perfect. Trade's always there. Everybody in the right position. Already players like Hydra thinking about the rotation. Ghosty's got the outer lane, and Envoy had the time. But anything that gets taken away, you're already picking up the long routes. There is nowhere to go for Heretics. No room to breathe.
Thieves are once again maintained 100-point separation from them. New hard point up. Stage was so good to the Thieves in the first set. Second, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, this is survival mode as well for Heretics. You're down by so much, you're really going to have to kick it up a notch. That they have just not had the opportunities. This is sheer and utter dominance across the board for LA.
Massive kills. Massive kills. And unfortunate Nathan Scrap there. It does hit the net. That's going to cause a big stir as Rencor finds 2. 3 dead. Heretics in control.
Okay, little bit of fight. Real inside the time. You're not really pushed out. Metal's the most distant one on the map, but already reduced to 1 HP, and they're hunting him down. So 2 there in the feed for LA. Make it 3 because Scrap is shooting, and Real, last man standing versus the world. Can't get it done. And LA Thieves, time and time again on this map, they've been picking them apart.
What a snap. The weight of the world does indeed crush him. Envoy on the spin, and he is shooting everyone around him. Big win on the pistol now. Back over to time. LA Thieves have got it. No rotation, though. They cannot win the game here, but we will be very close indeed, folks.
I mean, they're running for the hills, though. They're desperate to get that new time, and Envoy, meanwhile, has the timing dialed in. Give him the time, knows where Real is, and knows when to turn his head. He's dialed in, waiting for his teammates to show up, and if you got the BS&D spawns, it's inevitable for Thieves to get this break.
Here we go, Thieves. This is for the game. Scrap adding another kill to the pile. 29. Can we get 30? We're close enough. 10 seconds for the win right now. Thieves, last push for the Heretics. Here we go. Out through the steps. Rencor from long. Can we find any kills here? Kill holding it. Still holding it. And wait a minute. The break is there.
You love to see a little bit of fight. At this point, you're playing from confidence. Any you had going into the series, Thieves might just rip it away. Desperate to see how much you can actually fight, and Rancor doing just that. Picking up 2, trying to keep Thieves honest.
Scrap's going to dive for it. Just having a time. The crossfire there for the Heretics. Again, they're holding it together. This is, I mean, this is a very, very fine line. You've got to do a whole lot, boys, going into P1.
Yeah, I mean, I think Heretics are trying to make this statement. We're not going down without a fight, but indeed, they are going down. Maybe a team kill is going to make it last a little bit longer. But this is almost a moral victory from Heretics to fight like this at all.
This is the second stretch of the game where the Thieves have gone completely dry from point to point, but it's not going to amount to a whole lot because the rest of the hard point was so good. Super, starting to get the gun hot at the very least. Can't let those players get onto it. There's a 2-man stack from the Thieves, and that is game, folks. Map 1 goes to Los Angeles Thieves.
And the back and forth banter. Scrap and Hydra, the jolliest of men on the main stage, having a grand old time. And I think Ghosty might have had the most activity on the map, most kills, most deaths. The damage was there, but the AR players from LA Thieves feasted on Miami. I mean, out and about right from the jump. You went down 80 to 90 points off the rip from Heretics, and you can just not afford to start that slow. After that, the game was relatively balanced, but that initial thing, Metals starting off 0-5, Real and Rencor starting off that 2-8 combined. You start out slow, you get punished, and I mean, it was a good fight, a respectable effort towards the end, but those land jitters, it always takes a couple gunfights to get them through.
Yeah, this is the game flow, and again, a relatively even climb, steady progress from both of our squads. A slow start, though. That opening hard point, I mean, 6 to 74. The Thieves just did not relent. They had such a wonderful gap. They kept it going the whole way. While we look across the highlights, we wanted this to be a nice, clean fight, but right now, especially in the score department, it does seem that the Thieves certainly outclassed them. That's a totally different weight division, if you ask me, mate.
Yeah, I mean, every single rotation they were winning as well. Even when guys like Ghosty spawning out, it ends up working to their benefit. So the little things going right, the big things going right. And while a handful of Heretics players had the slow start, Scrap, he's about that life. He is ready from the jump. As long as he's shooting a gun, he's happy. And lining them up like that, it just feels so good. So knocking him down and punishing him. And we talked to the Heretics players. We know what their sort of like tale has been throughout this stage. They're incredibly confident coming into this major. They know what they're capable of, but these might have just taken a little bit of that juice away.
Yeah, a little bit, but still plenty of the good stuff there left for the squeeze. We'll see how things go. They're going to the search and destroy. Of course, Heretics very strong since adding Super to the roster, but the Thieves just as dangerous, just as confident as well. Confidence is going to be key right now. That will be the deciding factor. The one variable that you cannot account for. As the Heretics again in the kills department, everyone was bringing the noise. Everyone was making a lot of work there. That's exactly what you want to hear if you are a Thieves fan as well. My goodness, strong start, big energy. get this one rolling. Into the S&D, though, we now go Trans Dealership. A spicy one to get things rolling, so the pace will be there, absolutely. The ball control, the middle of this series, again, will hopefully determine how far we have to go. Miami fans, not out of the woods just yet. This is still anyone's series.
Well, we've mentioned it for the Heretics. They've looked good enough on Dealership that I think the question has to be raised of, do you really want to play with that fire? Because Heretics look lights out on that map. Well, LA Thieves happy to play with fire and see if they get burned, but they're going to be willing to go toe-to-toe. Envoy, one of those players that he's had some of those cheeky spots that everybody else starts to steal from this team. So it's going to be a battle. Get the crust out of your eyes and get ready for map 2.
I had a quick chat with Rencor before the previous match actually started, and incredibly confident going into this game. He said, today is the day. Team effort, though, across Section and Destroy when it comes to Stage 3. These boys are not missing. I mean, it's funny that Scraps KD, not terribly different from the lads, but so far apart in the standings.
Yeah, 1.10 is great. And then you got Hydra with a 1.5 at second. Hydra had, he was bottom 5 S&D player in the league in Stage 1. The past 2 stages, he has been so electric that he has started leapfrogging. If you're looking at things like multi-kill round, Hydra is a titan now in this lobby. He has absolutely found his form, and he found it early. So you're the Heretics, their S&D absolute backbone. Haven't lost since they picked up Super. They've been looking incredible. This is the test.
How do you handle Hydra? Do you manage to keep him pinned in? Cut the legs out from underneath him. Don't let him go on those long runs. Don't let him go on those loose flanks where he can cause damage. That's where he excels. Those multi-kill rounds that he is now known for, do not let it happen. Here we go in the Dealership. We've still got that new car smell on this map, folks. We're still working out all the secrets, all the naughty spots, but we haven't got them all down yet. Let's see what this one has in store for us today.
Well, we mentioned the sort of the Daddy series. LA Thieves have played Miami 4 times, undefeated against them in Ghosty. Boy, has he been enjoying this matchup in S&D. Nearly a kill per round. He is a literal guarantee, but a brand new dynamic on a brand new map.
Here we go. Ghosty did set his own crazy kill record against the Heretics way back in Madrid. Real gets stunned. It's not going to slow him down too much. A bomb site presence right now from the LA Thieves, and it looks like they're going towards spawn.
And Heretics actually playing this so slow. There is 0 presence over towards the B site. Number 7 is just now wrapped back, but Heretics, they've made no moves, and they have no intel.
A classic 2-man stack there from the Thieves. Rencor watching the flank. He's not going to let anyone get by. B-bomb site seems to be our target right now, and Metal's slowly approaching.
And the flank's moving. LA Thieves are making the play on defense.
Everyone's moving at the same time as well, though, so the gun should get ready. What a battle this should be. Envoy starts off the fight with a win on a Real.
And they're going to be trapped in. I mean, they're making moves on the flank. Ghosty's been posted up. I mean, you are just isolated now, stuck in sight. They're trying to run it down, but they're getting hunted as well. Envoy's here for the support. So Ghosty's calming. All these players are trapped in this corner. This is just a kill box.
It's too tight. It's too tight. They've got no space to work with. They've got nothing to do but die. They're in the round. Thieves maneuver in a position. Cut the Heretics into pieces.
In Thieves on defense, they had 3 players going to attack that A bomb site. They got firm control of it, and they were just waiting. Heretics never actually made an aggressive move in the round. It's not easy dealing with the windows. You don't have trophies. You don't want to be too aggressive. But LA Thieves got active in everybody at the same time. We saw Envoy get that first blood. Even if he falls, the trades would have been instantaneous, and the play develops in the exact same way. Thieves dominated the map, got all the map control in the world, and suffocated them out.
Round 2, Heretics now defense. See how they set this one up. Again, very different looks this time. Not going towards A, the bomb is though. The Heretics with mid-map presence gives them options to really go towards B more so. Metals is going to be there on the sliding door. It's a hop check or a button press. And they've spotted Envoy.
Yeah, Envoy is just doing his calculations. How much intel can he get? You see Real doing the hop through the garage door. But no one making plays just yet. But now with Scrap jumping up with Envoy, they're looking for the plant. Got to check the vent. It looks clear. Envoy confident. He'll be able to get this bomb down.
And this has been a huge amount of movement from the Thieves. They had 2 players by B a moment ago. Now they're pulling things over. Here we go in the 4v4 post-plant position. Start things off right. Has anyone got a nade to take care of these cars? I don't think so. So Real is going to send it forward. Metal's on his left-hand side shoulder. They are close here on the fight.
And there's going to be a flank coming through. So Hydra, impact. Doesn't get the kill, though. Metal's for the first blood.
Burns bright on a 1-4. Can he get another one out of this? Close range. Perfect gunfight to be had. The snap was there. 2v2. 2v1, 1v1. And that's the round. Thieves back to back.
And what a beautiful moment there from LA Thieves. Hydra's going on that initial pinch. You got guys like Envoy and Scrap calling out. They're all here. They're throwing the nades. We don't have a trophy. We need help. Hydra loses the gunfight to Metals, and you're thinking that is plan perfect there from Heretics, and they get slammed nonetheless. A bailout moment there from LA, and those are huge rounds to win. You don't get the first blood. You still execute, and Scrap remains on point.
And it's a wild round as well, man. You had to win some insane gunfights for the Heretics to even stay competitive there. It looks like we're going towards A this time round.
Yeah,
Thieves to beat.
It's blind reads right now from LA Thieves. They're just heavily stacking either site. Unfortunately, they've guessed wrong, but that means they're trusting the retake. Everybody on Thieves grouping up together in a stressful situation now for these Heretics players.
We're banging. It's 2 v4 Heretics. The blind read has not worked out for them. They've had their eyes poked out clean. Oh my word, the LA Thieves. It might be a perfect round. Rencor trying to make a case for it, but that's 3 rounds in a row for the Thieves.
And the RC car in Black Ops 6 has been a meme-worthy tool, except on this map and except on that site. It is the deadliest thing in the world, like a nuclear bomb. So that's why they stacked up across the map. Envoy, he had the right tool.
I mean, this is the car play here. We're seeing Envoy there doing it. But again, I loved what I saw at the Heretics here. They used their own nades to clear up as many of those cars as possible on the approach towards the site. The one thing they couldn't account for here is the RC, and that is the worst thing you could possibly have seen if you're Real.
Run from it, hide from it, that RC car devastating in that section. And now Thieves spreading the map on offense. Maybe they're thinking Heretics will get squirrely, and squirrely indeed. 3 players looking towards Hydra. Do they actually want to attack this man? No, they don't. They're trying to run.
Scrap, what a headshot that was. Metal's quite out in a bad position. He's going to take that damage, keep this one moving. He's on a 4-spree right now, and he's ready for that hit through kitchen door. Are they going to commit to it? No, Hydra's there on the pinch. He's causing problems as well. So another situation where the Heretics got no options. Whoa. The round, once again, a slaughter by LA, 4-0.
Yep, and this is answering our Heretics dealership questions. They have nothing to offer so far on this map. The one round they've gotten the first blood, they lost it 20 seconds later, and that was the only first blood they've gotten on this map. Hydra's staring through the door, looking at 3 players. All of them stop in their tracks, turn and run away, and Scrap is there to catch them on the exits. I mean, that is 2 players handling 3 there from LA. Strat's on point.
Scrap at 5-0 so far. He's yet to be felled in Mortal Kombat by anyone here from the Heretics. Hard hit towards B. We're all in on this one. Heretics are trying to change the tempo here. We're trying to send it, and send it we shall. Can we get 2 out of this one for Real? No, the trades are there, so we're good. Can we plant the bomb? No, we cannot. Pressure on. The re-wrap to A.
Yeah, and they're just running away from him. Again, just trying to get out of dodge, and Heretics looking to take this one slow. They need this round.
You go counterclockwise around the entire map. Good luck, lads. Metal spots out those 2 players coming through archway, so now the race is on for the Thieves to get towards A as fast as possible.
And they're planning for their own spawn as well, so maybe giving up a little bit of map pressure. Happy to play a slightly more turtled setup. Both of them inside the office, ready for the flank.
And a great opportunity now to test our 2v2 chemistry. Thieves now through the back. Big moment for Rencor. Here they come. Great trades, nice damage as well. Metals, can he find the 1v1 now?
Yeah, Hydra's just calling, I'm one shot, I can't tell just yet, but he'll get it done himself.
Damage. The dance! And a little bit of a bag on the way to the defuse. 5-0 LA Thieves.
Never a doubt, not in my mind. I think Hydra's probably wishing his teammate didn't hit the go button right away, just because a little bit awkward. A couple team shots rolling through and left 1 HP, but Hydra knows in a 1v1, just get some headshot rolling through. Perfection and insult to injury. A 5-0 lead on what we were thinking might have been Heretics' best map.
Yeah, a little bit of chamomile there to close the round out. Love that. Here we go. Heretics once again trying to roll this one rapidly towards these bomb sites. Thieves have been pushed back this time round. And again, look at the pace being set. Heretics are sending it forward. They've sent it, though, into their own demise. It's 2 down. You're still fighting.
Yeah, you're down 5-0. You want to make something happen. You try to make a play, and you get throttled. A 6-0 in lightning speed. That was a 5-minute and 1 second game of search and destroy. Thieves unchallenged by Miami.
One of the fastest sales we've seen on dealership there, door to door, done. Heretics certainly rethinking the game plan after that one. A dominant display from the LA Thieves. The Lanimals have come to play and they have just ripped the Heretics a new one.
We'll send in the paramedics, see if there are signs of life on that left side of the stage. Thieves right now, I mean, this is a steamroll. Maybe they're looking at some of the teams that ended up in losers bracket round 1 and Thieves start rubbing their hands together and say, this tournament is ours.
8-3 Envoy, 5-2 from Hydra. Obviously that wonderful 1v1 win from him certainly helps things, but 6-0 Heretics, what a shock. And Super, the man who has certainly transformed this roster in the mode, 1-6. Maybe it's nerves, maybe it is jitters.
I just don't think they had any opportunity to do anything. There was one strat call from LA Thieves that did not go perfectly. Hydra on that first pinch, he gets sniffed out by Metals. After that, it seemed like every single round was either a perfect line counter or they just had things like the RC car to bail themselves out, or a moment for Hydra in a 1v1. Everything that could have gone right there from LA absolutely did. And a 6-0, a shocking performance there from Heretics. Not easy to bounce back from.
Super clean, super fast, super done. They're at the half, 2-0 to the beach.
Thank you, gentlemen. Sometimes the benefits of attending these events and staying at the hotel is you can get room next to the parents of the players. We had Envoy's parents with us in the lobby. And Clint, after our conversations last night with Momvoy, you were confident in this 2-0 start.
I just looked over every time. I was just saying some wild stuff. We were chatting there, and I just look over and she's just looking and cracking up because we're just, we're idiots when we're hanging out.
Wait, that was mom and dad Envoy?
Yeah, I was like, sorry, multiple times, my bad.
They have good reason to be proud of their son today. Envoy just leads the team in search and destroy. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. And Allie, you were brave.
Listen, that was belt to
belt to ass.
You can say it. Yeah, you're allowed to say it at the beach. You can say whatever you want at the beach.
There's parents. Listen, I'm trying to be respectful, but listen, this is the online LA Thieves. This is the LA Thieves that we won at last major. This is LA Thieves that we won at major 1. They look unbelievable.
Yeah, they look dominant.
This is a nightmare matchup for Miami, because if you think about them versus a face, they can maybe catch them in a hard point or something. You think about them versus Surge, they can catch them something like a search and destroy. They're just not better than Thieves in anything.
But bro, you just got destroyed in the search and destroy.
Hey, okay, that should have been closer. I hear you.
In S&D,
but Thieves are very good at Surge now.
But 6-0?
Yes, on the map that Miami were 4-0 on. You just see how prepared Thieves are for
6-0.
All the situations are just played flawlessly. When you watch this LA Thieves team play, they're playing peak college.
But what is your? I can talk about an opening for Miami against every other team. Yeah. What is their opening against the Thieves team? Well, other than Thieves not playing well,
it would have to be the search and destroys. But
we
saw online.
You saw the search stats for Thieves though. They've been in Unreal too.
It's not search and destroy. LA Thieves are 4-1 on them, and every matchup that they've already had, it has to be the response. I mean, they're 4-2 in advanced hardpoint.
Cool. Yeah, talk to me about how they're going to beat them in a hardpoint, please.
At major
I hear you, but
LA Thieves fumbled the bag. They had the #1 seed. They got bopped to the losers bracket by Boston. Today, they are 1 map away from locking in a spot in that winners final. Let's take a look at how they get there, Ant.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are playing peak, flawless hardpoint. I mean, some of these teams that are struggling, you can look at LA Thieves and see their communication and how they react to all the calls. So let's jump into this clip. We're on a rotation here. They found 2 kills on rotation, right? So you got this split. Players spawn out at new, 2 players spawn out at old, right? So even the positioning and where they put their players if you're LA Thieves, these are both the ARs, right? Playing these fights. And these are both the SMGs up close trying to find the kills in Hill. So Ghosty and Scrap are out here, and they know these guys are playing a little bit ratty. One's going to go below stage. So what happens is Scrap just plays for it. He's going to look for these guys, and you're going to get Ghosty when he gets the comm from his teammates to go and watch top Eskies and try to play the trade. Meanwhile, in that situation, one player gets traded out. It's Envoy, and he's going to sit back there knowing he has a parallel and just put bullets down and have comms there in that situation to let you know, all right, somebody's going to be repinching through. So we're going to talk about it as it happens here. This is just perfect comms. So you see Hydra gets the trade, the communication comes in, Ghosty picks up the kill on the guy top escalators, and now they know that guy's has been ratting in stage the whole time. Ghosty comes back from escalators, helps out on this kill. Like, this is flawless comms, being proactive on rotation, positioning your players in the perfect spots. LA Thieves are truly on another level. And when you look at this situation here, by the time Miami even has a chance to break, there's only 30 seconds left on this hill. So what happens is if you're not absolutely perfect here, you aren't getting any time. And by the time Miami get on in, there's another re-break happening on the side of LA Thieves. They are playing some of the best hardpoint. It's them and the Vancouver Surge right now in terms of HP.
Absolutely, and I was more so just trying to answer your question, Clint, more in the sense of like, it's not going to be in Search and Destroys. If they were to get LA Thieves anywhere, it had to be in that hardpoint. It had to be in that map 1. And obviously, LA Thieves look unreal, and so they didn't. That was the whole point.
Ant's on to the next chapter with me. He's like, guys, we know what's about to happen.
It's just crazy. Like, all the changes and how we said, like, this bracket looks so insane, all this stuff. Like, we're probably still in the same top 4.
Miles, chance.
We're not there yet, but probably looking that way.
Game 3, control.
I'd hope so. I would hope so, Chris. Yeah, absolutely. Let's get into it, folks. Here we go. Back in towards our next map here in the series. Chance, how are we feeling about Vault? It's going to be a tough one. I mean, we're down and out, but are we out for the Heretics? Is it done?
I mean, I was feeling really good about the series coming in.
Same.
I do not feel too good anymore. I mean, I feel great if you're an LA Thieves fan. It's about as good as it gets. I think Black Ops 6, we've really just seen like a really hefty skill gap develop amongst the teams of very clear like tiers. Right now, LA Thieves, as consistent as they've been, they've just dominated in this matchup. And the super effect, well, simply did not last. They've been incredible in Search and Destroy, and that was a deflating 6-0. So I don't know what you have to say to these players. I don't know what the real One True Methods wants to say to his squad to try to get him back in the mix, but it is simply going to be a tall task. On a Vault around this A zone, everybody's going to be pulling out SMGs, but Ghosty and Scrap, we've seen it, and we saw how good it is. I mean, a perfect 6-0 round win percentage, incredible on defense, nearly perfect. And LA Thieves, this is really where they get it done. And they're already up 2-0.
Absolutely. I mean, I came into this matchup. Heretics absolutely one of my top contenders to walk away with this event. At this point in time, you are staring down the barrel with defeat. Control, too good for the Thieves.
And a very interesting throwback for the Heretics. This used to be the only control map they had success on. Since they picked up Super, other teams were like, we'll roll it. We'll give it a shot. And they have not looked the same on Vault. Heretics lost one of their sort of secret Saw-style maps. And, well, they obviously made it here.
Well, today may still be the day with a sneaky long way round towards B. Hello. Beautiful shots from Real. Keeping this play alive, keeping the B capture going. A little bit of love towards A in a moment. There's reinforcements now pouring in over towards B.
And a B hit off the rip is kind of nice. I mean, you already got a segment of progress, which is ideal. Problem is no trophies, and that car will explode. And Real, too many players to shoot. So Thieves wipe them off the board. And I mean, the segment is nice, but they're losing some map control, and Scrap is ripping.
Yeah, 4 in a row now. 5 on his mind. Can he find it though? This place is so close now. His teammates are all over the place, so great hold there. Defensively from the Thieves, right out of spawn, right up the map you go. You find all your kills, you're looking pretty.
And, I mean, are they trying to force it over towards B? I mean, Rancor's taking routes, 2 players working down the street, and Envoy on the freest of flanks. 2-2 split there in the feed, so a little bit of pressure on the B zone, but this is, I mean, incredibly difficult to capture. So now for Heretics, this has just been a ton of time wasted. Now the players off spawn are saying, do we have to force it over towards the B zone? And if you do, you're just gonna die. This is scattered, and this is not a good look right now for Miami. You gotta find some opening on the map, and there simply isn't, unless Envoy chokes.
Envoy might give you a window, but now 25 seconds to pause this one. The attack towards B was not successful in the slightest. Now you got a little bit of space to play with. Got a little bit of time now to get the A zone capture going. That's a problem. Super, can you deal with this? The answer is no. Hydra finds himself 2. Metal's last man alive here on the A zone capture. Reinforcements in the form of Real show up, and the second segment on the way out. So, you managed to do what you can here to stabilize. You got yourself 3 segments captured overall.
I mean, pulling water out of a rock, and, well, unfortunately, a lot of damage, not a lot of kills. And that was the opening. Trades they'll roll through, and the A zone secured. So there you go. They've made the squeeze. Now they got a 3-life lead, so how the tables turn.
Rankle going for it. Can he get that space gained? Scrap, perfect angle. What great timing there. The B zone capture is there halfway through it. Over to Metals. Another great coverage there. The teamwork from the Thieves is immaculate.
Real, unfortunately, though, had a nice little spread, and everybody's got the AR in hand as well, and that's a wipe in the feed. So the life advantage you just had if you were a Heretics, just like that, you lose it. And LA Thieves, not a team that wastes any time they take the space on the map, so they're going to have extra waves on the defensive hold, and with a life count in their favor, they're looking good.
Yeah, still well in their favor. One more freebie mistake, you get Heretics, and that was it. Super down. Now no lives left. Can you catch a couple of thieves out on the attack? Oh, wait a minute. Scraps now a red dot on the minimap. Dealt with, 3 dead. Forward you go. Watch out for Ghosty. He's down as well. 5v3.
Everyone back to spawn. Get a trophy on the point. Stop the clock and hope for the best. You see the nades rolling through. It might be too late. Even an extra segment right now for Miami is great.
That's unbelievable. What a win that could be. There's the contest. Rancor traded out. That's going to be the last man left alive. Super. Any kills you get are all deal, mate, but it doesn't really add too much to it. 3 segments gained. But the round goes to LA.
By comparison, I almost feel like Heretics are playing in slow motion. Like those moments from LA, we've seen teams on defense get a little bit turtled up. The second they wipe Heretics off the board, every single player gets pushed up to the 50-yard line and then some, and just create these sort of extra lives on the defensive end. And even with Metals giving you a 10-kill round, like that's a fantastic performance. They'll take the extra segments, which is nice, but long term, still have problems to solve.
Yeah, the Thieves, I mean, you can watch this back every single time they get 3 down, and it's seemingly every single time. They've got a set formation. They have the setup they want across that defensively.
And just a quick acknowledgement, looking at the old data view, there are 0 assists coming through from all 4 of the Heretics players. Meanwhile, LAB is having about 10 combined.
A statistical anomaly in a moment like this, folks, at this level. We'll see if that amounts to anything. Trades. Over towards the front side of A, and already nearly a full segment A complete, but wait, in from behind, Heretics, and somehow Scrap has turned a 1v2 and a 1v1.
Trying to dance around the pillars. He's going to get killed and dropped off the map. Ghosty, the sub in hand, trying to get a little bit active. Didn't have to do too much in round 1. And,
oh, wow.
Well, now he's making moves on offense. No flanks rolling through. 1 player from Real underground. You really want to poke your head and let Ghosty play a game of whack-a-mole.
He knows he's down there. He's going to hold that one. The battle across the map, though, nowhere near the zone right now, so you're happy to sit on this one. Second segment in already. Very, very productive here. We could be seeing the A catcher unless the counter-attack is good, and it's great. Heretics saved the day.
That was interesting. Scrap actually just sort of gave that up and wanted to commit on the time, and Heretics take full advantage. So everybody there snapping in position on the defensive end. And now you're playing contain, and now you get them all. Ghosty, the only man aggressive on the map now for LA. Everybody else out of spawn, and Rancor looking for them all. He picked the wrong direction.
He did pick the wrong direction. He's going to force him to spawn over on that side of the map now, and this is an aggressive hit there and a costly one at that for the Heretics. And he's out of spawn now, so wow, the Thieves turned that little moment into a blessing for them, and now pressure from Ghosty in a 3 spree as the B zone capture is on.
Well, we'll see if they can make it happen. They're going to need some extra kills. Ghosty's been lights out, though, on this attacking round. But while he's a nuisance, his teammate's going to be going for the A zone, and while he gets dropped, well, his teammate's there to pick him up. A double sack rolling through, and on defense, Metals would have to make the hero play. He full sends it, but not quite good enough. A zone captured, 1 minute and 30 on the clock. Plenty of time for LA.
Yeah, great stuff. Slowly but surely now, over towards B we go. Pressure now out of the spawn, nearly, as Ghosty's still alive. This 1-man army, whatever side of the map he's on, he's having a good time. The Bees are now fan out. Spread the map for the Heretics. Don't let the Thieves get close, and whatever you do, don't go 3 down.
Well, there's number 1. Everybody else needs to stay up, but right now, you have so much map control, and Envoy shooting his gun, ripping heads, and there for Real as well. They've got arc control. This is dangerous.
It's perfect. The nade work from him as well. Ghosty, Hydra down on time. So still no one on the capture. Great presence here on the map. Finally, you get yourselves over towards the zone. You take that segment by B. You have the lead. You've got it all going. And here comes the pressure from spawn.
Envoy's going to have to do it all. He's on a 4 spree. Nades, everything landed. He's in war. He's in hell. Hydra calling out 1 shot. Does get the second segment of progress. And they got a 2-life lead, so you can afford to take your time. You're looking for the kills, and they got them. No respawns remaining. A 6v3.
Oh, my word. Real's right out of the 4 and into a 3 spree. Scrap now on top. Big wins at a red core now. No lives left either side.
From a 6v3 to a 4v2. You're looking for the clutch. Metals in Real, the SMG players. 1 on the pinch, and Real's about to deal with the entire team. Everybody 1 HP, but he's by his lonesome, and he gets overwhelmed. Metals, it's more important to die.
Absolutely, and die he does. A place in the Valhalla earned there by Real. He certainly went down fighting, but 2-0. Now in control. Match point, LA Thieves.
So close to it so far. That could have been a great bounce back round. Again, Heretics had a slow start on the red card, but they showed some fight, and they're fighting here, but unfortunately for them, not enough. Typically on offense, if you get those like extra 2 segments on the B zone, you'll be happy for it, but I feel like that's not the case against LA. With how good they've been in control, any round loss is painful.
It's so close as well. A couple of moments go the way of 1 or 2 gunfights. Give yourself a fighting chance here, Heretics. Try to find this attacking round. Opening gambit has been slow. The nades were perfect there from the Thieves. The trophies destroyed, but all the players safe and sound. Opening trades complete. Envoy down out as well. This could be great. Here we go. First segment blasted away.
Oh, Real's, he's going for it straight away. So this is going to be Real versus the world right now. And it's just buying time, keeping the players away. Every kill is fantastic to get. And the longer he lives, the better for his team. The A zone falls, but so does he. So you don't get the arc control, but you have a perfect opening salvo. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with just to capture the B zone.
The Heretics have found their warrior spirit here in this round, and they have come to play. Right over towards B we go. Snaps in from Metals. Our soft metal this time round, though, has been bent and broken. 2 minutes still to play. A life lead for the Heretics.
And I just feel like if you're Heretics in this moment, you can afford, take the long routes. Like, you have so much time to play with. You can be annoying. Just do something. Metals is hanging out by the zone. His teammates trying to go on the pinch. LA Thieves actually have a pretty interesting defensive setup. No one top art. That does allow Metals to be near the zone, but Heretics also handling the flank. So a sort of standoff battle right now, but that might be the entrance.
Trying to find another one would be great, but for now, those 2 kills are good. Here we go. Metals with a big push-up play, and he can't catch out. A big one from Envoy, so that's huge. On the flank, Ghosty now causing problems. The spree is done. On the zone, clear. Thieves forward.
Still though, minute and 30 is plenty of time. An opportunity to take some routes. Number 4 on the mini-map might be able to get through. A couple players down low, and Ghosty in your spawn dealt with. Envoy still a nuisance as well. He's going to be back ammo. And unfortunate for Real, cannot find that route through.
Unreal from Trap. 4 dead, 4 down. Bad news for the Heretics. Here comes the trap. Can they escape it? They might be able to. Real doesn't let them get the armbar in place. But Envoy still in your spawn.
He's dominated. I mean, 26 and 17 on a 4 spree. He had 12 kills in the last round, and Envoy looking to be the one-man show.
And he's still holding it all together here. Super trying to make his way out through the backline. The B zone is nowhere to be seen. 2 minutes have gone. It's 50 seconds left in the map.
Well, finally he falls, but still, just the amount of space. LA Thieves, it's just the top side of the map. They got art. They got the zone. They got a player back ammo. It's a funnel system. It's an assembly line. Someone's always there from LA. They're always there to fill in the right spots, and they got a 4 life lead.
At that time, you exactly know where the Heretics are going to be, where the conflict zone is going to be. You've got boys on it, guns up at the ready. Envoy again, nearly it's the next man. No lives left. Heretics now, life support. The final 3 members, the final moments of their run in the winner's bracket, and a team nade helps get the job done. Final 15, it is a victory lap for the LA Thieves here. Control continues to be their mode. A deft and vicious 3-0. They're in the winner's bracket.
Miles, that may very well have been the quickest series of the year. The S&D took 5 minutes and 1 second. The Vault Control just took 9 minutes and 40. I didn't clock the hard point, but I did clock Envoy's performance. Absolutely lights out. Had his feet up on the red card and took over the next 2 maps.
Okay.
His gun was broken in laser tag. It works in-game.
Congratulations to the Los Angeles Thieves. That was one to remember. 3-0. You bring down the hosts and you advance way to the top of the tournament.
You say one to remember. If I'm Heretics, that's one to forget, but I don't know if you can. Players' bodies getting shot towards it. If you're getting your body shot by Envoy, that's when you know you just got cooked. The teabag's out and about as well. That is a painful spot there for Miami. I don't know if their confidence will remain unshaken, but any expectations they had going into the tournament, they realized how difficult it is going to be.
Okay, well, there we are, folks. 250, 139, 6-0, 3-0. Unbelievable, vicious onslaught there from Los Angeles Thieves. La, 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 land indeed, folks. We didn't even get close to Hacienda. Well, that is that. Yeah, one of the more decisive and extremely quick series we have had on the year, and one of the players who was incredibly important in making that happen is on stage right now with Blaze. It's Envoy.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. I got the Dark Prince Envoy with me on the main stage. Make some noise for him, Florida, as the LA Thieves yet again making it back to another winners finals. Envoy, how you feeling about that? Just, you know, I know you want to be able to come out with a big win on this event, but you guys are progressing well.
Yeah, feeling good. I mean, my boys had me first map, and then after that, I really kicked up, started frying. So, yeah, shout out to my teammates, and yeah, we're feeling good. Obviously, our first match, I think, it was a 3-0, but we wanted it to be a little more clean than that, and I think that series showed this.
Yeah, hey, man, it's getting cleaner by the day on that one. Florida, is Envoy popping off this event? Truly are in the moment. Now, you guys are going to be going up against the Vancouver Surge there in the winners finals. What you expecting there in that series?
I'm expecting a banger of a series, man. I mean, those guys set the pace, and it's always been good series versus them. So we played them in minor finals, and yeah, it's gonna be a good winners finals for sure.
It definitely is gonna be a good winners finals, okay? Now, it's been a lot of talk about online warriors this, online warriors that, but what you guys plan on doing to shut up all the haters and show them what the LA Thieves are all about this event?
Obviously, take this one home, because last one kind of fell short. Major one, obviously, went a Game 7, so definitely need to get our revenge on that.
I think you guys will be able to this event, okay? Florida, make some more noise for the LA Thieves one more time. I'm gonna let you get ready for that next series. Congrats for the rest of the day. Chris, take us away.
Thank you very much, Blaze. We have a watch party rolling here on the beach, and we're joined by a very special guest. Well done. Hot 3-0, Dan.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness.
Nice and quick.
That was a quick one.
Yeah, it was quick. We were flowing for sure.
We played a special piece before this series. It was you versus Real last time on land, and you said, "Do not yell at me, young man. Do not yell at me." What's the beef? Was that an individual moment? Do you and Real have history? Because it seems like you took some anger out on him today.
Nah, it's not like actual beef, but he was yelling after the map 1 last event, so, you know, I had to get loud back. And here we came in and handled business. Yeah, I got to match exactly. I got to match the vibe.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights, because you guys were bringing the vibe here throughout this 3-game series. The control, a one-sided affair as you close the door. What's it like playing at this level right now, Dan?
It feels good. Comms are flowing, energy's there, and everything just feels very easy for us. And we're just looking to keep that up going into tomorrow.
Dan, I want to ask you, man, listen, you're always cool, calm, and collected. After the games, you're getting pumped up, and specifically in this matchup, as Chris mentioned. Your numbers versus the Heretics are ridiculous. It might be the most dominant player versus team matchup that we've had on the season. Why do you just super fry them every time individually?
I think it's like kind of a play style thing. They play more together than a lot of teams, and they always like the team hit, so you're able to piece them up if they're not in flow.
So you're farming, is that what you're telling me?
I wouldn't go that far.
Yo, look, Dan, this was online LA Thieves that we just saw in this series. You know, I feel like this was the most free and confident you guys have kind of felt playing up against a team right now, and to do it this far into the tournament. What was kind of the click for you? Did something change? Especially after last event where you guys kind of got got in that first day? This is what we were expecting a couple weeks ago.
Just making sure that we're not coming out flat. We definitely came out flat at Major 2. We weren't ourselves.
How do you make sure you don't come out flat? What are those conversations like?
Just forcing it if you have to.
Okay.
If the energy isn't there, the comms aren't there, you force it. You make sure that they're going to be there.
Okay. Do you force it, or is somebody else kind of staying on top of y'all's ass?
I'd definitely say shout out to the coaches, sports psychologist Ryan. They're doing a lot of work behind the scenes.
Big brains behind the scenes, and then you got talented thumbs on the sticks that make things like this happen at your Scuff Play of the Game. A 6-0 search and destroy.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Talking about this, Dan, these guys, 4-0 on Dealership Search and Destroy Online. You guys decide to leave it in the series. Can you talk me through the decision to allow that and how this was such a thunderous 6-0?
Since it was so strong for them, we were pretty confident that it was going to be their map pick. So we did our prep, did a lot of VOD review, and then just did our game plan mid-game.
Low-key chess over checkers, dude. You guys said we knew they were going to pick it. We're going to go watch all the VOD that we can.
Of course. You always got to be prepared, you know what I mean?
So now after this match, you guys got a date with Surge. We know that that's been a good matchup for you guys in the past at times. What do you expect going into that series?
An absolute bang out, just like it was the last time we played him. I know online the map count didn't seem close, but the maps themselves were close. Yeah. The minor final, they were close. So we're expecting a bang out here.
Sounds good.
Dan, you guys are done for the night, but before I let you go enjoy some beachside dinner, Have you ever been to a DreamHack before?
I actually have not.
Are you excited to be in a grand finals of DreamHack? Because you may be in back-to-back grand finals if you keep it rolling here. And then, of course, when we go back to Dallas, Texas, DreamHack involving games across the board. Allie, we're all fired up for this one.
Absolutely fired up. I think it's the perfect event for Dan to cosplay as a Hill Kid. I think absolutely ears on stage. It's going to be a banger across the board. Even if you're not that big into COD, you can go and see a bunch of other games too.
And, you know, we talk about people cosplaying at the event. If you had to cosplay as one other CDL pro, who would it be?
Honestly, probably Scrapper Fellow, because I already got the neck length there. So
that is true. So what do we got to do to become Scrap? Just get some glasses.
Yeah, get some glasses. Make sure you got the diamond earrings. You got to be blinged
Absolutely.
out.
If you got some Photoshop skills, I would like to see a sample before we get to Dallas. Reminder, get your tickets right now. We got to go to a break. When we come back, Dan is going to be barbecuing, and so are these guys. Toronto on fire with Mercules taking on Anthony's favorite team in the Boston Breach.
Pick Dan. Who is it? Who wins it?
Breach?
I think Toronto.
Toronto.
It'll be a gritty one, though.
Baby. Good job. Let's go.
Let's go, boys!
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself.
Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?
I've got you.
The 2025 Toronto Ultra Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm to bless your aim with the powers of tilt. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
I was wide awake and laughing. The doctor didn't even have to slap me. Cut the cord 10 years later, I'm a prodigy. Got more letters on my name than the Ivy League. Now I'm an MVP, CEO, VIP. All the youngest want to be like me. Cause I walk like a champion. Double helix, Swiss pedigree. Call me Red One, everybody got for me. Fame monster, sand squat posture. Big footsteps to follow, so use caution. Never duplicated, imitated so often. Feast on opposition, that's why I stay flossing. If you want the noise, I can bring it.
Sometime you got to do it in front of the parents, and Purge is looking to make his family proud with a performance like day one. But so far, Boston riding a short struggle bus. Now they face off against Toronto. That is surprisingly still very much a contester. We are full of plants. The vegetation is growing, and so are our beards. We have Miles, the Ross boss, here on the set. How you doing?
I'm doing really great. Well, I just had one of the fastest series of my entire career. It was ripped by me, and now I find myself here on the beach.
Can you hold this one too?
Sure can, brother.
Here, we can put it in the shirt. That in the shirt a little bit.
I mean, he's camouflaged like he's actually in.
Yeah, back over to
He's
Ali,
in
and because we got a match to talk about here, Al. It's an eliminator.
I love it.
It is an eliminator, and you know what? From the side of Boston Breach, like they come off of a tough left to Surge, but they don't look terrible right now. It's just Snoopy had a bad start, right? And I feel like they kind of live and die by this player. And he started heating near the end of things. It's just like when you start a map that slow versus a top 4 team, like it's going to be next to impossible to force yourself back into it. But they get another life here, but it doesn't get any easier from this because now you're going up against a team in Toronto Ultra that matches you very well when it comes to setting pace and respawn.
Yeah, and this is a team that bopped you out of the last tournament. You know, a situation where you lost some winners, go down to losers, you run into the Toronto Ultra, 3-0 smoke, kicked out of the tournament, right? So exact same situation where you lost the Surge and now you have to play Toronto. The difference is is this is Toronto with a fill-in. Purge is going to need to have a better series. Ali just touched on it. The SMG duo, sometimes you live or die by it. And with the maps that we have, Vault and Skyline, those guys have to be the factor that gets you that win.
Ali, can I borrow that real quick?
Yeah, all you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It's not Purge, it's Mr. First Class. If you've seen the Twitter feed, the man flies
We got
nothing
two
but
more.
on Delta. Can I have those ones too?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
One
talk
more,
a little
one
bit
more, I
about
mean, my
Purge's
bad.
competition.
We're running out of
though,
real estate
today.
very quickly, guys. We're running out of real estate.
You're not.
So
Here we
You're
are.
not.
I think we got some room up
Yep,
here.
right here. Right.
Yeah, we got Toronto Ultra playing with Mercules, who's showing his might.
I think the greatest thing about Toronto Ultra right now is they are playing with one of my favorite F words of all time, and that is fun. They are having a good time. They're laughing. They're enjoying themselves. They're smiling up there, man, and they're playing with nothing to lose, right? Beans isn't here. This doesn't necessarily affect the team's legacy too much. It does help them in their run because it's a run. This is an unbelievable performance right now. Mercules is out there having the time of his life. I mean, bless my soul, Merc's on a roll. He's doing the greatest for himself right now for his career, and he's getting the team points.
Like, he's been actually frying. Like, he secured himself a starting spot.
Right. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Without question, regardless of what happens in this match, like, Mercules is a CDO pro.
He sure looks like one.
It should be after this tournament.
Absolutely.
I mean, he is right now. He's on stage.
He's going to be playing here very shortly, and we're very excited about it. We got our maps and modes coming our way here as we're peacocking on the set, Ali. Get used to it. 5 games. How many do we get to here? As you take a look at the bracket, it's been no game 5s. I see 3-0s, I see 3-1s.
Listen.
No one wants to play that decider, search, and destroy.
Ultra's got to make it easier on themselves, dude. They got to start going for these elimination bracket insanity runs. But again, they're honestly liking this matchup. They have the edge on this. They're 2-1 versus Boston Breach over the season right now, but their last matchup wasn't great for the side of Toronto Ultra. Gonna need a lot more out of Insight. He had a .56 in that lineup, and now you look at the maps and modes. I mean, you're asking for a banger map 1.
These are the same exact maps that Boston just played. The same first 4 maps.
And
right?
the same 3 that they played last time they matched up.
Look at it. They have so many reps across these ones. And anybody who's been following CDL since the last major, you saw Purge had a double team kill streak that threw them that Skyline versus Toronto last time.
Ooh.
Right? So they know that they could have started off up 1-0. And this is a situation, I just said it. They played Surge and lost and got bopped by Toronto. You cannot let history come full circle like that once again. You got to get this win if you're
We're
Boston.
all professionals here. Let's take a look at our Scuff Pick'ems. It's a sponsored segment where Miles, the Ross boss, discloses his winner first.
No hiding about this one. I think right now Toronto Ultra fine form. They're having a really good time. They're having a lot of fun. I think they take this series.
Don't get lost in the thickness. I'm going with Toronto Ultra as well. Ali?
Listen, I love the pick of Skyline. Like, even though you almost got bopped last time these two teams matched up on it, he's just 250 to 113. I just saw Joe and Merc take over, though. So I'm going to go with Toronto.
You know what?
Ultra.
Can I switch my pick?
No way.
No.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Actually,
I want Boston. I just saw Purge J on that screen. I saw Ant feeling a little bit defeated before this match even started. I'll ride with you.
Wait, I'm picking Toronto.
Are you?
Yes, Mercules is disgusting.
I'm riding alone. Screw it. Guy Blaze, let's get it going.
If Boston win, I swear.
All right, folks, let's get this elimination matchup started today. Halfway through, still a lot of action to come, and we got to send home yet another team. So let's bring out the squads right now. Everybody get ready to make some noise for the Boston Breach. Purge, Cammy, Awakening, and Snoopy. Boston looking to bounce back, and they're ready to do it.
Boston need a couple signature wins to get over the mediocrity that they've had all year. They have to beat this Toronto Ultra team, or it'll be the exact same result that they had at the last major. You need the subs to turn up in this match. I'm looking at Snoopy. This guy has been developing over the years, and it's finally his time to take over. This will be a huge match up against 2 of the best subs in the league.
The boys in green looking locked in and Boston strong, but now it's time to bring out the Kings of the North. Rocking that purple, make some noise for the Toronto Ultra! Mercules, Joe Deceased, Insight, and Kleenex. The vibes are high for Toronto, and they're ready to go plus Ultra and level up again.
Listen, the whole vibe with the Toronto Ultra right now is why not? Why not have a fill-in? Why not get sent down to elimination bracket and win 3 matches in a row? We've seen them do it before. We've seen them go perfect in elimination bracket, and there's no reason for them not to do it now. Not to mention, looking for a little bit of a revenge here versus the Boston Breach after that last qualifier loss. Toronto Ultra, there is no reason they shouldn't make their way to Sunday right now, especially with the way that Mercules has been playing. We're in for a banger, guy.
I agree. Why not? Why can it not be them? Well, why can it not be the Boston Breach? We got 2 underdogs on the stage ready to make it to Sunday. So without further ado, casters, take us away.
Thank you, Blaze. Boston looking for a bounce back, trying to avoid the exact same storyline that they had for Major 2. Ultra looking to put together what has so far been a very clean run through this lower bracket, though.
It's been a beautiful Cinderella story. You come in without your full roster. Beans is probably at home with his pom-poms out. Keep on going, young man, because Mercules is looking like Hercules so far throughout this entire weekend. He's been leading the team in the slaying, especially with that AR. Switches up the pacing, and if you're Boston, this is going to be a tough matchup, man. Because the last time, this is the squad that sent you home at Major 2. You don't want that to be the same case here.
Yeah, Mercules looking like Hercules. He'll be there someday. He can go the distance. Shout out, catch that reference. Jay, Disney?
No,
God, you have a young daughter. You should at least know Hercules.
We're not watching Hercules yet. We got Bluey and stuff like that, bro.
Fine. That's fair. I don't have any Bluey references for you. But the thing about it is, Mercules has been undeniable, which is, again, kind of resurged this storyline about Toronto through the qualifier. A lot of people looking at this squad as possibly being a favorite to get to a grand finals, if not maybe win it based on the form that they were in. You have questions about, can Mercules fill the shoes of Beans? He's done maybe more than that in a lot of ways, as this Ultra team has really polished themselves up, especially in the hard point. Rotation-wise, they have been great.
Oh yeah, he's exceeding all expectations. When you are on 48 hours of notice, you're flying all the way across the world to play with the players that you probably have never played with, never thought you would find yourself in this kind of situation, and you're making the most of it. He is looking like, when we jump into listenings, the confidence is there.
Oh, yeah.
He's very, very humble in his approach on his game, and he's still very, very young, so he's got a long career ahead of him.
Taking a look at just some of the overarching story points about this hardpoint. Again, the biggest thing about this for Toronto, they have been one of the best teams in hardpoint this stage, but the average differential, winning by about half a point, has been great. They also open up their series at a very strong point. So for Boston, again, just trying to reset the mental. Try to find a signature win against one of the top teams in the league. And even though Ultra are coming in, I won't say limping, but just with a different identity, it would still be a marquee win for Boston to find a way to get themselves into a championship Sunday. But it's Skyline, it's Toronto Ultra and the Boston Breach.
Not ready.
And let's not get it on. We're going to wait.
Not ready yet. There's a little bit more time to talk about this map. Number one, obviously both teams played it today. Ultra in their series versus Rocker beat the hell out of them. They did not allow Minnesota to get even close towards the money hills, especially at the P2. And in Boston, in their most previous series versus Vancouver, they got ran over on this map. So you have to be prepared, if you are Boston, to obviously slay but dominate those power spots, because if you're not finding breaks, you're not going to have a good time.
And I think just in particular, kind of going back and reflecting on the Toronto series, that man on your screen, Joe Deceives, was unkillable in a lot of critical moments where he's the last one standing. If you're Boston, you cannot allow someone to go missing, someone just to stay alive for all too long, because this is what's on the line. You're just reflecting over the bracket. Again, Vancouver going up against LA in the winners bracket final tomorrow, that should be electric. Because they have, again, like you kind of heard from Rambo Ray when he was making his guest debut on the desk, they want these. They want to get a win versus them. It's the one team in their way. Everyone else at the bottom side of the bracket looking to try to just get to a Sunday, get more points into the playoff run.
Yeah, Atlanta Faye start off slow versus Vancouver. Obviously, they're looking at the final form here at Major 3, but they make up for it with 2 clean 3-0s. Through the loose bracket, they have a matchup next versus Miami Heretics. But Ultra, they fall short versus Miami to start that one off. Obviously, a roster change or just not having your full roster is going to come into play. But so far, they have taken care of business like they did in Major 2 throughout that losers bracket side. And now they're in the same exact situation. You beat Boston Breach, you're already to Championship Sunday.
Absolutely. Both of these two teams that came out of our winners round 2 matches looking to find a way to just get themselves into the mix. Critical points still on the line for playoffs. Lots of money on the line in terms of how the season has gone. But trying to, I think most importantly, put yourself in a position to carry some favor towards maybe a finals or playoffs appearance. And I think the big stage here for Boston is, again, dealing with this guy, because he has been so hard to find, so hard to kill.
It looks like this time we're gonna be good to go here, friends. So let's turn it up here, Boca Raton. We've got Toronto Ultra, we've got Boston Breach, still on the Skyline hardpoint for the second time. Let's get it on.
And if you're Boston Breach, you gotta come out of the gates hot. Whenever they play on Saturdays and they lose their first match, they usually just get ran over in their second one. Toronto Ultra on the other side, already coming off of a really good win. They start with 3 kills in the feed. They don't have the preferred shots they want, but now you're just soaking up time as much as you can.
And I love this from Toronto, just not overextending, just playing over towards Jim, staying away from top catwalk, giving yourself a spot to still fight over the P1 time at worst. Boston coming off their second set of spawns, though, looking decent to clear off the middle of the map. Still, though, cannot find Joe Deceives inside the hard point. He's off the regen. Members in front of him from Boston, but help from Kleenex gets him 2, and then Joe over the top of the hot tub finds the 3rd to get Toronto comfortable inside the hill.
Yeah, the ARs had no success on those initial gunfights, so the SMGs hit a long route, and unfortunately that route is going to come back to bite them because now the spawns flip. Ultra can be basically perfect here at the P1. Someone's got to slip on through. Purge trying to hit the underground route. Can potentially win the one-on-one. He's able to find it, but now you just got to finesse a little bit longer.
Yeah, Mercury's playing around the back, trying to catch Purge off guard. Not
Big
quite
time.
able to. Huge double from Purge. Awakening following up, and it's just down to Insight, who's instantly traded, but still a spawn in. Kleenex could potentially make this messy, and Boston are going to be late on the read as they see that number 5 in Purge is all the way out. You got to win these gunfights. Awakening trying to spam things down, but it's Merc, it's Joe. They're able to break, and Toronto right back in.
Yeah, that's too sloppy right there if you're Boston. You find every single kill, and you're thinking, okay, we can already create an extra layer, but Snoopy sitting in towards bottom bedroom allows these close spawns still for Ultra to be in towards the back end, so already making a mistake there is Breach, and now they are paying for it because Ultra are still getting these close spawns. They still soak up a majority of the time, but at least Boston now have the numbers for this final 15.
Now Joe will be taken down, kills enough time for Insight to keep the hardpoint neutral and find a follow-up. So again, the scrap time battle continues to look decent. Semtex comes through, but Snoopy survives through it. So a little bit of time there for Boston, but now we look over towards Kitchen, and a first blood goes the way of Joe, plus a second and damage onto Awakening. Oh, fiery start for Toronto once again.
Yeah, we already ran the rotation. You're Boston, now you're playing catch up. You need to win a situation, and thankfully Snoopy's just gonna fly through the front door to find a double. But still, you don't have the numbers. Ultra have the close spawns. The ARs locking down the middle of the map. Another 3 in the feed.
Oh,
Boston got to take their time on this break.
And that's just another moment just to kind of individually focus on one particular player. Snoopy in their last series had a couple of moments like that where he gets 2 and then he forces the 3rd.
Yeah.
Your teammates are right behind you. Just value your life, because then all of a sudden he drops, the rest of his team falls behind him. And this is what happens. Toronto gets into a position of control, and now they've got you completely pushed away, not just from P3, but also over towards 4.
Yeah, there's only 20 seconds left, so you're not going to try to contest this. You want to think about that rotation over towards New. You need to take some mid-map presence. You have already top plat, but Ultra are fully set up off the rotation. They know where those kills are going to go down. They win the first gunfight, which is the most important. Now they can fully set up for the next wave.
Mercury's going to hold over towards top bedroom. Also has to be responsible for the OE. Rest of his teammates trying to come back into the play from the front. Staggered spawns, but a couple of kills come the way of Ultra. Now they can take all their focus in towards the hill itself. Unsure if there are any Boston members still floating around the outside, but Mercules gets the call, gets the commitment, and with that, Ultra get the break.
And I love the patience right there out of the rookie.
Agreed.
Like, you just take your time. You know that, all right, we're losing gunfights in towards the hard point, but if I'm in this position, and as long as we hold down the push through the kitchen, they're never going to be able to influence that spawn again for Boston to have the numbers. So just blocking it, allowing the teammates to set up the pinch, making this hill look basically perfect.
Yeah.
There's only 1 kill that goes down, and Awakening gets nothing from it.
Yeah, and Mercules 7 in a row, already has a Hellstorm. You're looking at about a 100-point game, and Mercules is just getting it done with both weapons. Again, he is just really showing up, and showing off for that matter. 130 to 37. It's anything but a game right now, as Toronto are very comfortable.
Yeah, Boston just making a lot of mistakes there in that first set. Now you're down by 100. Forced to try to catch on up. Make them somewhat of a game, but Ultra now with the Hellstorm invested, hit all the comms, instantly put themselves in a position to have all the power spots, and now just soak up time.
Yeah, and our ops team is just doing exactly what Mercules wants. Just build me a highlight reel. Just let me just go on this long streak. Maybe end up in the CDL top 5 plays of the weekend if you can put this to double digits. And yep, not done yet. Not done yet! And we get help from Joe Deceives over the top. Purge in a little bit of a trouble spot, and that's enough for JD to once again come up with the double. And it's just, it's embarrassing right now for Boston.
Yeah, it's looking sloppy, man. A lot of mistakes so far. Only allows them to have 47 points, but this is a moment where they can start to stabilize. Awakening is able to allow his teammates to spawn right next to him while popping that double kill. But Ultra now have a hefty lead. They can take their time on this break attempt here towards P2.
Hercules just right back into it, 15-7. Long-range shots on the Cammy. My God. I mean, come on. I don't know how this guy slipped the radar for so long, but he's showing up and putting everyone on notice that, you know, you can say what you want about challengers not being enough talent down there. Hercules says, bet.
Just keep on showing why. And now Ultra still fully set up here at the Money Hill in P2, awakening the last man standing. Clean for dead. You breach the 200-point mark, and now Boston really don't have any opportunity to do anything else.
No.
We got to find the fastest route to the damn hill.
This might be the biggest differential in hardpoint score on the year right now. I think the one that currently owns it is the LA Thieves Carolina matchup from Major 1, but Toronto is making a statement. And for Boston, it's roll over and die in map number 1, which is not how you wanted to start this series.
And you can just tell, like, right off the initial P2, like, you won the gunfights. You had the spawns that you want, but just doing an extra step. Instead of step number 1, you allow the spawns to get a little bit mixy, and Ultra are able to capitalize on it. Now Boston win the rotation over towards P3. Already lose the initial gunfight. You're finding trades around that mid-map area to still give yourself a chance. But Joe finds a double. Now here comes Toronto.
24-13 for Joe Deceives the minute 23. He is literally just triple doubling through all these hardpoint lobbies. He has been unbelievable. Insight follows up with another, leaving Joe to kind of just work on this pinch through mid. Nice shots on the perch. Follow up is there. Joe Deceives. Nothing about this gives you any intention that he's not a top SMG in the game. Snoopy able to provide a double to keep Boston going, but they're limping at this point.
Yeah, realistically now, if you're Boston Breach, you're just trying to fight and show some momentum, potentially to go into this map number 2, because this deficit might be too much to overcome, especially when Ultra have the lead that they do. They can still fight all the jump time that they want. A clean 4 dead. 10 seconds remaining here. Boston Breach now have to think about that rotation, but you're already late to the party.
Yeah, think about the rotation's one thing, doing it is another. As Insight, backside tub, takes care of Purge, hardpoint opens. Joe Deceives in a little bit of trouble, or is he? He still gets one, and now you just got to find Cammy as the last elimination. Klinex deals with it, and that just may be game right there. Purge gonna try to take a peek inside the hard point, but nothing, man. Absolute perfection from Toronto Ultra. Smackdown in map number 1.
Oh my God. It's crazy how, like, a roster that doesn't come in with their full roster can come out and look like they've been playing for months together. It's just so in sync. The system that they have over there in the Ultra Print is absolute perfection. When you talk about the teamwork aspect, you're dominating off the rotations. When you need to find a break, you made it look easy every single time. And your setups were beautiful again on a map like Skyline. It was their best as an organization.
Yeah.
Like their best hardpoint game without question, but you're at a more consistent player, a more aggressive player, Mercules, who can go between ARs and SMGs. They're just having so much fun right now on Skyline.
22-15 for Mercules, 20 non-traded. Mercy. Joe Deceives 29-16, just continuing to stat pad his hardpoint KD throughout this major to the point. And again, like you talk about, and I just want everyone to really listen into this, because yes, Mercules is playing lights out, and individually, he has what it takes to play at this level. Clearly, that's been the case. But there's also the idea around the fact that Toronto Ultra have built a protocol, built a system that is plug and play. Yep. We talked about this a lot, and for all of you super nerds that watch Challengers with us, we said the same thing about Mint Brooklyn. 2 players would retain from roster to roster. You plug someone in, the team still dominates. We're seeing that happen here, but at the highest level. And I think that's not just credit to Mercules being great as a rookie, but also the system that Toronto has already put together.
Yeah, realistically, he went to the same exact situation with Omen Brooks. Correct. Because there were people who already got called up back to the big league. So, all right, Dylan Rex was my teammate before. Okay, let me switch that up. Now I got to add Prolin into the mix. But still, he's able to prevail in those situations. When you think that, okay, we're not going to stand a chance. This is a new roster. We don't really have a lot of practice. No, the guy's a gap filler. He is a system player. And when you're a system player, you can fit in wherever they have a good one going. And Ultra definitely showing why they have always been consistent in the CDL. They dominate in map number 1. Now we're going into a search and destroy, where as a roster, this is going to be the moment where they need to show what it's like to have not your full team here. But the good thing for them is that they already tested it. They got ran by Miami. Let's run it back on dealership.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those moments that, again, day number 1, there is a little bit of like, we just got to get our feet planted. Like, let's just make sure we're good, we're vibing. And well, I think the thing about it was the vibes portion of it was big. I think when we first talked to Mercules after their win in the lower bracket round 1, you know, Blaze had asked Mercules the question, what is it like playing next to Joe Deceives? It's like, you look over at that guy, he's hyping you up, he's giving you vibes, he's giving you smiles. It does get you comfortable. And I think that's the biggest thing when you add somebody new to the mix that has never played at this level before, really hasn't even played with people at this level before. Get him comfortable. And it looks like Mercules has been more than that, at least today.
I feel like Toronto's like the perfect team for that as well.
Agreed.
Because when you jump into a listen and everyone's just calm, cool, and collected, they're like, okay, let's just take care of business. Kleenex is a perfect fit. Joe Deceives got the guy feeling like, all right, this is my best friend. And remember, Joe's like right there with him in age, but he's like his big bro so far on the stage. And he's got to be feeling so good just looking at his screen.
He's like a proud father right now.
He's like, wow, we found the perfect guy.
Is there like a, I'm just going to throw this. This is a waffle, so go with me. Is there a level of like Beans watching this song be like, I kind of want Mercules to start playing a little bit worse? Like,
nah, not really. Because Merc is such a young rookie that, you know, he's just opening doors for himself. Beans knows, I'm an established player for Toronto Ultra. Unfortunately, situations happen. I couldn't make it out to Major 3. And realistically, like I said, before the series started, I just got my pom-poms out. How deep can they go with the young rook?
Well, here's taking a look at the search and destroy results at the major so far. Mercules, really to be fair, that opening duel win percentage is deceiving because he's not really in many. That may be just a couple of first bloods here or there, but most importantly, the KD's been great. The average damage per round has been great, which is not a stat we talk about often, but as a support AR on a lot of these search and destroy hits, he's getting a lot of assists and opening up space for his SMGs to find easy kills.
Oh yeah, he's doing his thing, but on the opposite side, Giga, please spawn in right here. Because a 1.5 in search and destroy, 100% in your opening duels. You're going to need it to be effective here on this dealership because you just got ran as well by Vancouver. You can only find success on 2 defensive rounds. Offenses need to have more strategies or at least create extra layers where people realistically aren't scamming. Like if you're going to push towards A, you get somewhat of those cars control. You just got to buy your life until that objective gets down.
It's just so bizarre, I think, after watching Toronto get handled by Miami on this map and how Miami were able to find success. It was getting through the site, scaling deep, and then Thieves just shut that all down. So you go, whoa, okay, maybe there's a level of that. Whereas on the other side, Boston, like you said, a couple of lucky rounds against Vancouver is what I would call it, with the first blood onto Abusa and a Ninja defuse. But outside of that, not much to speak of for either of these two teams. So feels like a square-up map here and one that is necessary for Boston.
Yeah, and Ultra last go around versus Miami didn't get a single first blood and a 6-1 loss. So let's try to turn that around here. And they're already potentially going to catch them off guard. Snoopy's thinking the rotation to B is going to be free, but 2 players from Toronto, there to contest them. You're making it 2v2.
And trades are decent, and Joe's going to be held at mid a little bit, but Purge tries to hunt him down, tries to teamwork this. And that's just not going to be a play that finds any success. And honestly, Boston kind of put themselves in the middle of a blunder.
Yeah, it's just tough. Like, if you don't commit immediately over towards A, obviously in round number 1, you have no trophy systems to work with. They were just trying to probably bait out the taxes on that side of the map. And then when you're trying to hit that rotation, players already taking space through the courtyard. Ultra get active through the middle of the map to strike for the first blood, effective on the trades to make it a 2v2. And then Joe Deceives just in the right position. Ready for a trade, finds one, gets the info on the other, and sets up Mercules to call out the round.
Now, one of the questions we asked about Toronto when we watched them play this map was who would be the island AR for their defense? That round, it's just no one. We're just going to all run at you. So that could be something we see come through in the future. Mercules is going to play by himself on the B side of the map. The rest of Ultra feeling things out at A. And it's just Cammy trying to read contact info. He's not trying to find a battle. He just wants to see if he can get any info, and he's seen enough to move the defense over.
That trophy is going to be in a very difficult spot. Because if you can spot that and shoot that out, then you can invest your attacks, but you're just trying to back them down if you're Ultra. Allow this opening for the player on the pinch in Mercules to take a lot of space at B.
And he's got a sub, too. So now you've got that scaled deep player. Garage door opens, he hears all of that. Or he's just waiting for the rest of the team to come back through. Snoopy still able to find the trade, 2v2. Joe trying to move a little bit further forward. Meanwhile, Insight seeing if he can catch anything over towards mid. Timing is good for 1, but not the second. We got a 1v1.
Another 1v1. Snoopy v. Joe Deceives. Gonna be able to spot him. Joe's gonna come in on the gunfight. Back and forth we go. SMG battle with Mixie, and Snoopy is able to come out on top. Boston tied the game.
I love that commitment from Snoopy. Just do not sit in that top office position. Force that gunfight to happen on your terms, even though a couple of tags have come into you. Love that call.
And you know what catches them off guard right there is Mercury's position. You hear the garage door open. Someone fully commits on the side of Boston Breach. And if you are the rest of Toronto, you're thinking, okay, there's nowhere they're going to come through Shaq. Like, Merc is pushed out on that angle. But you slip right by him, find that kill, make it Mixie in that moment, and then once you turn it into a 1v1, Snoopy just had to jump on Joe. So able to tie the game. Trophy systems now on both ends. Boston, a little bit more commitment now on their push.
Yeah, looking to just hit over towards small. Stuns nades quickly over. Mercury's the one playing deep side over towards back of A. Joe and Kleenex feeling things out at middle. Haven't seen anything yet. Trophy down late for Boston. And Joe just gets caught trying to run through the garage door.
Bombs getting planted. You have the numbers advantage. Purge still going to hold this aggressive angle for anyone sliding on out. But Cammy with the AR is able to take down Merge. 4v2. Don't let this one slip.
No, and inside dropping means that this post plant is very dynamic. A couple of players through the site. A couple of players on the backside for the clutch. And Purge has seen Kleenex. Lots of damage tallied, but no kill. And with only 20 seconds remaining, it looks like Kleenex may run out of time for this play. And Purge will make sure of that, Boston. Couple in a row now.
Boston take advantage of what's given to them. Okay, no one's getting aggressive over towards car. We got trophy systems this time, and our SMGs are in really good positions to take space away. I don't know if it was Joe Deceives who shot the garage door open, or someone from Boston did, but he just walks right into the preamble Purge for the first blood. And once Cammy finds that second and the bomb is down, just an easy round there for Boston to secure it.
First blood's reflecting the score on the scoreboard. Boston with 2, Ultra with 1. Toronto, trophy system on the corner. Boston, 4-man hit through mid and B. And it's going to be on the inside to get a read on this while the bomb gets planted.
Bomb's going to get planted, and Inside's also able to get one and almost get on now. At least stall out time for his teammates to get back into the play. 4v2, instant 2v2. What a nade there from Snoopy.
But the bomb does get planted. Kleenex gets a read that there is pressure through mid. Deep slide for Snoopy. Looked weird on our perspective. He broke the game. Now he's on 3 in a row. Question marks to where Insight has gone on this post plant. Is he in enough of a spot to get both? First one's clean, but not the second. Snoopy clutches up again.
And that's an ace right there from the young rook. Snoop just went crazy. The nade over the top. Able to land right next to a car bomb, find the opening, double, find the isolation onto Kleenex, and do not let him get out your sights. And then just in the right position to find that trade onto Insight. That looked to be an easy round there for Ultra.
Yeah.
But Snoopy just said, no, that's mine.
Yep. Exploding cars 101, right? Yeah. That is a lot of it, because the first blood from Insight, the follow-up from Kleenex, you're an immediate 4v2 with the bomb being planted. If you're Toronto, you're like, all right, we're chilling. Nope. 18 bombs go off around that A site.
Boston back on the attack. Switch up the pace tremendously. Trophy goes down in the middle of the map. You take mid away from them, and now your options are everywhere.
That trophy does get exploded, though. So some of these late nades are landing. Snoopy tagged heavily. But like you mentioned, middle of the map, owned by Boston, and Ultra have to be wary of this. I mean, Joe and Kleenex have to watch this cross nade to make sure no one pushes through their garage.
Realistically, now you're just playing for a retake.
Yep.
Ultra. The bomb is going to get planted over towards B, but Insight finds the angle. Now you have the numbers if you are Ultra. Let's just retake it together, play the trades.
Yeah. The thing about this is Purge has gotten in towards Shaq. This is a good spot to still be able to successfully find a 3v4. Bomb should safely be planted. Ultra have to re-clear mid, and they're going to send Mercules to help out for that mission. Cammy, does he see enough? Sees the top of one. I don't know about double stacking here. They're trying to push through, thinking if Ultra's going to retake through mid, we can just push over, but I don't like that call at all. And they're going to get punished for it, leaving a big wake by himself. 1v4 does have the benefit of the clock in a post-plant position, but I get it. Like, you see that Ultra reclaiming mid, you want to try to get through the A site, but I just don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, Cammy just thought that they had the advantage on that side.
Yeah.
Like, you spot them, at least a couple players through the middle of the map, so let's just try to play our numbers on an opposite side. Force them to waste a lot of time to locate someone around that mid-map area, but when they make that decision, everybody from Toronto just wraps on back.
Yeah.
They play their numbers to perfection. They're able to isolate in the 3v2 over towards the side. Shaq take care of both of them. And then Awakening left in the 1v4 stands no chance. Ultra able to stop the bleeding, secure their second round. Back to the attack they go with Kleenex that time, finding 3.
Yeah. Defensively, Boston, again, they've been playing a very good, restrictive defense. Losing out the initial first 2 bloods in the last round still didn't make a difference. So what do you call here? 3 defenders quickly. Owning arches at B for Boston. Cammy, the only one over towards the A site, but he's playing forward with a trophy system at his feet.
Yeah, he gained the info. This is where the player's going to come on in. Let's invest in RC car, and that might come back to bite him, because realistically, you need all them car bombs to blow up if you want to have a successful chance at a retake. But now you can take your time if you're Ultra. Everything's already invested. We can sneak our way up for the objective.
Yeah, but Boston, this is exactly the right call for Ultra. They're going to get a read that Boston want to contest this site. They don't want to let the bomb get down at all. Maybe somewhat because all those car bombs are gone. So they will clear out A. Now the re-wrap back. Mercules has slipped through just a touch, but has to hope he still finds timing. This is not a guaranteed 1-for-1 spot.
Yeah, Snoopy is right next to him. Give it a spot purge. The jump over is going to give him the first blood. So now if you're Ultra,
you can re-wrap.
30 seconds left. Yeah, re-wrap it.
Yep. You've got mid-map essentially dominated. Boston is not going to be able to use that as a linchpin to reach over towards A. Cammy, a couple of tags.
20
and actually,
seconds.
Purge has cleared out mid, but Ultra continued to go back and forth, little tug of war, and they're going to find a wide open B site.
Oh, man, back and forth. I'm going to go here. Nope, I'm going there. No, you think I'm going there. No, I'm actually going to be at the other site. Now Ultra get the bomb planted. Awakening is going to fall. Purge, now your turn for a 1v4.
First one's clean. Second one may still make itself available.
Shots.
Now to the 1v2. Still plenty of time for him to get the reset. Just comes down to this next battle. It's going to have to be likely at range. I imagine someone called out that you just saw, Joe. But JD's out of there. AR picked up. Clean opening shots, but inside on the opposite angle. Makes safe the post plant. And Ultra tie us up at 3.
Yeah, that's just an impossible round to try to win there if you're Boston. First blood goes in favor of Mercules, who's able to slip through the middle of the map onto Snoopy. And then, okay, we're knowing that the play was going to go over towards A. Cammy gives the info. They're trying to fight it because that's your best chance. With one player committing on the bomb plant is 3 guns versus 3 guns. But just too much time left. Realistically, not that much time, but Ultra just with the perfect game plan. I'm going to show face here. No, I'm actually going here. All right, we got another kill. No, I'm going right back. So, perfect game plan there for Ultra to start a game.
And that's just good awareness, knowing what your numbers provide in terms of advantage.
Exactly.
Like, Boston can't keep challenging mid on you. So tied at 3, Mercules, again, the sole defender over towards A. Trophy system to keep him safe from incoming nades. Last time they did this, Joe overpeaked through garage door. This time, no such contact. But Toronto are way back at this site. This retake's going to take a minute.
Oh, but the RC car is going to have Purge weak, so he can't commit on an angle that he once wanted. Now this is where you can take some space if you're Ultra. They strike for the first blood.
Snoopy still tucked, though. Trophy system getting some work done for Boston's post plant. Nice opening shots from Snoopy. One more in front of him. The chow comes through, but Insight denies it. Awakening for the trade. Trying to find one more in the corner. Big wake. He's got help. Insight able to turn this to a 1v1. Cammy on the backside of the corner. 12 seconds. Cammy has the clock. How do you play this if you're Insight? There's the shoulder, and Cammy saves the round. Advantage to Boston.
Yeah, that's his only play right there. Insight knows I can't play chase. I need to try to stick on the defuse, and thankfully Awakening was the deciding factor on that round. Find the first blood there if you're Ultra. The trade comes in from Snoopy. Now you have the man-up advantage, but Awakening finding a double makes it more manageable for the rest of his team to just play the game clock to perfection. Boston take the advantage.
Big round from Cam. Actually, that really is a big round from Snoopy right there to stay tucked, find one.
And Giga.
Next attack for Ultra. 4-man stack over towards the A corner. Trophy's down. Cammy playing forward once again. This is a read. Cammy's like, you can't fall here if you're Cammy. So he backs off. A lot of utility spent, though, for Toronto as cars explode all over the A site.
Still got nothing done, though, at this A side.
Oh.
Essentially trying to pull the setup from Ultra, but with a minute left still to work with. Still committed at A.
Think about the last time Ultra did this. Mercules was the island player towards B, and Boston are making sure they're committed to watching for that OE, but Mercules is not there. Instead, he's here helping out for this plant. So it's going to be a 4v4. Purge. Trying to get something done through vent, but shut down. Joe seems to follow up Cammy for one. Slips away. Does he get to look at a second? No, Ultra too quick. And we're tied again, this time at 4.
Yeah, they take their time on that round. Wait for all the attacks to get invested. Use all their attacks initially to force Cammy to reposition. And then once there are a couple nades and stuns getting invested, pinch is already being watched. You can plant the bomb on the front side of that site. Gives you a better angle, or doesn't really allow the nades to be effective there. Ultra perfect on their post plant, tie the game.
And it's just the conditioning that Ultra have built into the Boston mindset defensively, where we're always re-wrapping, re-hitting. We got a pinch. So this round, you just cut noise, create so much doubt. You get an advantage with your numbers. Boston, though, back on for the round 9 offense. Nades cooked. Hercules playing a different corner here. And he's got an SMG. Again, they're so focused on Boston on playing that back corner. They don't check the early one. Trade is out, but damage done, 3v3.
Yeah, it's a big first kill right there from Hercules to at least guarantee one before the trade comes in. So now Boston are going to have their head on a swivel. Gonna look for the right time to work this objective, and RC Car is going to get invested to just keep them away from this A-bomb for as long as they possibly can. But with 50 seconds to go, someone's got to recover the bomb event.
Yep. Purge will watch the vent. Cammy will work on the plant. If you're Ultra, how do you work this retake? RC comes out, Purge, tag, but still finds one. Unreal stuff from Purge. Now off the regen, looking for more, and it will get more. JD to the 1v2. This would be a 1v3 in all technicality. He knows where both players are, but this is just going to be a shoulder fest. Early tags to Cammy. Here's the double stack. He finds one, but not the second. That's brilliant from Purge at 25 HP to find 2.
That's insane out of Purge. That's not supposed to happen, especially with all the car bombs and everything that was invested. Simply shut them down at this A-star or make them a lot weaker on their post-blend setup. But Mr. Purge A, having a big moment there for Boston.
Yeah.
He's able to walk away with 2, and he's the only one who falls. You give your team the man advantage to close out the round. Boston at game point.
Yeah, you got a flak jacket courtesy of Balenciaga right there, soaking up all that damage.
Guys balling. First class, Balenciaga jacket, everything.
See if Toronto can get us to a round 11. 2-2 split. Different look here for Ultra. Haven't seen this before with no information early towards A. Kleenex and Hercules putting a lot of focus on the B point. Follow-up stun just to try to keep Boston interested. But once again, Cammy the Island defender is going to get a read that Toronto are still invested in A.
Yeah, and then instantly wrap it back. You already see Purge showing face through the garage door, and you know they're going to be into the play, and Cammy's able to strike for that first blood. Toronto got to slow it down.
Yeah, just can't though. I mean, Joe DeCede's shirt. He's your bomb carrier. And he was looking to play forward. Kleenex last one left alive. Shots to Snoopy decent, but it would have to be a 1v4. And here comes the rest of Breach. Stun will land, and they're just going to make sure there's no exit available for Kleenex.
Yeah, don't even give him an opportunity. He's just going to be trapped in the middle of the map, and Boston Breach able to come back. Tie the series up on the surge to destroy. Everyone had a big moment.
Yeah.
Purge opened up with double kills over towards A. Awakening doing the same thing over towards A. I think the difference of this map was literally the success at that site, because Toronto were only able to find 1 or 2 offenses. One offense went over with multiple rotations over towards the B site. The one time that they had A, they found multiple first kills. But Boston was just a lot more successful on their offensive approach.
Yep, I think there's a level of Ultra, I think what their idea is right. I think it's just like, think of a couple of rounds in particular, like that one that Hercules is in towards Shaq. He hears the garage. I imagine at least he hears the garage.
He better.
But I think the thing about it is, like, reflecting on how Hercules plays Church with Submit Brooklyn, he's like, I'm going to call this out behind me and trust my teammates are going to get this kill so I can still stay tucked. I just don't know if the rotation was fully there yet for Toronto to actually beat that player to the cross. So you talk about that round. You talk about a couple of 1v1s from Snoopy. Clutch, really all it is, because even the first blood battle, I believe, still lent towards Toronto Ultra's favor. So it does it gets you to the level set of, like, again, clutch moments from Breach in a couple of different ways.
And it's good to see, because Boston usually, if they lose their match on Saturday, they roll over and die in the second match. So showing some fight there in that Surge and Destroy potentially gives them some momentum going into the rest of this series. But the next 2 maps are absolute square-ups, and I can't wait for them.
We'll see. We'll head back to the desk for their thoughts before we jump back for the control.
1-1. That's right, my Boston Breach is very much fighting. Toronto Ultra, though, 100-point clubbing them in the hard point. Can we talk about my win first, Ant? Because I am now the only Awakening fan on the set.
Right now, you truly are.
Search and destroy.
You did pick them. The search and destroy was wonderful. I mean, Toronto had a couple of good rounds. Their offenses, you saw them like toying with them with the rat backs, and then you see Boston having to adjust in that final round. Just beautifully played, playing out of spawn, like not letting Toronto dictate the round. They exactly have to play that.
Let's take a look at some of the best moments from Game 2. It's search and destroy on dealership. It's explosive. It's fun. But how did it unwind?
I mean, look. There's no sign of life here for me for Boston getting a win here. I mean, the respawns have not been ideal, and that is not going to help you in the long run. But if you can squeak.
It was this. I mean, this was thunderous, Miles. Sorry to cut you off. He gets a two-piece nade over the top, jumps through, guns Phoenix, and then gets the ace. Like, as soon as that happens, you felt like a gear shift in Boston's brain. Like, they got 100-point club that map #1. And it was like, okay, we can even out this series, and it's no harm, no foul. Some big plays by Wake in that round to find 2, and then Purge finds another massive 2 on a later round on offense.
And I think I really appreciated the attacks up. Boston reached out the entirety of this dealership, just kind of forcing that showings towards A and forcing those bomb plants, I think really makes it uncomfortable for Toronto Ultra, because Boston's one of the few teams that will send a player up to get into your base post-plant. And then also just a lot of clutches from the side of Boston Breach. I mean, I think they the casters touched on it really well, of just like winning your ones, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they got some miracle two-piece on this map. You saw Giga's two-piece, like pushing the issue on their offensive rounds. Yeah, Boston, playing dealership, they look prepared. It's a different story from the last time we saw them.
Can I put forward a scary prospect right now? That, I mean, Toronto has been great. The honeymoon period has been electrifying. They've got this far. Now that they're facing a little bit of adversity, again, like 79 is the same.
Wait a minute.
Is there a little hole in the armor now? Is the chainmail just come undone a little bit?
There is, because you're talking about a Boston team now, I believe 7-0 in control, and even after getting cooked by Surge, like, you still won that control. We're going back to ball. So, I mean, you do have a unique opportunity here as we revisit map #1. Skyline, you look at this team, man.
Joe Deceive's playground.
Joe Deceive's just insane. Like, don't play them on this map.
What do you got for me, Rally Cat? Go ahead, talk bad about my Boston team.
It's a 6-4. I mean, do we forget what this map 1 looked like? This was absolute domination across the board. Merc goes on a 10 spree, guys. I mean, absolutely disgusting out of Toronto Ultra in this map #1. And we're talking about a Skyline that Boston like to play, right? Like, they forced it in the Vancouver Surge series. It hasn't been panning out, clearly, but they do like to play this map to try and get Snoopy and Purge warm earlier on into the series. And Toronto Ultra has been a solid control team. It's about 50-50 for them right now. It's obviously tough going against the Boston Breach, but I don't know. I think what they've pulled off so far is already insane.
They are a solid control team. That team up there is missing a key piece of what that team has done in control. It's still, for me, a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, Boston are headed in back-to-back their best maps, right? So
y'all can hate on my Boston team, but they have one guy at the helm. He goes by the name of Purge J, and this is how he handles adversity, Alley Cat.
How's he doing?
All right, listen, bro, it's all good, bro, but we got to lock the right now, bro. We're doing dumb-ass fucking literally dumb need to lock in right now, bro. We don't have a choice, bro. Right now, we need to lock in, bro. We're doing first P2, we literally just killed all 4 people, and we're nowhere near the hill. None of us, bro.
We just need to lock in, bro.
I mean, I love that, right? Because it's like, he knows what they're capable of, and he also played with authority in that game, too. I mean, you saw so many plays of him out there in the fire, like pushing up A Street, trying to make plays, and it's difficult, man. You got to back up, hide behind a car, and the timing is so small, the window of opportunity that you have, and multiple times him seizing that. So Purge, in his game and in the communication, like letting his team know, we still got this.
High dive, swan dive, Boston in 5. Back to you guys.
Oh, that was slick.
Fuck it. Doesn't happen often. When it does, it's special. It's like a lunar eclipse. Yeah, we got a really good one here because, again, the storyline almost writes itself. Boston have been flawless when it comes to control. Surprise, surprise. It's just not something that you would have figured based on how the season had gone for them. Just a light switch kind of gets flipped, and they're good to go. For Toronto, still trying to like work things out a little bit with Mercules, but they have gotten a lot of reps on Vault.
Yeah, every single series that they played so far this weekend has all been Vault. Thankfully, the last one was pretty dominant. Their defense, they were able to fill all the proper gaps, find every single trade, and just make the game a whole lot easier. But I was making sure. Obviously, I communicate with a bunch of the players. Purge knows how important this Vault control is. I said, you bring that Vault control the same way you did online. That's going to allow you to have a deeper run into some tournaments. So the biggest map in this series, without question, right here in map number 3. Boston, even though they got smoked in their last series versus Vancouver, this was a clean 3-0 with an insane offensive win, which just realistically they shouldn't have gotten.
Yeah.
But you gotta be prepared for the sling because Ultra are so good at just filling the gaps, being nuisances, and getting lost.
All right, let's see how it's going to be. It's going to be Boston on the opening attack. And eyes immediately in towards the A point. Battle over towards the right side hallway. Even exchange to this point. Snoopy trying to turn the tides. Pistol out, just trying to find whatever damage he can. But the rest of his teammates have cleaned things up, and Boston are on.
Yeah, already have the numbers advantage. Cammy's able to find a double. You locate the last player in Mercules. Not everybody else coming off the respawn. First segment already guaranteed. And they might be able to catch a couple more because Purge isn't letting them out of their spawn for free.
Nope, not at all. CleanX does slip over towards top catwalk, but the stack has allowed 2 ticks to already come through. Halfway through the third as well. But again, damage is here. Toronto want to get this a go. Can they get there in time? There's the full clean, and right before the third tick gets locked, Toronto get the recontest and a little bit of depletion.
And you already have Insight pushing over towards him. He loves it. That's his happy place. Just influence the spawns for them to always overdo poolside every single chance that you get. And Snoopy knowing, all right, my teammate spawned to my left. Someone's got to be in this position, but Insight able to find that kill. Teammate still slaying around the middle of the map. Next push already shut down on the side of Boston.
Great bounce back for Ultra. Again, manipulating spawns, finding advantages. That is a unreal gunfight. Purge only gets 1. Hercules putting pressure on the spawns. Cammy being tagged from multiple members, and it's a clean kill feed for Ultra. Cammy just trying to dance, but that's a dance with the devil. Leaving Awakening and the rest of the team to spawn towards Pool again.
They just keep on going towards Pool. Like they're not taking their time to wrap back through their spawn because realistically they don't have time to work with. Only 30 seconds to go. You thought 8 was going to be done and dusted, and now you can't leave your spawn. Down by 9 lives. Mercules just finesse a little bit longer because this has been dominant ever since that break off.
Yep, and he's going to get a read on everyone trying to hit over towards gold. One more underneath. Mercules, no, surprised by Cammy. Exit has been earned, but it's an 18v9. Right now, if you're Boston, you're just hoping and praying you can find one more tick of progress before you go to the defense.
And they might not have an opportunity to do so. Only pressure they have is over towards top cat, so you're going to drop down right into the preem of CleanX, but Purge on the pinch gives them an opportunity here. Wins this one-on-one, you flood through double doors. Third segment is going to be locked. Do Boston have another miracle in them?
It's not done yet. It's 15v7. Doesn't allow for many respawns to come through, but one clean break. Maybe you get it up a couple extra segments over towards B. That's what Boston are hoping for. Snoopy deals with the trade onto CleanX. Cammy thinking about working over towards Vault Stairs. The big question mark here, the big problem spot for Boston is how do you get Palms control? Because you cannot just allow Ultra to sit outside the zone. Well, that's exactly where they're pinned up at.
Yeah, you unfortunately also don't really have lives to work with, so no more respawn. Purge trying to work on the pinch to potentially at least secure one segment at this B point. Gonna come up behind one, but Cammy's already gonna fall. Purge, I'm not gonna lie, let's just pat stats a little bit.
Oh, he's gonna jump onto the zone, and Ultra will deal with him. But still, 3 ticks after what looked to be a pretty indomitable setup for the spawn trap is not bad news for Boston.
Now, without question, but they were probably thinking we should have gotten more off of that round.
Oh, for sure.
Like, you have a great break off. You guarantee the first 2 segments. The last push that Toronto had an opportunity to work their way back in towards A. They make it count and don't give you any breathing room after that. 3 segments to your name if you are Boston, but Toronto take the first round.
Very comfortably. Joe Deceives 10-6 in the round. Mercules 7-3. It's been consistent. I mean, this is next level debut. We'll talk more about that at the end of the major for sure, but this has been a next level debut for Merc. So Ultra on the offense, Boston have been really good defensively on this map in particular. A Mercules for first blood. Joe Deceives following it up, finds a second, and Snoopy gets traded. Ultra on the zone.
Oh, pick up. Big double right there. To give your teammates a chance now off the respawn to still contest it, not allow these segments to be guaranteed on the side of Ultra. Insight's gonna have his hands full. Let's just try to get lost, drop down in towards Vault, finesse a little bit more for your teammates to get back into play.
Yeah, CleanX is gonna get some success done over towards Catwalk. That allows an opportunity for the rest of Ultra to start.
Good finesse.
Yeah, getting over towards the top side, but Purge has done well to catch 2, leaving just a 1v1 for Awakening. Boston defensively on this map have been really, really solid, and maybe the best right now, maybe outside of Thieves, honestly.
They have figured out their control game at the right time to close out the season. This is where they needed to show improvements because spawning into a series down 0-1 is never ideal if you want to take down some of the top teams. So the improvements in this game most specifically has allowed Boston to compete with the top dogs and Purge. Another massive double, all 4 dead. Ultra don't even have a segment and only got 30 seconds.
Good win though from Kleenex. Follow-up from Hercules is decent as well. Awakening is committed onto this play. And he's going to still hang here. Just have a little bit of a conversation with Kleenex. An aggressive game of tag. Both players will back away. Ultra stop the clock at 22 seconds on the A zone. No pinch allowed for Awakening. Purge also shut down. That's 3 dead, leaving Snoopy by himself. And he's up top. Has a good look at Joe. A couple of tags are through, but will give up on it instead. Deal with the spawners.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's trying to do. Find a couple spawn kills. Make it easier for my teammates who are flooding their way through Lion. Second segment is already locked, and Snoopy stays alive for so long that the teammates get back into the play before that third one gets completed. 10 seconds to go. Ultra looking for a final push here to at least extend time.
Yeah, Purge is going to make sure there's no desperate play down B lane. Cammy, SMG in hand, will get something done at the pinch, and that is all 4 dead. That is a really mature play from Snoopy. He's got to look at 2 players, tags onto both players. And I think Snoopy from like a year and a half ago would have jumped in to chow that, but he's grown, he's learned, and he ends up essentially securing that defensive round.
Yeah, he's understanding, okay, if I give my life up for free, then they are going to know all of us are coming off the race. They can just flood on in and guarantee those segments, but as long as I stay alive, continue to be a nuisance, the players off the respawn on the side of Ultra have to put focus on me. Just allowing that to develop the way that it did. Boston were able to stop that third segment from getting completed. So they're currently up by 1, going on their second attack.
And this would be a round where Boston would show you something towards B potentially. And that may happen depending on the route that Snoopy takes. Now he's going to go up top, or actually take the OE. No commitment in towards A immediately. Ultra's nades likely to be pretty, I would say, low in value. But they do catch one onto Cammy. Snoopy just holding towards Catwalk. Damage on Hercules, not enough to get the kill with the Semtex. So we'll go into just kind of a reset here, battling over A.
Yeah, Snoopy potentially the timing onto Hercules is able to win the gunfight on the pinch and find the second. 7 in a row now. Had a slow start to this control, but he opens up the gates for his teammates to flood right through this A point. First segment should be guaranteed, but you can see how Ultra trying to set up this break. Someone going on a deep pitch. If Inside finds the opening, they're going to stand a chance.
Yep. In fact, it's actually Joe Deceives who finds one, I think, through Vault Hole. Snoopy trying to chase down the pinch. Oh, crazy gunfight. Just no one able to lock onto each other, but Insight with the win. Joe Deceives gets some work done, and this is where he starts to shine. Playing in and around the spawn. They've lost Purge, but he's just hanging out like, who cares? Exactly. He's going to jump on the A zone, but our Ultra just don't care. They just want to get these lives dealt with.
Absolutely not. Okay, Purge, you can touch the point. You can pull our attention a little bit, but we're more focused on keeping everybody else trapped into your spawn. First segment does get locked. 20 seconds to go. Do Boston have another late round heroics to potentially secure some extra segments? You're going to have Cammy just edge out towards B.
Yeah, if Cammy can win a 1v1, maybe there's still a chance to re-wrap back towards B, but Insight finds him. Snoopy up top tagged, cannot jump in. 13 seconds on the clock. Another touch from Purge, this time on to B. Pinch from Kleenex does not clear him off the zone, and also Snoopy has hit a route. Could be a first tick, maybe more here at B. They deal with all the issues that came around the backside. Ultra had to hit from the front.
These late round heroics from Boston just guaranteeing some segments to stack good enough. You got 3 people on it. You got to start to go if you're Ultra. Time is already extended. They also are dominating a majority of the kills in the feed. And now if you're Joe Deceives, you just got to finesse.
Yeah, he's the last one here. He had to deal with just a stagger hit over towards A. So now 14 plays 12, 60 seconds on the clock. Awakening! Does he get one more up top? No, Insight's not going to give him the chance. It's Kleenex for the trade, and things will stabilize for the defense.
And now if you're Purge, how long can you stay alive in this position? You know at least one more player from Ultra is on our side. So you're banking on your teammates to find that kill. Purge finds the perfect timing on the pinch, finds the first kill, almost finds the second, but that's a lot of information gained.
Yeah, and Insight follows up. Just making sure Boston are coming in staggered off their spawn. 10v7, advantage to Ultra. 28 seconds to play with if you're Boston. Trying to set something up in and around Vault. And now Snoopy for a pinch. Not going to be allowed. Backs up. Tries to find the long range shot to the Insight, and that is a big kill. Maybe one more chance still to touch here. Staggered 2-2 hit here for Boston. 2 from either side.
Oh, in the flank, Snoopy's not able to get anything done. Joe also finds a second kill as well. So now Boston with no more respawns. Only have 2 players to try to get this done. Awakening is dancing with death. He is gonna fall. Snoopy 1v4, not gonna stand a chance. And Ultra able to again take the defensive round, but again, they don't want to give up all those segments. Now you're down by 3.
Here we go. The extra progress for Boston, critical. At least in terms of what round 5 could look like. But if you're Ultra, you're looking at this offensive round as we could possibly win it here. See what they get. What's the call? Are we going to see anything cheeky towards B? Or we're just going to keep fighting this thing out right over the middle of the map at A?
The break off is the biggest thing. We talk about control. So Ultra again with some trophy systems going to have the easier approach to work their way through the middle of the door. They're just going to take top cat. Joe Deceives knocked down to half HP. Not a single kill has gone down yet.
Yeah, but look at this. Oh, Merc, good first. Not able to find the second. Joe being tagged there is actually pretty critical because he was trying to hit that with Mercules, but he wasn't able to help out with the nade landing in his face. So the break-off is, I would say, rather unsuccessful for Ultra. Little pixel peek from inside onto Awakening, pushes him off towards B Street, and now Ultra reformed for this hit back a day.
Yeah, they have their second attempt here. Already find the initial kill. Have a lot of presence through the mid-map as well, but nobody watching the pinch. Here comes Snoopy, right behind enemy lines, finds the first kill, and absolutely destroys the rookie. There in kill number 2. A clean 4 dead again. Boston stabilized.
Yeah, Joe's been seen in the pinch, still finds one. Keeps his life a little while longer. Almost deals with Snoopy on top of that, but just too weak to take the battle. CleanX pushes right into Purge, finds that trade, but he's the last one standing, and Ultra are again down to 25 seconds to fight with.
It's like both of these squads are just like, okay, we're going to do our best shot in the final 20 seconds. So CleanX is preparing for this final push in towards A, just trying to time the giant bump. But Cammy and Awakening already start off with the gunfights. Numbers in favor of Boston.
Good
Last
stuff.
player's insight, he is gonna fall, and this is looking like a shutout round for Boston.
Boston's defense has been so good. It really has been. No antics this time for Toronto. Nothing's gonna sneak through this time. So they're gonna get the round 5 defense here. Force Ultra to have to put something different together. And honestly, for Ultra, they have not put together a single good break-off offensively yet.
Yeah, the first one was really, really fast through mid-double doors. They didn't win a majority of the gunfights. That time to try to slow it down, and then you lose 3 players and don't take down any. So realistically, if you're Ultra, I'm going back to the aggressive strat.
Oh, yeah.
Because just wasting that much time developing on those long routes, and if it doesn't work, then it's already 30 seconds wiped away from the round. We have to be in it to win it.
See what we get. Defensively speaking for Boston, it's been a very, I would say, even affair. Cammy's got 12 of his 23, but everyone's got about the same amount of kills defensively for Boston. So there really hasn't been any individual pop-offs yet for Breach, but hey, the team's looking good.
Yeah, that tells you right there. Like, no one's popping off. That means everyone is just doing their 25%, finding the trades left and right, but already off the break-off from Ultra. They switch up the pacing. Joe's able to find an opening double. Guaranteed segments are already going to be here at this 8 point. Can you find something? And Purge at least finds one.
That opens things up, and
that's a scam.
Yeah, that sure is. Cammy from top art finds that kill, forcing Inside to have to step up, and that's a big missed chance for Ultra. They do get 2 ticks of progress onto A, but felt like that could have been the zone right there if you just stay in the zone.
Yeah, because you had 3 players on it. It's a lot faster to work up your progression for your segments, but Joe Deceives overextends a little bit. Purge also found a kill through the bottom side, so it instantly gives the numbers to Boston to reinforce their way back on in. Now Purge on 5 in a row. He's been having so many big moments in this series. Besides that map number 1, he's been the clutch guy for Boston.
Yeah, he's definitely awoken in this series at this point. 45 seconds on the clock, 4 life advantage for Boston on their defense. Insight kind of playing through Vault Stairs, actually catches Awakening, so he can pause the clock on B. The effort towards A is not done yet, but Snoopy may have just kind of put a nail into the coffin on the play. But the eliminations are good. And now Insight's going to try to track back, get the stack onto A. Cammy on the hunt, but can only go so far, and that's going to be an extra 60 for Ultra.
Yeah, you want to extend time early on, or just draw the attention over towards B and have them a little bit weaker on their setup around that A point, and Mercules with the perfect read there onto Cammy. You're already showing presence on this B point, and that's 3 dead.
Big win.
Scary moment for Boston.
Big win, though, from Snoopy. Keeps the pitch safe. Boston off spawn to get their nades down. Kleenex impacted by a stun, but stays alive through the Semtex. First blood onto Snoopy is good. Purge follows up, though. And that's just all on the pitch. He's going to get a second from mid-vault, awakening another. Kleenex by himself. He does provide himself an exit, but it's a 3-life advantage for Boston. They've reclaimed territory around B.
Now you just gotta take a little bit more extra space. Snoopy's gonna work on a deep route all the way around the back end. Just need your AR to stay alive through the B-side street. Snoopy's trying to time this flank to perfection, but inside is never going to get caught flipping. 2 kills in favor of Ultra. They're already on the point.
Boston got a little too anxious right there. Got caught on the pinch. Now they have to win the gunfights from the front. Second tick is done. Third on the way. Awakening from one side. Cammy and Snoopy from the other. Awakening able to find one. He finds a second. Mercules though still alive. Third tick is going to be captured. And Toronto, right under the noses of Boston, steal away the control.
Just so icy in those late rounds, and realistically every single time Boston were finding success around that middle map, they weren't finding the same success over through B Street. The ARs need to be able to value your life. When your SMGs are creating all that space through the map, you need to just stay alive. But the biggest round right there, the biggest kill was Snoopy.
Yes.
Being too fast on his flank. If you take a way longer route, because they have yet to touch the B point, you give your teammates opportunity to still get back into the play. But he rushes it, 2 kills go down at the worst time, and then Ultra just flood their way through the front to stack the point.
That is exactly the right call, Jay. Legitimately, just Boston moved too quickly on that pinch play. Like you said, just keep the focus to the front first. Like, force them to touch the zone. I know that they already had a tick, but like, force them to touch first. Awakening finding 2 is huge. If Snoopy's just on the pinch, they clean that up. And not only do they clean up that push, let's just put like a hypothetical cause and effect. If that pinch works, not only do you clear B, you got to spawn trap the P2 again. So it's just kind of a couple of scams there for both these teams. Initially in this round, it's just over-challing through A that Boston reaped the reward of, but the stakes punished on the other side when it matters most over the B zone for Ultra to take the edge.
And realistically, mistakes are the reason why Boston find themselves in this hole. Like, if you don't have that initial mistake on the first B2 of the opening skyline, you're in that game. But since you give that away, then you're always playing catch up. And in the situation right here, like Jodeci gives you a freebie.
Yeah,
like you were able to retake your way in towards the site, but then just being a little bit too aggressive in certain angles, giving up your life for free and not really valuing your life the way that you needed to. Toronto were able to capitalize on it, so they take the control. Currently up 2-1 in the series. Now if you're Boston, backs against the wall. You're going into your favorite hardpoint, but you didn't look good in your last series.
No, that's extremely true. Yeah, we don't really get in the highlight package of that route. That gets missed on, but you think Awakening's double might be enough. The problem is, again, you just got that stack on for Ultra. Players can just flood forward, get on, help that stack, keep the progress moving.
Doing so much for no reason, bro. I'm literally saying
Purge is losing full. Wow.
He's speaking facts, though, man. He's
I mean,
speaking facts.
yeah, it's true.
Sometimes people are just doing a little bit too much. We don't have to chow when we don't need to. We don't have to flank when we don't need to. So Purge is just trying to rally the troops, but it's got to be frustrating because you probably weren't making the plays that somebody else on your squad was.
I mean, how much of that, Jay? You're the pro player here in this duo. I'm definitely not. How much does that apply? Like, you're losing composure there. You're getting frustrated with your team or with yourself or with one player. How much does that impact what's about to come up next, which is another hard point, like you mentioned, that you know, it's been a byproduct of some of the success that Boston have had, but not so much this major.
Yeah, making mistakes are always going to come back to haunt you. But thankfully, after map number 1, Purge had a little conversation with his team. They were able to lock in for the search and destroy. Right there at the end of that control, they know that they let that situation go. And hopefully it doesn't affect the players because they realistically should be up 2-1 in this series.
Oh, yeah.
If a couple things just go right, but you're still not out of it. You got a full hard point coming up next in this map number 4. And in your series previously, it was the P3 to P4 that caused you so many problems. On the opposite side for Ultra, they got that stuff locked down. So Boston, you gotta be prepared for the money hill.
Yeah, if you missed the series earlier with Boston and Vancouver, it was legitimately P2s versus P4s. The problem was it wasn't just P4 for Vancouver, it was 3, 4, and 1.
Yeah.
That led to a bit of a blowout. So with a Toronto team in front of you that has really improved a lot in terms of how they're moving across the map on rotation, Boston got to come out hot. Get that 1-2 set up, get a good sense of control over B Street towards P3, and influence spawns on that P4 side of the map. They missed out on that almost every single rotation they were last year. That has to be different. You have to get someone through to challenge those rotations to 4.
Yeah, no one tried to do too much as well. Like,
true.
Trying to overheat, potentially going to come back to bite you. But what we saw on that map, number 1, was absolutely flawless out of Toronto Ultra. Perfect off the rotations, perfect in the sling. And when you got these two young guys really setting the tone, Joe Deceives, he's always a menace with that SMG, but the rookie continues to shine. A 1.47, 2,700 damage. You really don't have to do too much when you're basically 100-point clubbing everyone on Skyline.
That's so true. Looks like we're going to sit here for just a moment longer as fist bumps start to come out. I'm going to ask you just a quick fire question here today, just to simmer on. Is Mercules' debut the best we've seen so far this year?
This year? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Neptune is really up there too, because the way that he was able to turn around that Vancouver squad, it's been insane to watch. But just what Mercules is doing on a squad that he's probably not going to be on at the end of this tournament is insane stuff as well. So can the Cinderella story continue to ride here for Ultra with the young Rook? Can they close it out here and go to a championship Sunday again in the top 4? Gotta make sure you do exactly what you did previously. P3 to P4. Rotations are the biggest thing on this map.
That would be an unreal story for Mercules to jump in, get his team to a championship Sunday in his first LAN debut. The only other player to do that for Toronto was Charlie Hixie.
Yeah.
See how things go, though. You got to get through Boston on, again, a map that they have loved. See what they can put together, though, as Insight finds the first blood. Catwalk control is the attempt for Boston, but not a lot of success here. Awakening able to find at least 1 kill, leading to Purge finding an opener over towards the con, and a follow-up at Purge. Yeah, he's trying to come out with some fire.
Yeah, he's feeling himself, man. Challenging everything, getting everyone weak, just setting up his teammates to have an easier approach when they work their way back on in. But Ultra, after finding that kill onto Purge, slay everyone else out of this mid-map area. Now there's still 15 seconds to fight for, and you potentially are going to lose spawn.
Yeah, and that elimination from Insight will pretty much confirm that. One last charge down the pool, but Mercules is going to be a monkey wrench in that plan. Snoopy, last one left alive. Mercules with an AR out, trying to get a read as he waits for Kleenex to get the kill. And the hard point will open up with Toronto spawning closest.
Already off to the P2. Ultra win the rotation. They're ready for the first hit to come through the front side. Everything else is being watched. Joe Deceives just going to be a nuisance. Puts himself in an off angle. At least has everyone weak. But the pressure there from Boston. At least able to contest to the front.
Yeah, decent for now. But yeah, the damage on the cross allows for the last 2 ARs to clean things up. Kleenex 4 in a row. Hits the deck, has Joe Deceives tagging up Purge on that long route around the back of the hard point. Insight, though, can't beat him. And Purge just trying to help the team out by flooding in from the front. There's at least neutralization of the time, but can they find the kills that matter? May not matter. Joe Deceives 2 in a row, right back in the hill. Help from his teammates, and Ultra looking like they're pretty darn close to a full 60 here.
Yeah, this is not the start that you wanted if you were on the breach. You needed to come out the gate swinging. Give yourself some momentum, because now you're going over to the P3, P4 setup. You already have a couple players sitting over towards top part, but everybody else from Ultra are trapping them on their side.
Yeah, this is just, it feels just like Skyline all over again. Because now you've got Ultra with numbers.
Oh my God.
Able to rotate quickly, find every single kill. Insight is 10-3, Kleenex 9-3. The OG duo for Toronto lighting it up here in map 4.
And this can only continue to get worse, because if you're Boston, you have to play keep away here at the P3, but you also need the spawns for that money hill at P4. Thankfully, they're finding kills at a good time, because there's still 30 seconds here at P3. 2 players from Ultra already across the map, so you can get time here and win the roto if you just find this next hill.
Yeah, stuns and nades up to Mercules' direction. He's held down for now. His teammates getting time. I love this. What a heads-up play for Mercules. You know your teammates are going to be moving over through street side, so you try to re-wrap back towards Art. He finds one, gives his teammates a chance. Gunfight from Kleenex. Just a little sloppy, but he stays alive. Teammates spawning a little bit deep, though. He's going to have to do more than that.
Yeah, Kleenex is going to have to finesse, and Insight also wins a one-on-one over towards Art's side, so you're already going to influence these spawns to be close on the side of this P4. One player is going to be out, and thankfully Awakening is making the most of his life.
Yeah.
He's able to catch 2 off of the cross. Insight still contesting on the backside of Art, but Ultra right here.
Yeah, Boston are spawning all the way out. They have to hold from inside the hard point. Snoopy, Cammy, Purge looking good as we jump over to a Boston breach. Listen in.
I'm gonna wrap left here.
They can be left, yeah. Big there, one shot. Nice, one's big there.
I heard you, bro. Close down left, I'll come on left.
Yeah, let's see.
Top right inside, gun books.
Alright,
Line is push. Absolute line. Can I be with you? If I can hit the right.
I'm line.
Go, scout creep. Zoom scout for now. Scout for now. Nice. One top. Front door. Nice. Front door. Nice. You shit, guys. Map and left.
Yeah.
I'll come right.
He's not coming to see one something. He's going balcony, yeah. Balcony.
You want to type P3? Absolutely. Bullet cat. One bullet Josie's. Push the line. Short you. Still top cat too. Cat Joe. You guys are missing Merc on you. Alright. Still cat. Just go new. Go big there.
I'm chunk close. I want to see him close. He's not inside close. One shot. Give me cat door. I got big door.
I'm gonna go. I'm playing for cat. Can you guys get top? Yeah.
I got double doors.
Okay, got me.
Double doors already, Merc. Already double doors, Merc.
Here,
you have double doors? Yeah. You see double doors?
Give me cat. Money.
I have
a streak left.
Nice.
Cat already. He's weak. Now we got.
I'm getting double doors, guys.
Top.
Kleenex. He's gonna hit double doors. He's still three.
Yeah, 1-2. I have double doors.
He backs up to money.
You money. Outer palms.
There's too many, I think.
One more money and one double doors.
Yeah, 2 left, boys. I have a streak, okay? Do you want to play old?
You guys got. I'm going right already.
Okay.
I spawned to the left. I might just go to the left, bro.
Okay.
I catch me. One shot. Catch me.
Pinch and books,
Yeah, you guys on hold too. There's only one new line. I'm playing Scott Fold.
What's that? Nice.
Folds me money.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's back money in the glove corner. You guys are missing one.
Alright, let me go to me.
Here we go. One's back up with me. Top truck.
I'm gonna streak off spawn.
Sorry, one, two. Yeah, I'm trying to be dead. Sure. There's me 2 top then. Wrap him mid, they could be cat. The other palm inside, one shot. Play dead. I blocked the back, they spawned out. They spawned out.
I'm turning, boys. Are you blocking the back still?
Yes.
Big effort through the P4 for Boston, and now making the most of the scrap time here at P2. This is a heck of a comeback effort early.
The communication is on point, man. Like, the small talk is definitely there for Boston. Just the kills off the rotation not really working. I don't know how Snoopy just walks right through a Semtex on the door, but with 11 HP, he's still able to find the kill. Now Boston is sort of back in this game. Gonna be down by almost 50. You need that P3 to P4 rotation again, because that's the way you got yourself back into the game, but don't allow Ultra to soak up time here.
Yeah, nice little battle right there between Awakening and Insight initially, but Joe Deceives play spoiler. 150 to 96. Control the hard point, convincing for Toronto. Control the left side of the map, convincing for Toronto. This is where Boston really suffered, not just in their first matchup, but also moments of concern initially here in this one. Insight timing, good for 2. The other one in front of him, Cammy, he gets stuck, so that's 3 for Insight. Joe Deceives may get a read that there's at least a contestant somewhere through mid, but Purge has jumped down into the vault and is now making a move on the round.
And it's 30 seconds still to fight for here. At this P3, just need gunfights to go your way. You need Toronto Ultra to spawn behind you, but every single kill is currently lit up in purple. AR's dominating this left side lane. Insight 23 and 13 with 4 in a row. As long as you continue to stay alive on this side, we already have the rotation to do.
Yep, Kleenex gonna watch for the long cross through pool. A little bit of a crossfire setup against the new hard point. P3 still open, means that Insight spawns out. But he can actually use this as a chance to maybe even help Kleenex. Yep. So he's going to jump down through Street, Kleenex. That is such a big one. And then he gets a little bit of team fodder coming through as Awakening takes out his teammate. And now his Insight, he's incognito. He's a double agent around the back. Boston don't get the read. Joe Deceives still hanging out inside the hard point. He finds 2 somehow, and Toronto will stabilize.
And that works out to perfection, because if Kleenex doesn't find a kill through top 4, at least find a double, then you're sort of aware, okay, someone's got to be behind us. But Insight goes unnoticed. He's able to set up that pinch for the double, secures the spawn for his team, and now post it up with the AR on the top side of Art. Even with the pistol finding it across the map, Ultra can do no wrong.
Just spray and pray, baby, spray and pay. Works out nicely. Inside, almost able to find 4. One more effort maybe to finesse this if you're Boston, but Joe DeCeves will shut that down. 200 to 108. Boston into the do or die moment here as we go back to B1.
Need to play perfect from this point on. We need to consistently find trains to the middle of the map. We need to finally win a rotation over towards B2. But you can already see you're getting aggressive. No one is hard blocking. Joe DeCeves has been blessed with a free pit spawn, and he's going to make the most of it.
Gets the first. Knows he's got Snoopy isolated. Snoopy tried for a second, not going to work. And look at the read from Kleenex. Knows exactly where Boston are spawning. Split moment here, though, for Breach. Could make the most of it. Purge over towards the mantle inside a vault. Snoopy following up, and that double allows Boston numbers to get back into P1 with Kleenex, the last one left.
Yeah, the only thing is you need this time with these kills.
Yeah.
Just keep on trading if you're Ultra. Play keep away as long as you possibly can. Just find different routes to approach back through the middle side. Joe DeCeves is able to find 2. Boston cannot stabilize around this mid-map area because Ultra just keep on trading whenever they get a chance.
Now stuns, nades, just wrecking havoc on this Boston setup. Awakening and Snoopy making the most of it where they can, but they're running out of daylight. Sun setting on this tournament for the Boston Breach. As we go back to P2 and Ultra are here first, but an opener from Cammy may allow a flood to start to come through.
It's been every time. Ultra have been the team initially over towards the P2. Boston are banking on their break through the front side, but already 4 dead. Ultra need 20 seconds. Space is going to be your last push.
Yeah, Kleenex just stares down that back spawn to make sure no one from Boston pops up. Snoopy from the front gets one. Contest is in, but the kills still come through for Ultra. Mercules, last one standing, and of course it is. Another 5 sprint for Mercules. Another game-winning moment potentially for Mercules. And yep, that will do it. Ultra polished at both hard points. Get the rookie to his first championship Sunday.
And again, Ultra are the team to send Boston Breach home on their final match here on Saturday. To send them home with a top 6 finish. And the Cinderella story continues on. It's just insane to see how fast they've been able to turn it around. Because their first series to start this tournament versus Miami, you came out, you won the opening hard point.
Yep.
But every other map after that was a smoke show. After that, you go back and watch some VODs. You're probably doing things that you've never done if you're Mercules. And they have been unbelievable in every single mode, contesting with these teams who have been together for so damn long with a brand new guy.
Yeah.
Toronto's system is just way too strong. Shout out to everyone on that side, including the coaching staff. They have put together a perfect system to how you want to play this game, and they move on to Championship Sunday.
And again, just the notice of being able to find the right guy for the job. And I think most impressively, you know, when we were looking over this Toronto team in their opening matchup, we figured that Mercules was going to be kind of just rocking the slow, long-range AR, let Insight kind of turn into Subsight. But let's be honest, these last 2 series we've watched from Toronto, Mercules is pulling out a sub. More often than not, it feels like, when he needs to, and finding a lot of success with it. Again, 19 and 20, sure, but 16 assists, 14 non-traded. It's just, it really is, I think, you know, you put him right up there in terms of debuts. With Neptune, Super, Mercules, top 3 debuts on the year. Rancor maybe at the major, but like for the season, this has been unbelievable in terms of the story that you're starting to see from Mercules.
It's just insane, man, how good they are in such a short time span. And if you're Boston, you're going to be beating yourself up because you got 2 hard points that you like to play as a team. You got your best hard point here in map number 4, but you couldn't find any success at P2. You barely found success in the first go-around at the P4. And basically both the hard points were blowouts when that was your best mode going into this event. It's just unfortunate for them. Another top 6 placing. You do get a couple CDL points to give yourself the cushion in that bubble, but they're going home.
Unreal stuff. Ultra continue to just keep this lower bracket run moving and moving pretty smoothly as we head down to Blaze on the stage for our post-game reaction.
Thank you so much. Florida, make some noise for the Toronto Ultra. The strength in the North stays strong, okay? I got Heartbreaker Joe with me on the main stage. And Joe, officially top 4 for Toronto this event. How does that feel? Because you guys have had a lot of issues coming to this weekend.
I mean, it just feels insane. We're playing with the fill-in, a kid who got called up 5 in the morning on Thursday. We just got top 4, beating teams who are supposed to be, you know, quote-unquote good, and obviously they're not, but yeah.
Hey, you know what? It's showing in the skill What a squad with a core 3, a core 4, but just the right foundation of fundamentals is definitely here with the Toronto Ultra. And with Mercules being put into that, he is just fitting in so well. How proud are you for him and his performance? Because he's going on 10 streaks, 5 streaks, you know, getting double kills left and right. Boy's been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, I mean, the kid's insane, obviously. I think it also goes to, like you said, the core 3. We know what we're doing in hardpoint. I mean, obviously, like I said, we have a fill-in. He slots in very easily. I feel like we made the game very simple for him, and yeah, he's just frying.
Definitely is frying, okay? And now, you know, I know at home Beans is watching somewhere, you know, with the pom-poms out, loving to see you guys make the run. What do you want to say to him and the people out there who's been cheering for you guys all tournament as you've been making this run?
To Ben, I mean, I'm sorry you're not here. We would have won this event with you, but, you know, we're making the run for you, man. To the fans, I appreciate you guys. You guys are insane. Yeah, you guys are actually insane.
Actually insane, okay? Florida, make some noise for yourselves. You guys have been great all weekend. That's going to do it for me and Joe on stage. Chris, take us away.
Shout out to our Toronto super fans. If that's just his t-shirt, imagine what the bed sheet looks like. Welcome in, everybody. We have a very special guest. Mr. Kleenex is here.
That's a visual I didn't
See,
know.
I saw you guys training outside.
Oh, yeah, I'm good
Talk
at
to
this.
me a little bit about the warm-up, because everyone just thinks us nerds have in-game skills. You guys got it out of game as well.
Well, we got to be prepared with the reaction time, you know what I'm saying? It's just, you know, you drop it down, you catch it, you know, you just got to get cracked before a match. Well, you see, I just played, come on.
2 balls at a
Fair
time,
enough.
that's the
We'll see-
rule.
we'll see about
All right,
you.
let's take
Oh,
a
you
look
still got
here
it, okay.
at some of the highlights, because Kleenex, you guys were frying here. It wasn't even close when it came to the respawns. You 100-point clubbed them in the first hard point, second time around. I felt like you guys were just bullies. What's working right now with the fill-in here on land?
I think we're just in good flow. I think our hard point's been looking insane, even online with Beans. I think he just slots in pretty much perfectly, so everything's just on point at this moment. But S&D still a bit up there, but we'll get back on that.
You're
Still
now
have a day.
13-3 in hardpoint since the start of this stage, man. You guys are unbelievable in that game mode. You know, I want to ask you, coming in with villain, obviously Beans can't be here. And with Mercules, when did it click when you realized, like, wait a second, we can low-key still make this run? Was it in scrims?
Yeah, the first day with him, literally we scrimmed C9. I think we probably had one of our best scrims that we've had like so far. Some of the maps that we played as well in that scrim, we're pretty surprised with the outcome. And I think at that point we're just like, wow, this is the event for sure.
And then one follow-up on that. If you're Mercules' agent, right? Pretend that you're his agent.
The future Chris Puckett.
Yes. Like, explain to me why he should be picked up to a team.
I mean, he is one of the most humble guys as well. He's young, talented guy, so for sure the guy to be picked up. I think he's up next, no doubt about it.
Does he have an agent?
I don't think so.
You think I got a chance?
I'll do his
I could
job.
represent
you could be his agent.
I'll be his guy. How about
That's
that?
all you, Chris.
We don't have a license, but you can trust us with your money. Let's talk a little bit
cannot.
about Toronto's chance to earn some cash. You guys have had some good runs with this team. What is the realistic goal? And then, of course, at Champs, everyone kind of expects you to make that run for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I think personally last year we peaked a little bit too early. I think the most important events are going to be Champs and EWC, and I think that's what we're looking forward to. These events are just a bit of practice, and I think I'm coming for that ring, so that's what I'm looking forward to.
Sure.
Coming for the ring. We'd
Yeah.
love to hear it. Al, your turn. What do you got for me numbers-wise? Put your
Oh,
breakdown
I
here,
got
because I
the
know
annoying questions
you had the
over here.
notepad full.
Go ahead.
I got the annoying questions. You guys have been Unreal and Respawn across this stage. It's been Search and Destroy that's been kind of caught in you guys. And for me, it's like, it seems like it's the new maps, and yet you keep putting them in series. And so my question kind of is like, without giving too much away, what is the approach of that? Is it just like we're gonna keep putting it in so that we get used to it? Like, what is kind of Toronto Ultra's thought process? Because they're close.
Yeah. I mean, we already had like a little bit of practice with Beans, but with Merc coming in, I think it's been hard to like actually pick the S&D maps we're going to play. I think it's just been trying different scenarios out. I think we haven't made it to Game 5 yet, which was our S&D pick, so maybe at some point tomorrow we'll get our pick for once.
Listen, you win in all the respawns. You don't even got to get to that Game 5
what I'm saying.
at this
What is
point.
going on here?
All right, we have your scuff play of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Kleenex, join us for this very special edition.
Looking forward to this. Beautiful.
Your scuff play of the game. He goes home with some hardware for this one. It is a round 5 in control. If Boston wins, people are saying we're going to Search and Destroy. Instead, you guys seal the deal, getting the job done across the board and respawn.
I want to ask you about this round, right? Like, you guys are almost in the spawn blender and I saw Insight made a move to go over and like pull out their attention at B. What were the comms like in that moment? Like, how are you getting out of that spawn blender or potential spawn blender?
I mean, I think that's just me and Jamu's duoship. I shouldered Awakening front house.
Okay.
He instantly said, just stay up, I'll take the pinch and drag them off to B. And I think at that point on, it just put him in a blender. I think that's just Jamie's calm comms. I think that helped us a lot, that control. We were in the blender. But yeah.
It comes from years and years of being a duo,
that's
man.
some bad stuff.
You guys
sure.
can pull off some crazy stuff in game. I love to watch it.
I know your team is waiting for you to go celebrate. We will let you rejoin them. In the meantime, let's take a look at the bracket here for Tobias and crew. Toronto Ultra have now bypassed the breach. They wait to find out. Are you playing Heretics or FaZe, you think, in the next round?
I think we'll have a classic Ultra FaZe tomorrow, for sure.
I'm here for it.
Classic. Y'all love that elimination bracket run, dude.
Yeah, it's been nice this year.
Putting
It's
the
been
pressure on.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a fun day 3. Give it up for Kleenex, and don't go anywhere. When we come back, one more team will be sent packing. Who goes home tonight, FaZe or Heretics?
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years, and enables you to play like a pro. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
That's what you are. Unforgettable, oh near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too. cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through. It's like a cannon.
The 2025 Atlanta FaZe team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm that's easy as FaZe. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one, they not stopping him. No. That boy, it's a different situation. Black taste when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Laser focus and the diamonds all canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Welcome back to the beach, everybody. We're joined by Jeremy Stud, the surfing stud. Studdy, talk to me a little bit about what we're about to witness.
We might witness a massacre, but I don't really expect that to be the case. Atlanta haven't played all day. Miami coming off of a very tough loss versus LAT.
What is happening?
This is a good matchup that we saw throughout stage 3. This is a great matchup, and Miami won it.
Yep, Miami won it. 2-3-4 in a 3-1 fashion. You know who took over? Big Rencor. He went off in that series, had a 1.2. And on the other side, it was Abizi who struggled.
Abizi, though, has won how many tournaments in a row? Let's take a look at Atlanta FaZe, because despite being in the losers bracket, you still have to think they are a favorite to go deep. On the other side, you got Miami trying to take down the SMGs, the front line of Abizi and Simp. Has it been Simp and Abizi or Selim Draza, if you could identify a greater strength for FaZe so far?
Well, thankfully, I was able to cast their last series that they played versus Optic Texas, and Draza was basically unkillable. Like, he was doing whatever he wanted on the map, switching between the AR and the SMG, and when he is playing like that, you know what you're going to get out of Selim. You most likely know what you're going to get out of Simp, and Abizi's always going to be in the mix, but Draza was the deciding factor to their dominant win versus Optic Texas.
I just think, I don't know, it's a weird situation because we aren't used to seeing Atlanta FaZe be in the elimination bracket, right? But this is a team that's looking to go back to back to back to back.
Yeah.
So for Atlanta FaZe, I think a lot of pressure is on the Tiny Terrors right now. I feel like the ARs have been lights out throughout the entirety of this stage, and especially going up against Miami, like that aggression, you're going to need your front line.
They've won in the Middle East. They've won in Europe. They've won in Texas. Can they win in Florida? They're taking on the hometown team, Miami Heretics. Let's take a look at that squad, and of course the team, or the maps and modes they'll be playing on, because this could be another short series. Can the Heretics take us on a run here? Rancor's been great online. Has he shown you enough on land, Nameless?
I mean, yeah. I think we saw him, earlier in the year. He was phenomenal, great on land, and even in their first series. I just feel like they just got punched in the face.
Yeah.
It was super quick. LA Thieves have just had their number all year long, and we're used to seeing like the AR duo and Super and Rencor take over, and we just didn't see that throughout the series, right? So, this is a Miami team that we've seen them have resilience throughout the season. We've seen them beat Atlanta FaZe as recent as this split, right? But somebody's got to kick them into gear. Somebody has to have a map one performance on this vault. And, contrary to what I just said about the ARs, vault and SMG's playground, man. You can take over there.
Vault Protocol Hacienda dealership. If we get to a game 5, it's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. Let's lock in. I'll go first. Atlanta FaZe.
I think I'm actually going to go the opposite. I think I'm going to go with the home team here on the bounce back. I'm going Miami 3-1.
I don't hate it. I'm going to stick with Atlanta FaZe in this one just because it's Atlanta FaZe. I'm so used to them making it to Sunday, but I hope the home team pulls up the upset.
Yeah, the last time I picked against Atlanta, MC death stared me, so I'm going Atlanta FaZe.
I got the Sim, dude.
Can you two tell me how many games we go to?
I think this
5.
is a 3-0 Atlanta.
Please, 5. We need 5 so bad.
Game 5?
I need it.
Is it in the cards? Miami, make some noise. We got Guy Blaze on the stage.
Man, I would love a game 5, Chris. Florida, would you guys love a game 5 today? Give us one. And with these two teams coming to the main stage, we know to expect anything from them because they're ready to give it everything in which they got to make it to Sunday. So without further ado, Florida, make some noise for the defending champions, Atlanta FaZe! forever.
Deb, Texas, Atlanta FaZe on a Sunday. They got to win this match just to make it there. It's a wild situation. Nobody expected this, and they're going up against the Miami Heretics, against the home crowd, and against the team that just beat you in the online stage. So it's going to be a tough one. Let's bring out the hometown team.
Time to bring them out, because if you know ball, you know not to underestimate these boys. Vamos, Florida, make some noise for the Miami Heretics. Super, Rencor, and Real. Miami knows that this stage is hot, but they ready for the heat and ready to throw down.
Absolutely, Guy Blaze. This is Super his first time standing on that main stage, and they've already made a hell of a run, but there's nothing better than making it to Sunday at your own home major. And there's no reason the Miami Heretics shouldn't do it. If there's any time to catch Atlanta FaZe slipping, it is right here and right now to solidify your spot in. There's no reason they shouldn't do it off the bounce back, even though everybody says they got punched in the mouth. Miami does nothing but bounce back. Let's get our final match started.
It'd be special for the rookie to be able to do that against the defending champions on the main stage, and I do believe in fairy tales, but now it is time for them to get it done. Miles, Chance, let's get the show on the road.
Miles and Chance aren't here, but we are ready to go.
Hello.
How are we? Maven and Merc here on the comms, and we know that this Miami team is capable of beating FaZe. We saw them do it in the qualifier. It's just, are we going to have that team, or did LA Thieves just beat the soul out of them?
Yeah, they didn't get punched in the face. They got chokeslammed.
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter.
times.
Hopefully they can move past that. Not easy to do.
No.
And you know, you and I were walking around getting some food, and one thing that was kind of awesome to see was it wasn't any of them really pumping them up.
Oh,
It was lucky.
Yeah.
It was lucky, right? I mean, a guy who was on the starting roster, it is very easy to just take a step back, let things happen, but he was vocal to these guys. I don't speak Spanish, so I don't know what he was saying.
Cool.
But they're going over the game plan with them and just firing them up.
Well, you've gone for these past couple of years of being a experienced team to a very young team. Now, like a very, very young team. Is you just keep putting in these rookies. They've been awesome, but like stuff like that, like I lost to Thieves, losing in that way, that's when I think, yeah, someone like a Lucky needs to step up and talk to the guys. Someone like Metals needs to step up and talk to these guys, because it's got to be tough to bounce back from, man. You're going against FaZe, who making their run, right? 3-0 their first match, 3-0 their second match, losers match. Looking to keep it going here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're not used to this, right? Sort of playing on these days, these times. They're typically already through towards a winner's final. A bit of a schedule difference here, starting in the losers bracket, well, going down in the losers bracket, but we'll see if they can bounce back. And again, this was a matchup that we saw in the qualifiers a couple of weeks ago. It was at 3-1 in Miami. We saw a vault, though. FaZe were able to win this.
And that was the start of this Miami run, or the Miami improvements. They get this victory, right, coming off of Major 2, and we're like, okay, this team may be the real deal. They get some other significant wins outside of that, but that was the first one that really got us thinking, hey, this team might be the real deal. Now, I don't know what I'm thinking after Thieves utterly dismantled them, but they're looking to bounce back. FaZe looking to make yet another championship Sunday. We started on Vault, and Joe, what are your thoughts on this opening map?
I mean, I think a strong map for both teams. I think for FaZe, it's one of those ones that's always been in their arsenal. For Miami, you know, you look at the stage 1 and 2, but again, one of those losses, a close one to this FaZe team, but a great start there. Celium, Abizi, they find all 4. And it's just a question of maybe a long losers run isn't a bad thing for this FaZe team. Getting them to play a little bit more, getting them out of this slump that they saw in stage 3.
Yeah, you know, 2 or 3 in a qualifier. Not probably playing the Battle Surge. The 4th time really in the CDL, right, that they've lost a loser or winners round 1. Definitely some unfamiliar territory, but yeah, maybe a little smack in the face, and now maybe a run to start building things for this team again, because it felt like, I don't know, they need a reminder at the beginning of the year, right? Came out really slow. They obviously had to work on some stuff, but they've won 4 straight.
No, I mean, I was going to say, like, that little slump, I wasn't worried at all. It just feels like their mental is in such a better spot than what it's been in the past.
Yeah, it feels that way, but Heretics are trying to bounce back with their mental game as well, but here battling around the point and battling for the time. It's Real, it's able to get 2, start to secure some of this time. Feel good if you're Heretics, because FaZe, you know, they got a really nice P1. They're looking to turn this into maybe a significant lead early. But Heretics stopping that happening from now on the back of Real, as he's got 3 straight playing from the point. Draws, though, trying to chow. Real still keeps it going. 4 in a row for him. Now up to a 1-on-1 versus Abizi. Abizi will take him out You still have a good amount of time here. Still 20 seconds you can pick up. Key rotations upcoming, though.
Yeah, I was going to say huge, honestly, first half of that hill for Miami Heretics, holding that from the front. But you see the spawns come in, and they're just going to leave it. They're going to go ammo side, play the top side of the minimap, try to get to Art before that number 7, and then Simp does. And Simp's not even going to go for it. He's going to try to go through Vault, but he's going to get taken down. So Miami, they already know they're playing that rotation heavy, then a focus, so they have spawns for P4.
I think they're trying to do similar, maybe what we saw Surge kind of do, right? Like, be okay playing from this side. Just keep Heretics out of the point, turn it to whatever time you can. When you find that key kill with 5 or so seconds remaining in the hard point, it's all about timing on the flip. And that's the thought I got when you didn't see Sim push through. Maybe it's just because he had a sub in his hand, but the fact that he kind of plays for the P3 versus the push through. Maybe attacking this a little bit differently.
Well, I'm just thinking he's like, they're already there. Like, there's no point in me. True. They're already there.
Yeah,
he just doesn't know they're not. Could have been a foot race, but Real, who, well, he's been a little hot and cold throughout this weekend.
True.
A great start here at 11-5.
No, he really has been. Any more hot than cold in this particular matchup, going against the best sub duo ever. They need the best Real that they're able to get. Now, these are the big kills. One's going to be a team kill for Simp, but maybe a chance to now push forward. You have 2 coming off the spawn, really for either side. And I think due to the team kill, you don't really have massive numbers to go, but now that's a huge one. If BZ able to get a pick, now you try to flood on forward and influence the spawns. You do get a safe spawn in the back of P4, so you're still in a decent position if you are Heretics, but you're getting picked apart.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe, though, they're going to have to go right soon. I mean, you already have 20 seconds off the clock.
Okay.
Metals pulls out the AR. That's going to be all 4 dead. You deal with the first push. You had some pressure towards Art side if you were FaZe. That's just not where the hill is, so it doesn't matter. It takes so long to work through the back. And then Metals with the heads-up play off spawn. I'm going to pull out a 4th AR. I'm going to lock down this sight line. Allows his team to get all this time.
Yeah, it's a little bit cleaner. They have numbers. They can push forward. But never really had that opportunity. And again, when it's a similar situation, they get 2 or 3 dead. You think it's their moment. Then lining up the feed is Heretics, and they're starting to push this lead, approaching the 100-point mark. Great first set of rotations.
And I think that is the moment where, you know, towards the P4, when you get the hill, when you get Simp and Abizi there, where that's where they become like the multi-kill demons. Just annoying to play against, keeping the game messy. They didn't allow that to happen.
No, they absolutely did not. They're trying to take that momentum right into your second set here at the P1. Draws a lying in wait, and he's just going to get buried. Nice win there from Metals. Over to Super's POV. He was trying to get shots at the players coming off the spawn for the FaZe side.
I mean, you had 32 points if you were FaZe off the first P1.
Yeah,
Since then, 28. It has been all Miami.
And this is the bounce back you want to see from Miami. After getting smoked by LA Thieves, come out hot in this one, and while Real is coming to play, got bottled up in that one. Well, hell, they all did. Here performing a whole hell of a lot better. Now pressure to FaZe, really, to get something going after that early lead. Yeah, really just the P1. Can they do something here at P2? But they're still battling from the opposite side. They have found no opening. A little bit of comfort, I think, in the early setup for Heretics as they're backing up and dialing it in for the P2. As Metals gets to 3 straight. Another rotation you're ahead is your Heretics.
Yeah, and I mean, Metals online, he destroyed FaZe. He was plus 28 in that series. He was pure takeover mode. Draws it, trying to do what he can, but you're really just getting a human series, or a human map from everybody else outside of Draws. Trying to put the pressure through the front is Abizi. There we go. It doesn't find the kill, but it will be a 4 dead. Number 8 in cell should block the spawns. You already have Draza out towards the front, so a very deep art spawn here for Miami, but it doesn't matter because you find the first pick. That should turn into instant pressure through the front.
And just very different stories coming into this. Okay, well, that's just going to be a clean sweep. The gun's so hot for Heretics, but it is a different combo. Like, you know, you played earlier today, you got smoked of your Heretics, right? Like, you got a series in, you're trying to bounce back from that. In your phase, you've been waiting all day. They've been susceptible for some slow starts. I mean, think about how many times during this qualifier they have to win games 2, 3, and 4. They did it 3 times. All 3 of their matches, basically, where they're able to get wins through that.
Yeah, hardpoint has not been great. Been right around 50-50 throughout the stage. We are on, slow starts, but either way, slow start. You had 4 dead. You know exactly where they all are.
No, true. So you
they
can't
push
put
it to the
that.
front. I mean, you just get done to buy the Heretics. It's, again, you look at the mini-map, they're controlling those P3 and P4 spawns, getting on the hill. And while they're about to hit 150 points.
Super, 5 straight and fighting. finds a Jackal to work with, and he tries to finesse, able to get the reload in the AR as well, and looking to continue the fight. He's going to wrap it back out through mid, get nice timing here onto draws, and maybe take more down, streak up to 7. No Hellstorm going to be earned, though. His Sip will drop him.
20 seconds, FaZe gotta go soon.
Number 7 going to be the first one. Maybe take a route. That'll be Simp that's going to try to get through. That's not going to happen. Metals is going to shut him down. Super to get one as well, and still no opening. Early over on the rotation, and holding is still going to be Heretics. Early P4 setup, and they are just outplaying FaZe.
Yeah, just out-rotating them, playing around these positions, playing their life. Again, on this P4 now, you have this setup. All the ARs are out. We'll see if FaZe can get into that situation where they can put some pressure on, but it's going to be 3 dead. Miami are locked in. Let's hear the comms from the Heretics.
Tengo yo el front, tengo yo el front. Que no me den Cyber, mental. Escuchado. Anillo izquierda, 100%, bro. Hay uno, sigue conmigo. Sí, yo no lo vi.
P3, push al P control, ¿vale? Sabes, pegar con lo vi.
Vale, escúchame, chill ahora, ¿vale? Vamos a esto, vamos a banguear, chavales.
Si izquierda era
Chema. Buscamos la izquierda, sí, te he escuchado.
El izquierda, chavales. Pro Gucci.
Vale.
Absoluto punto sim.
¿Qué piña?
Está en pilares side.
No vino a ver nada.
No, está en dobles close.
Estoy ahora por ahí, ¿vale?
Y yo he pinchado por... Derecha no veo.
Money, Chema. Dramático, Chema.
Vale, puto, dramático.
No vino bala. Super, mírame a derecha, te escucho. Lo vi, izquierda, derecha.
Vale.
No va para acá, 100% K, 100%. Nice, voy a la derecha. Vale, escúchame, van a bancar a la izquierda. Te he escuchado. Tengo el front, ya me
The passion is flowing from Miami, and they have got a massive lead. Up 110, third P2 is up. It just feels like any 10 to 15 second, any little chunk time you can get from Heretics, you can put this away.
Yeah, I don't speak a lot of Spanish, but I know what muerto means. Those guys were putting FaZe in the dirt. Everyone taking turns, everyone popping off. You see the scoreboard, everybody about 20 kills. You love to see it for Heretics here in this map 1.
And now, I mean, you've got to get all this time your FaZe inside the P2, and you have to finally win a P3, P4 rotation, but hard to do when everybody is dead. They are just getting gunned to sleep. Everybody negative on the side of FaZe, everybody roaring on the side of Heretics. This is what you want to see. I was hoping to see the actual Heretics team, not what showed up earlier today.
Well, or this is just how good Thieves is. Maybe right now, but we'll talk
true,
about that tomorrow. But right now, locked in on these guys as well. Yeah, they're just going to be a couple seconds away here at this P3 from securing a map 1. We'll just forget about that one. Could we? Yeah, just cut that one.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll cut it out. It's a great map win.
It doesn't even matter. We've all been there.
Nah, he was shooting crooked. It happens. Do the best of us.
A lot more for you.
Very, very true, Joe. But just another tick or two, and this map 1 is done. Heretics come out firing on all cylinders. They're fired up. The comms was muerto over and over again. A dominant one.
Yeah, last time these two teams met on Vault, it was FaZe who comes out on top, and now pressure on the FaZe. I know their search has been their bailout, but we're going to a dealership, right? In the conversation before that Thieves match was how good Heretics have been.
They're 4-0, yeah.
They were 4-0. Hopefully FaZe watched that VOD, you know, what they were doing, but I mean, you were in a position now, you had to feel so good if you were Heretics going to this dealership.
Absolutely. Even though you just lost 6-0 in the last one. You have looked good on it leading up to that point. Thieves just maybe firing at a totally different capacity, but We take a peek through the stats. I mean, Draw is really the one shooting back at
Minus
3,400.
25 for FaZe.
Yeah, no, they were getting slammed.
And it's not even really like this. Obviously, the slaying is massive, but like they hardly contested rotations, right? If you are the FaZe side, they never put themselves in a position for the P3 and P4.
They're behind every step of the way.
Yeah, and when you're not getting the multi-kills to kind of, I don't know, make the game messy, this is just what happens.
Yeah, maybe like an old FaZe team that was so break heavy, maybe that map plays out, they somehow are able to keep it close, but not this current one. They rely on heavy rotations. That's when they're at their best, and they weren't ahead at all. I mean, they started out, 26-0. They have a solid P1 after that. Once that lead happens into P3, Heretics never look back, brushing off the dismantling that happened versus Thieves, looking.
You got 23 points from P3 to the next P4.
Yeah, no, it was ugly. It was ugly. I guess, yeah, like I said, like, the only reason, like, maybe you don't panic in your face is because, dude, that was their whole qualifier. It was like, lose map 1, win 2, 3, and 4. And in some of those, they were like winning this, they won 6-0. What was it back-to-back? They had like a 6-0 and a 3-0. They were bouncing back in a big way in 2 and 3. But as you said, it's dealership.
Yeah, this was probably the closest moment that you had to break the first P4. But Metals pulled out the AR, then you win some big gunfights. And this is about it. This is where you flatline. You get to the 80 points, and you're going to be at 80 for a long time.
Sure are.
As everyone got going for Heretics. Everybody on point. Comms were on point. Fired up. The crowd's behind him. These guys want to make the Sunday.
Oh, I mean, I'm not surprised. Like, this has been the case. Yeah, I said notoriously at big base to win many events. This is the one where I didn't feel good about them coming in. They haven't looked good. And Miami already showed they have the capability to beat them. That's where my question mark sort of started for FaZe during the qualifier. They looked so flat in that series, not look good at all. And Heretics really started to hit a new form. But man, can Heretics keep it going? Crazy momentum out of that map 1. And well, I mean, just don't do anything you did in the last dealership. Because things were not working there.
That was not working.
It was a 3-minute 6-0.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just a hard counter by Thieves or what. Could have been, right? You kind of heard in the post-game interview, like, we just knew we had a ton of odds to go over. Yeah. And that is the one weakness.
Yeah, like Amos was talking about it. It's like, dude, I expected them to get beat now. Like, they're 4-0. Like, I expect to be 6-0, but it's a lot of odd to watch where you don't have much on the other side. And a team like that that's going to prep a lot, you think you'd find some advantages, and maybe FaZe should be able to do the same thing as we get ready for the dealership. As teams kind of chat through stuff, looking forward to the search and destroy. And yeah, what, 4-0 in the qualifier, but then just, wow, it was not pretty just a couple hours ago. And I'm sure when they were talking with Lucky, talking with that staff, talking to each other about how they're going to fix things. And on the other end of this, yeah, I mean, you're feeling the pressure in a way, I guess. I mean, I don't know how it is for the FaZe boys at this point. I imagine you don't feel too much pressure more often than not. You've just seen it all, done it all. You've had all your second places, all your wins.
Well, I think
but
when
it's
you're
not often
kind
they'll
of
get to a Sunday.
Yeah, when you're kind of in a slump, it's tough mentally.
Well, I mean,
going down 0-1.
Champs last year was like the 3rd time they placed out of the top 4. Maybe happening again here. I mean, you're already feeling good the fact that you got 2 wins this year, but still, you want to make it to a Sunday and keep on fighting. Their consistency has been their biggest strength.
Well, the good thing is I lied. Dealership's map 5. So we're doing a protocol.
Okay, well, that changes things.
That changes things. That's my fault. Well,
yeah, duh, that makes sense because map 1's obviously the Heretics pick. So yeah,
It's on me. I got ahead of myself. Maybe I'm just saying we're going to finally see a Game 5 this weekend.
That's true. You were just trying to speak it into existence. Get a little ahead of yourself, but okay, might have a pause. Heard my producer for a second. Something going on.
Yeah, you can see it in the
stage.
camera metal. So yeah, just
what was going
maybe
on?
some audio or
PC,
something.
audio, controller.
We'll
Talking to the
out.
admins, and we'll get that dialed in as quickly as we can. Maybe more time for the FaZe boys to chat through how they're going to look to improve on this as we get to the protocol. Yeah, no, honestly, when you said that, I thought to myself, I was like, wait, no, FaZe picked that map 1? I was like, that doesn't sound right.
It wasn't right.
No, it wasn't right.
It wasn't
right.
But I mean, I guess when you talk about protocol search, yeah, one of the go-tos for FaZe.
Yeah,
search and
yeah,
destroy.
100%. That makes way more sense now within this best of 5. I was like, that's an incredible opening 2 maps for Heretics.
I could also just see like Crowder just picking dealership.
Yeah, right? Like, screw it, dude.
Yeah, throw it in there.
Just pick dealership.
These guys have been idiots today, so I'm gonna make them play this map.
But a look at how our bracket is gone. Heretics lose earlier today. Honestly, if you haven't been watching every second of the broadcast, you might have missed it, because that series is about 40 minutes long versus Thieves. FaZe has been waiting to play today. So far, 3-0, 3-0 to get here. 3-0 stop, though, as Heretics take the map 1. I'm trying to maybe replicate what we saw from Ultra last losers bracket run, if you think about the last major, just 3-0ing everybody on their way to a top 4.
Yeah, and I think the big story of the tournament, though, is just how far ahead both Thieves and Surge have looked. But we'll have that winners final tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We're casting that, right? That should be a good one. But okay, the First Blood King is already first blooded. Is a BZ ripped out of that quickly by Metals. Now a 3v4 offensive attempt for FaZe, and we'll see how they opt to play this.
I mean, you are already rotated if you're Miami, right? You shut down top middle. And it's just sort of, I bet they go A, and you are correct if you bet that. Simpto, he is here. Didn't see a lot of that in map number 1, but Super follows it up with 2 of his own.
Okay, now 1v2 for draws. Already got the first. Him versus Super, had the position given up. Heady versus Heady. High ground though to draws.
Yeah, but you just see this position. Does anyone have a nade? Doesn't look like it on Draws' side, so just locking him in. When are you gonna overpeak? A little pop-up, some damage in, but great headshots out of Super.
Yeah, I think they both get similar damage done. Reposition from Draws. An extended 1v1. Draws is impatient. He's like, I'm gonna go. I'm taking this fight. Let's go, rookie. And the rookie takes it. Super wins the extended 1 versus 1, and Heretics on the board.
What did I tell you one of the first times we watched Super play? I was like, this guy just looks so annoying to play against. Like a Spanish cell.
Yeah.
Every single gunfight looks tough. He has great movement. He stays very patient. And I think that was another example of it. In the 1v1, Draws lives for those, but Super 3 in the round puts his team up 1-0.
I was wondering, is someone gonna run out of ammo? Like, what's this gonna come down to? But a crazy opening round. I thought Sim's double might be enough, but Super answers with 2, closes it out with the 1 versus 1, gets 3 in the round, and we'll stick with his POV to start. Him versus Cell will probably be a fun gunfight.
Wait, Raul's already here.
Surprise!
I mean, this is just wide open. Nobody picks up Sidewalk or even realizes that it's open. But you're gonna need another first blood. Raul, he is out.
Able to get away. 4v3 advantage again. And then it's gone. It's Simp with another double that makes things interesting. I thought Simp's double was going to be the difference maker in the previous round. This time it is.
Yeah, we saw this last stage with FaZe. Like, they have some openings where they'll just get blooded, and you're like, man, they just look sloppy. And then once it comes to the A bomb site, I just feel like that's where they want this map to happen. Because you have Simp and a BZ on your team. But yeah, another 3v4 and Simp with that double.
They could start wherever, just get us there. Whereas so many teams feel like working B so much more. Like, let's get the fight to A as often as we can. But this is Simp. His 2. The difference there, and I thought maybe damage into a third, but that's not the case. Teammates able to ice up now to 1-1. Super, Simp leading the way on opposite sides of this. They want the fight at A once again. We're gonna square up, but the bodies are here for Heretics. They want this fight. Peak of the edge is gonna be a BZ. Not gonna be any kind of follow-up, and now what do? I thought maybe they're just gonna slide out and battle this, but it's just a BZ.
Someone's gotta go first. Someone's gotta go first, but yeah, BZ, he hits the nade, so he's like, they're weak, somebody follow me up, but doesn't happen. Now you are gonna have another zipline fight. Cell's gonna spot 2, bomb already being planted at B.
Other side of the map though, it's Metals taking her out. He's gonna catch Cell.
Massive.
And losing 1 body in this so crucial when you're trying to hold B.
What does Sim find?
Oh, he was the hero of the last round, nearly the hero of the first round. Simp taking the route, all gonna be on him, and that's a snap from Metals. And a round victory there from Heretics.
Yeah, I was hoping we were gonna see that POV as Simp, but yeah, he was the playmaker for him, right? Draws is just trying to waste time at the helicopter. He ends up getting picked pretty early. And Simp, I think he just probably stopped shooting, right? One of those.
Snap into the next player.
Snap into the next player.
Probably.
Not gonna make excuses for him, but yeah, he did get smoked. Great shots for Metals.
No, I imagine that's what it was, but still, yeah, great snapper there. Out of Metals. And that, still it comes out to, I don't know, the communication with the BZ, like what the plan is there.
Yeah, just he hits his name just a step ahead of his team.
But nobody else was following, that's for sure. And to be fair, I mean, you had the crossfire, you had the bodies there for Heretics, so it might have been just a blender had you pushed it. Metals loves this matchup. Sempto with the first blood. Finally, I mean, really the first time you've had numbers. It's your phase. Plant now gonna go in. We'll see if Heretics could take a 3v4 round.
Yeah, last round it was Simp kind of the lurker. This round it's gonna be Rencor, that number 3 under the zip line. As well, it's gonna be a big spiral retake. Just Draws is gonna check this. Nope, and I love this. Rencor staying patient. Can he find multiple? Not gonna find multiple, but that is a ton of info. Quickly traded out by Sal, you would think, but no, it is not. You chow that now into a 2-on-2.
And they both get slammed. Heretics continues to roar, now up 3-1.
And I mean, you're just thinking Sal's gonna get it from the trade. I didn't realize he was up top. I thought he was at spiral. But yeah, he flies on out and super peaks to take down Sal.
Yeah, he waits a good 5 seconds before he shoots. For a second, I was like, well, you let him get that nade off. I hope he doesn't hit that nade and maybe cause a disruption, but that won't be the case. Good patience and trigger discipline there out of Rencor.
So it's what, 2 3v4s now in a row.
And what the phase round went a 3v4 as well. So 3v4s all over the place. Abizi gets the blood. Won't really call this one 3v4 because Rancor gets one at the same time. So into a 3 versus 3. Abizi already holding spiral. It'll back a player up. Bomb plant is in. Bar is in, and that is on your tippy toes. Abizi's gonna hold that as it gets tossed down the spiral. Numbers to Heretics on the retake. Simps multi-kill, the difference in their round win. Can he find another here? He's probably gonna need to. There's the first. Can't get away though. All onto Draws now. Metals is on it. Teammate is holding. Halfway there. Draws has got to go. Gets info. He's on it. Wins the first. Wins the second. Didn't finish though.
It's late. It's already done. It's already done. Bomb defused. Miami wins the round.
Instantly picked up by Metals. And Draws nearly with a 1v2 clutch after coming up a little short on one earlier. What in the round 1? Heretics up 4-1.
And the guy you have relied on all year to be consistent, that number 8 Cell, he is 0-5, trying to get on the board. Not a great map one either.
Yeah, and Crota is somewhere you expect him to find his kills, yeah? As much as FaZe have wanted to funnel this in towards A, it's not going to be what's happening here. It's a B-side setup for Heretics. It's a clean plant in for them. Another difficult retake position for Atlanta FaZe. BZ waiting on the nade to hit, and it does. Perfect teamwork there to find the opener, but you've thrown away a couple of 4 versus 3. Maybe not going to happen here, though, as they start to push it out. Simp with his multi. That seems to be the only way you're finding round wins is when Simp is finding that double. You bring it now within a couple of rounds, trying to slow down this run from Heretics.
Yeah, and probably some rounds you feel like you should have won, right? With the numbers advantages that you've had, some big plays. Draws almost clutching that up, but staying alive. And well, that reminds me of last event at the major, right? Versus Surge a couple of times. Their retakes at B were so darn good.
We're gonna see it one more time how close the defuse was in the previous round. Draws slides out, has to take that gunfight first. And my God, it is close. It is close. Maybe a bullet or two after the defuse goes through. – 4-2 advantage now for Heretics. Heavy A-side push for FaZe again. This time Heretics not with all the bodies here. There was like a 4-stack last time they attempted this. This time seems FaZe are able to get in, get trophies down, maybe get a clean plan in, but pausing it for a second.
And you already have 2 players through. They both went through platform. That's be Metals and Real. Well, it's another car. It's another car. I think that weakens up Cell. Well, it looks like he dealt with it. So he was ready for it. Bomb planted. Where do Miami go?
Looks like it's going to be a big hit through front door. They try to triple chow Cell. Draws able to get one. Cell's able to finesse. Asks for the help from Abizi, but a great slide from Real. He's going to get a second off of that as well. Simp Cell now have the clutch in the 2 versus 3. Cell not winning it all on Simp. Not going to get it done. 3v4 again for Heretics.
And this is where I feel like these rounds is where Cell has been so good on the year. Just finessing, winning close range fights. But the 2 from Real spiral side, get them back in the round.
Got a second. Maybe Dross is engaged with somebody else.
Yeah, he's probably looking the other way.
Because the first fight, I mean, he's got a great slide. I figured the first player was on a BC or whoever was got a great slide on him, but let's see this again.
I think it's behind a nade, right? Abizi's weak. Or no, he's not even weak. He wins it. Yeah, Dross is looking spiral.
Yeah. Beautiful there from Real, though. Just say he was in another fight. I figured he had to be. Regardless, incredible stuff from Real. Now a round away. Our Heretics from a 2-0 edge. Just, you gotta love it, dude. Young players. For that series you had earlier today, just brush it off and get to business. Real should be caught. Let's say hey, they've got a presence here, but as Metal gets one, can Metal get out with his life? The answer to that is no. So 3 versus 2 for FaZe, but sometimes the numbers advantage has not mattered for FaZe.
No, and again, like they're defending B well. They're forcing them inside of A. That's if we see another offense, what Miami's gonna have to do. That's what FaZe's game plan is. But the A executes just have not been going the way that we normally see from FaZe.
Oh, they certainly haven't. Wait a second. Okay. Wait a second. I thought that got real wild. We were hopping POVs and it was a circus.
Yeah, the team kill, right? They slides right in front of him. Luckily, Cell was nearby, just able to catch Rencor before he gets in a spiral.
Oh, yeah. No, just able to. Yeah. That was real close from him maybe being out. We have another crazy 1 versus 1. This time for the other rookie of Heretics to clutch. FaZe slowly try to bring this one back. And yeah, I mean, you're thinking of your FaZe, like we could have won this already. I mean, we've had an advantage in 4 rounds we've lost.
Yeah, and they'll probably just go right back to A because they're getting the bomb down, they're getting into their setups.
They're even getting a blood in some of these scenarios and still losing the round.
Now they're gonna try to maybe switch up the pace. Someone's getting very aggressive. That's gonna be Real. And Real's gonna find the opening. Now he is finessing through the doors, through the zip lines, shooting at Ghost, but they are here. They're trying to hunt, just does not find the second player. But look how forward you are if you are Heretics. You know bomb is down.
Okay, well.
And it doesn't matter if you know.
Yeah, no, BC has no business getting 2 there. You're still in trouble in this map, but that was filth. Metals 1 versus 3. Retake towards B. Nice tags into Draws. He knows he's got to go now. It's his only really chance at opening. You back down Draws, and maybe you can slip through and make a play.
Might be an ace for Abizi. Might get all 4 in that round. Maybe that is the spark for FaZe. We have seen some big comebacks from them on this map. Chance to do it again.
We'll see this again.
Yeah, so he gets Real. He was the trade, and then snap on a Rencor, and
Super missed his first 8 bullets.
Yeah, right into that trash can.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, well, maybe you can get away with that if you're a FaZe player, but shooting bodies when you're down 5-3 is demonic stuff. 5-4 now. Ace from Avizi, keeping you in it. Damage into Real, backing him up.
Yeah, he's hoping that trophy covers him. Just a little short.
They're going fast, and Abizi right back to it. 5 straight for him.
But I think that push stalls all because of that nade. That sets up Abizi for that play.
They get in, they get out. Back it up towards A. For Heretics, though, it has been these 3v4s that they managed to pull off that got into the big advantage. Real is terrified, trying to run through walls. Can't quite back up. Health tries to come in. Abizi, he's on a tear.
He's going for back-to-back aces.
Simple get the last one, but it's 7 straight for Abizi, and now we're going to a round 11.
They do not go away.
Abizi takeover map. Holy.
Well, the Tiny Terrors, they have been human throughout this stage, especially in the respawn, but coming alive in map 2.
Got Super, 1,400 damage on his side. Just passing that is Abizi. 7 straight for Abizi. 3 straight rounds for FaZe. Heretics, yeah, you gotta close this out. This one would be rough after that massive advantage. Here we go. Round 11 protocol. Heretics for the 2-0 edge. FaZe to square things up. Real, info on the cross.
It's a 3 outer strat, right through platform. The zipline is given up, so you'd see number 5 in Draza. He's worried someone's already through. That's gonna be Real. Near that A site will be Simp. He's gonna lock down A, but there is the info. But do they know Real is here?
He has been lurking. Feels like they know it's an idea. Is Abizi's on the hunt? And it's 8 in a row.
8 in a row for Abizi.
Oh,
Sell with another. It's a Miami collapse, or is it? Metals.
Oh, we're challenged.
Trying to bring it back. Yeah, Abizi's like, I'm unkillable. Unkillable. 8 straight on 13. Pressure, though, to draws.
He just gets the info. A bomb is being planted.
Super get to the back statue. Can't get away after the plant. Great stuff there from draws. Now wait for your teammates to come in and pinch this out. Super's position, give it up. All the utility now coming in. Simple, get it. And FaZe bring it back down 2-5. And if they win this series, you're praying to Lord Abizi, because that was disgusting stretch out of him.
And you and I, we talked about it. This has been their split. Just some ugly hardpoint map 1.
Yeah.
And then somehow surviving in map 2. They have relied all year on their search and destroy, and they do it again.
About the size of a mosquito and as annoying as them too. Like, these guys just won't go away, bro. Like, I thought for sure that is a Heretics 2-0 advantage. But, you know, we kept mentioning, like, FaZe should have been up in that search.
Yeah,
they had so many 4v3s that they threw away. But the fact you're able to clutch up there, and that's just part of the ice that comes with being in Atlanta FaZe. Having these players, all the championship Sundays you have made it to. They're not out of this series yet because they still don't look great. But, man, that was a comeback. Abizi does, though. Lord Abizi. A reminder, he is the S&D god, because that was, dude, something.
Well, yeah, I mean, his duo is right behind him with double digits. Just so many multi-kills early for
Super's
Sam.
just like, bro, it's not for a trash can. We win this map rounds ago.
Yeah, we might have done it. I mean, yeah, they played well. And then in that round 11, tried to set up Real, right? He was always been the lurker since they added him last year. It's just like, they read that play.
No, he got spotted. Like, when he saw them, bottom computers, like, they saw him, and you saw BZ just kind of playing for that. It's just a timing thing. It is. I thought Dre draws it was either going to get caught or was going to be he found a timing through. BZ just won the gunfight. He had the close range sub and able to win it. Unbelievable. Desk, chat through that one. Holy hell.
8 first blood seems to be the difference here, but it was Miami taking advantage of, I guess, being down a man, but just playing together early. Break down the search and destroy for me, Study. How has Atlanta now done this twice? This is the second round 11 steal.
These guys are just unreal in this mode specifically. Like, they have been lackluster in hardpoint. Their control is 50-50, but S&D they can always rely on. And I feel like when you are playing against Atlanta in this mode, you need to be able to put them away. You were up 5-2. We start taking way too many risks. We're taking space, giving up our life for free, and then that's when you're allowing Abizi to just dictate the game. Like, he's unreal when he's getting into that flow state.
When you're up against a team like Atlanta FaZe, you got to put them out.
Drop these lowers on me, Unk.
This is how I'm looking at Real right now. Listen, runs up on their defensive round, gets a great position, finds a blood. And then he is so hungry for the two-piece that he's just running around up top, takes the zip. Got to get out with your life there. And you saw the rest of the players on their team trying to get pushed up and play around him off of that energy. And then Abizi's like, wait, I can do it too, and just guns you to bring them back into the game. Like, that is a Miami win. You have done so much work throughout that one. And, you know, you hate to see them throw it away because this Atlanta FaZe team, you give them an inch, they're taking a mile.
You should have been up 2-0 without a doubt. That's what's going through everybody's head. But if you're FaZe, you're all smiles. Take a look at the early rounds, though, Al, because things were looking up for Miami, and the crowd is loving their performance.
Yeah, and things were looking grim for Atlanta FaZe, and it was because Miami Heretics were just exuding confidence over on this A site, you know? And unfortunately, I think after Abizi got that 2 down low, it almost, like, scared the Miami Heretics. So they started slowing down, trying to give new looks, and it's kind of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think for Miami Heretics, unfortunately, they were just trying too hard to give different looks. Again, Abizi gets 2, and just suddenly it's like all of the fire for Miami Heretics starts getting a little snuffed out. They start playing a little wonky and slowing things down. I wish they would have just dropped zipped and bang out A again.
I'm telling you, that's not even Super Renkor's fault. Like, they're going to get roasted because they got smoked in those gunfights down there, but it is literally them running to try to help Real, who was up top, and get his trade. Super unfortunate. Abizi's just a special player, man. Has these moments throughout the years.
And that's the thing, like, if you allow Ibiza to have a moment like that, where he just absolutely destroys Super, oh, you best believe he's going to take that into the next couple of rounds. He opens up with 3 in the following, getting aggressive over towards tower side, just dictates the game. And then at that point, when you're in round 11, you're shaking a little bit because everything that you threw at them, everything that you had different strategies for when you started the game, it just wasn't working because SMG's, the Tiny Terrors, started to come alive.
They have so many round 11 wins, I feel like. It's ridiculous.
That guy who was just on camera, if you need help,
their 4th one in
he's
their
from
last
the
6.
Coast Guard. He knows a thing or two. Shout out to my guy. Round 11 victory again for FaZe, makes it a 1-1 game, and we go back to this hard point, though. Heretics silenced the Atlanta FaZe fans instantly. Walk me through the performance. Is it the ARs? Is it medals? Is it more than just medals? What did we see here on Vault?
It was the SMGs. I think the SMGs had a really good map in this map, number 1. I mean, the ARs did too. I mean, across the board. I mean, this was kind of a bang out for Miami, but they're just a really fundamentally good Vault team. They prioritize P4 incredibly well compared to other teams, and I think that's how they run away with this versus Atlanta.
I agree, Ali. It was the P4. And you saw, like, Miami just got in, like, that situation where you just squad wipe them when there's, like, 15 seconds left on P3, and you're just in the perfect setup where they're just blending Atlanta. And you saw just Atlanta not prioritizing the spawns, and when they did, they were just getting gunned down. Real had a sensational performance on that map, number 1, as well as Super. Like, exactly what you want to see if you're a Miami fan. But that being said, as thunderous as that is, we're in a 1-1 situation now.
Miami just got to keep hot in the respawns, man. Like, you came out, everyone was firing on all cylinders, SMGs even pulling out AR at times. You were dominating rotations, and now this is the most important map for me, without question, in the series. Because when you talk about Atlanta FaZe, protocol control, don't want to play there. They auto-veto Vault every single time. So the 50-50 one for them is Hacienda. They sometimes look good, sometimes look bad.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes
last time
maybe.
they matched up, it's the only one they won versus Atlanta.
Yeah, facts.
Real quick, true or false, we see our first game 5 of the night in this series.
I don't want to jinx it.
I fear they gave Atlanta too much momentum from that.
No.
We won ATL.
No.
So false.
Don't want to jinx it. Merc and Maven.
Please.
I don't know. Yeah, please. I'm afraid whoever to get about 5. But no, I think Hacienda is interesting for the next 2 because I think if you think about their major run, last time to win for FaZe, the last major, Hacienda, Hardpoint, and Control are probably their most important maps. Like, I think Hacienda in general is probably the most important map to this FaZe team right now because they need it in Search after Vault and Skyline were left. They need it in Hardpoint. They need it in Control because Proto gets banned. Like, Hasi, I'm kind of talking out of my ass, but Hasi is like the most important map to them. I really feel that way.
Yeah,
I do.
When you look at the vetoes, right, because they don't play a lot of Skyline 100%.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
I mean, again, last time these 2 teams met up, you played Hasi Control, and it was a big surprise because Miami beat them 3-1.
Yeah,
it looked really darn good, and that's the big thing for Miami. They didn't have a second Control map. With Super now, you have this as an option.
And I think, listen, the meta has shifted a little bit. Like, we were definitely a little heavier in the sub department on a lot of maps. It's been a little bit more AR dominant. I mean, our experience over the past 6 years, typically when FaZe are at their best, it's when it's a little more sub heavy. And maybe that's partly why they're struggling a bit this stage. But you made an interesting comment to me. You said you feel right now this feels like Vanguard FaZe. Like they don't look very good. Like just current form. I'm not talking about the year. They won 2 obviously, but current form, they don't look great. But you wouldn't be surprised if they still make a run to a final.
They're just doing enough.
Doing enough. Yeah. Heretics though, the other side of this, like you've just got to bounce back. You threw one away. You let one slip. However you want to phrase it. They want to answer back, and they're going to need this home crowd behind them, but it's Sip actually behind them, inside them, through them. 2-0 start for Sip.
Well, he's going to get on this B point, but really the player I'm looking at for FaZe is Cell. He turned it around, has not had a great series. You do not say that often, but was that the spark you needed in that map too? Good 3-0 start from him.
And also, just back to that map, like, listen, we got to gas it easy. Keegan's on 8 straight, but they got there because of Sim. Like, a couple of round ones were his multi-kills. He didn't have like the prettiest down like a BC maybe, but the Tiny Terrors have been doing it together for a long time, and they continue to. Good test though around the point. Sim not taking that gunfight. Good gunny there from Metals. Now Draza from the top rope will get one. The big one-on-one. It's a BC that'll keep a presence here, and this is big one-on-one because what? He can pause the clock. Has a foothold here, but spawning out all the way over towards Rock and P2 will be FaZe trying to battle back.
And this is where I felt, because on the year they're 8-3, but in this stage they're 1-2 on this map. And I think what they did early on Hasi, better than anyone, is their ability to stay alive on that B point and buy enough time for their attack to work. But throughout this stage, I think that's where they've struggled. It feels like that one player just hasn't finessed their life enough. They're not winning enough gunfights near that platform.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, dude, defense's push in general is so tough. It's so tough. They're pausing it again here, though. It'll be the tiny tears. And into the fray they go. Can Simp walk away the multi? He can. So they'll take that and then give him another one. You've got to be kidding me. Nice pick out of the window. Second tick done.
And that's just a great example of it. I mean, you had 2 dead. Miami, everybody pushes on up, but they somehow get through. They're starting to work the B point. It might come down to the last player again. And while it is Simp, he has been here for a long time. He just had no help whatsoever.
It's like, boys, can we get one?
One, yeah, please.
Can we get one? Under 30 to go, and they've cleared all that work onto the third tick. Probably the last push in, even in lives, starting to build it from Boathouse. Working, got through the secret side of it. Will be a Beezy. He's going to drop. It's going to be on Simp again to make the play. He's got Cell here to help him out. And Cell is helping. Halfway to that last tick. Beezy gets one well side off the spawn. Simp trying to finesse his life. Are you going to send more bodies at? They're going to send more, 2 more at this. Real with a big win. The other 2 seemingly lining up, and that will be the minute extension. Minute 15 now to go. Last body up towards the point will be a Beezy. He's just going to wait for the troops to get here, but can't wait long.
Yes, you think he's going to wait, but he gets on the point. Metal's able to find him, so now 8 versus 8. But you have the minute, and that's all. Do the objective work over towards B, just stalling the clock. Big props to Simp. And Cell to get done with that point, but they have 3 ticks in a position to win an offense.
Rancor, he's been cutting down reinforcements from the well side. Some big gunfight wins. Lives-wise, we're 6 versus 6, 45 to go. So more than likely, we're going down to lives. Every gunfight so big. Super wins 1. Simp wins 1. Back and forth we go. They're all swinging on Real. Best of luck with this. Can he get a kill?
He's got help.
Can he get a kill, or can he get help? Help is there. Help is getting clothesline.
Okay.
They're all getting ripped. All onto Super in the back. 2 versus 4. He's going to fall. Now to Real. 1v4. You'd love to leave him up and get another tick if you can, but you got to kill him at that point. So what, 4 ticks?
And that's just the man advantage that you get if you are FaZe, because Super, he chows top open by his lonesome. There's nobody following him up for the trade. But, I mean, you're kind of set up for that push, right? You have 2 players in a position, but they just fly through rock, their ability to stay alive. See it again from Simp's POV to get done with B.
Well, that, I think, was the first time. They didn't finish it then. That's when they got really close. And then, but that play is why they had a chance in the round, 100%. But it was him and Cell a little bit later, I think, that actually closed out the point. But at least I think so. That's the one that got real close, right? And they retook. Still, a brilliant play out of him. 9 kills on the attacking side. Now we'll see what they can do defensively. But Heretics maybe still on their backs after that search and destroy. Trying to shift the momentum, trying to shift the venue, the fans, back into their side. Metals looking to eat. He's been great in this particular matchup, but he's going to be put into the blender and spun around like a ballerina as the Tiny Tears get right back to work.
Yeah, this is the worry from that map, too, if those 2 got going.
Well, I mean, that should be, I think right now with where this Heretics team is, it feels like the form of Super and Rancor, like you can go toe-to-toe with Droz and Cell. The advantage for FaZe should be in the SMG, 100%. That was not the case in the map 1. Obviously in the map 2 it was, and maybe we'll see if that's how it plays out here, but that should be where you're eating.
That feels that way. Just, yeah, Simp with another. He's 14 and 7. A BZ right behind him at 9 and 6. You're all off a spawn. Metals with a heads-up play, maybe to just lures, but with those fences, allows a timing for a BZ to do that. He's ready for number 3. The damage is there.
Oh, guess what? You killed a BZ? Well, I'm here too.
Sounds just like him.
Yeah. 7 life advantage early on for FaZe. Body, though, onto the point for Heretics. Remember, a similar position for FaZe. Maybe not down as many lives, but they had a lot of work to do with very little time to do it. Heretics need to do something similar, but Sip is just in kind of flow state right now. Just frying them. Same can be said for Abizi. Just taking over this one. There has not been an opening anywhere. It has been the search and destroy. It has been the control of this stage for FaZe that is, well, the reason they got to a winner's bracket start at least. And they're doing it again here. That's been the recipe for victories. Lose map
if
1,
we have
win 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, if we have another like screenshot, I mean, if you go back and look, it's like 6-5, then a 3-0, then like a 10-point hard point win in map 4.
Yes, no, their map 4 win is literally always within like 10
20 points.
If you talk about at least this stage.
Yeah.
We'll see. We're getting to a map 4, but looking like the pressure is going to be the Heretics to extend this and win another hard point. But hold up. Not there yet. And that's going to be the hard point pick for FaZe. You think about their run throughout Major 2 to their win. Hard point on Hacienda was a massive part of why they won that tournament. Heretics, though, they're thinking about the reverse sweep here within the control. They need a good break off. So far, so good. Then maybe not so good. Well, okay, we go 2 for 2.
Yeah, but the opening towards B is there.
Dude, yeah.
At least put somebody on it. You don't even see that player if you are Sim.
It looks insane.
But a nice rotation there from Super and Real.
Ooh, nearly hits the nice slide and cuts down draws as they try to work out from Secret. Sim's kind of had his own little war on the other side of the map. He's just been like a 1v2 over here, rock side. And okay, I thought for a second maybe coming away with that, but trying to divert forces over there. They haven't been able to do really what they did through the round 1, like kind of constant pressure onto B, lots of pause in the clock. They haven't been able to do that. It's been a better defense from Miami Heretics.
Then you had your chance early, right? There was a 2 for 2 off the break, and you saw they wanted to get towards that B point. But they just got cut down, especially that kill from Super onto Sim.
Sheesh. Nice win from Abizi. Next opportunity on the point, of course, is Abizi with 1, Sip with 1, cutting them down and finding openings, and they want to cut over towards B. That's going to be the play call. Draw's able to get another. You've got numbers here. You've got massive numbers here. Holding the outer push is going to be Cell. That is a clean volley of kills. And this should be the extension. I don't know if you risk this if you're Heretics. You just got to set up. Or do they? It looks like they're going to send one more wave with this. My worry is if you lose this fight, you might just lose the map.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. One player does hit outer. I think Super does enough. So you can see everybody now going to fight Rockside off of spawn.
Okay. Enough that you can't just cleanly get tagged.
Exactly.
Yeah. That almost did exactly what I was worried it was, though. A little bit of a risk there when you take one more hit. Minutes ago, though, 2 life advantage for FaZe now. Should be a calm. I say it should be a calm over to Seth. There's one coming his way. The streak continues now for Abizi. He's out to 5 in a row.
It's 3 dead. Real last man. See what he can find. He's going to play for the spawners, but he's going to get cut down. Another chance for FaZe to win.
6 straight. Got going in the search and destroy. Did not slow down in the control. He'll take any gunfight, whether he's stunned or not. Well, but reposition for this one. And then he'll come right back and shove the barrel of his gun down your throat. 5 lives remaining for Heretics. Massive advantage for FaZe. Bodies stacking it, no respawns left. The lives won't matter. The map is won. FaZe back-to-back maps, and this is how they've done it. 2, 3, and 4 have been the maps leading to their victories throughout the qualifier, and are looking to do it again here. Heretics now are going to rely on what? Winning a Hasi hardpoint and getting it to a dealership. They get to map 5. You feel pretty good about their chances.
Yeah, you thought this was a big sort of mental test after the loss to Thieves. You come out hot, and here's just another one. Did you blow that 5-2 lead? That's all you're going to be thinking about if you lose this series.
100%. 100%. Like, they had it won. They had multiple opportunities, and yeah, they got to that 5-2 lead through some insane plays, some insane clutches, and some misplays from FaZe. But the fact is, you had a 5-2 advantage. Yes, it's the curse, but like, just can't get it done. Now, Hacienda hardpoint. Listen, we've been talking about it for 6 years. This is where FaZe, at some point in the year, more often than not, hardpoint is their struggle. 50-50 is what they're praying for within a series. If they're going to get a win, they got blown out in the map 1. They're going to have to look better in this next one. But for the control stats, yeah, BZ and Sim just, I mean, they were taking them.
I think round 1 sort of sets the pace. Sim there, he's got 7 objective kills. 5 of those were on that round 1, just staying alive. B side, getting that objective work done, and then they just kind of played their game, right? And you just saw it. You saw Cell pulling out a sub, Draza pulling out a sub. What we saw from Major 1, them really setting that meta playing their game. When you control the hallways, you have to jump into that, where they're just ready for you. This is how they want to play this map.
And yeah, I mean, for the map 4, you go back, what were the wins? They got the win over Carolina for FaZe. You had the win over Carolina, they had the win over Optic, and what was the other one? Third win. Like, it was literally so similar in how they did it. Like, I would bet money this is going to be like a 250, 240 type hard point. And chances are I'll be wrong, but that'd be where I bet based on just how it's been lately.
Yeah, the only reason you might be wrong is just the way that these guys are shooting right now.
Yeah, seems like not quite what we were seeing in that map 1. They were getting absolutely Kentucky fried. Not been the case.
It's like, as bad as it is to blow the 5-2 lead, it's also just how it happened. Like, you gotta be, I don't know, it just feels like lighter fluid on a fire.
How it happened, and then, yeah, maybe you started the fire and then turned into a full-fledged bonfire now with the map 3. Is you just getting beat 3-0, and we don't see a ton of 3-0s in control. Like, it happens, and yeah, this FaZe bunch has had some. We've had a couple this weekend, but it's difficult with the nature of our maps currently. It's not like there's one that's super offensive favored. Like, we get a lot that go to round 4, round 5, more often than not. There, though, just steamrolling through them.
Yeah, I think the one map maybe you've seen more offensive map or round wins is probably Proto.
Probably Proto
this event.
Since the change.
Yeah.
Just this event. Yeah. No, absolutely. But they do it there on Hacienda. This is just, yeah, you've got to regroup, and that's where it's so tough. It's just, it's a young team, and it makes me think of like, well, before I talk about that, you look at the map 1, what these guys were able to do. It's just like, are the guns hot like that now? Can you play like that now that FaZe is starting to hit another gear? But like, it reminds me almost like we got young players like this. Like Ray kind of talked about when they brought him on and he got interviewed, like getting to a Sunday with that first step for that kind of Surge crew. Getting to a final, first time. Like, after they lost that winners bracket final, we were like, uh-oh, like that's gonna be tough to bounce back from. Like, there are moments when you are a young player, it is, I'm sure you were there early in your career, like you lose one, it's like, I don't care like how mentally tough you feel at that age, they're young, bro. Like, you haven't seen things, it's gotta be so hard to just be like, what do you do? Just be like, all right, brush it off.
No, I mean, it's hard to do. It's not easy to do. And again, in the back of your mind, you're just thinking about map 2.
Well, what do you think was easier? Brushing off like that map 2, or like brushing off the Thieves loss. The Thieves loss, at least, you got beat in 40 minutes. It's just, you just like laugh that off in a way. Like we got our asses kicked. What is there to talk about? Like we did not show up and play our game at all. We got destroyed. But the map 2 is, wow, what do you do?
Yeah, let's see if they can bounce back here on this Hacienda hardpoint. Get this to that map 5. Yeah, dealership is there. They have been so strong on it. But can we get there?
Can we get there? We get there, this is gonna be a banger. All-timer. Okay, I'm just relying on how the map 2 went. That map 2 search was insane. Maybe more of that on dealership. But can we get there? Come on, Heretics, get us to a map 5. Get this home crowd, hometown, fired up for this big Hacienda. Few seconds to go, and we are loading in. Final match of Saturday before our championship Sunday. Away we go. Heretics battling for their tournament.
Oh, we're gonna start with the young gun, just controlling top open. But I think you gotta see, can you rely on the subs to do just that? Maybe just slow down the tiny terrors, just not allow those multi-kills to come through as often as they have the last couple of maps.
Yeah, it's just, they need a strong start, right? They need one. They need a strong start, because you did not get to bounce back at all in that control. So far, so good. As they've got P1 control, P2 spawn control, not a single point in for FaZe. Got FaZe spawning out where you want them.
Yeah, you already have Metals watching well. There's gonna be a player there. That was Sim, so he's cut down. That's your long route guy who is in that position. But you're 5 seconds away from P2 popping up, and you're like at the 50-yard line. You are gonna find one kill. Rentor should spawn safe with P2 spawning. He does. So great start here for Miami.
It's just sometimes where FaZe have struggled, like the P1, P2 on this particular map. They bring it back on the P3 and 4. We've seen this a billion times. And I feel like it's a P2, they get their closeouts more often than not for the map, but this is where they're trying to improve, and this is where Heretics are trying to take advantage.
Oh, Real with a big pinch. He finds the opening. Well, he's gonna tuck them apart, finds the IR,
Beautiful.
All 3. Great stuff, and the spawns will flip due to what Simp is doing, but it doesn't really matter. 25 seconds left.
Sure.
You take this all day.
Sure, absolutely. Even if you lose control here, whatever. Even more power to you if you get the time and the rotation. Metal's gonna be the last body at it. Teammates off a spot to rotate. This is all gravy. Beautifully done from Heretics. Need to come out swinging in this map 4. They're doing it. Okay, so now for FaZe, this is where you need to get your time. 3 and 4 is where you usually find more of your success. They were out-rotated, outgunned, out everything in the map 1. They gotta turn it on here.
Yeah, I think that's a key. I mean, they have played so much around rotations throughout this year, and they're just losing them.
Not the break team of the past. Not able to do it. Rancor and Heretics shut it down. Real out to a 9 and 4 start as well. And this Heretics team behind their powerhouse ARs, when they get early setups, they are just lethal. For FaZe, you see to flip the script. Yeah, you gotta flip it. You can't be constantly trying to break against the likes of Super and Rancor and allowing Real to get space and find routes, find openings. As he's doing right now, as Super holds the back line, 100 to 15.
Now look to the mini-map, the first player there, it's gonna be Metals. And well, Rentor's gonna pick up the pinch. Simp was trying to find the opening. Nice win there by Abizi and Cell. But still, Rentor has a presence here. And you're just, I mean, delaying this. You love this if you are Miami once again at the hill first. 100-point lead just like that.
They all line up. They're like on top of each other there. So it works out beneficially for FaZe. And this has probably been their best hard point, P4, on this particular map. That's usually where they're at their strongest. They've got to be right now. Because if this went the way of Heretics, I mean, this map is basically done. They're still winning it from the point. A couple of multi-kills come through for the FaZe side. Next break opportunity for Heretics, though, is here. They're trying to contest what they can. Don't allow any kind of rallying cry from the Atlanta FaZe boys.
Yeah, there was a chance on that first push because Real, he never died, so he was just sort of lurking. Trying to set that up. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. Cell was able to win it, so they did the rest of the time stay in the game.
All right, second rotation upcoming. Heretics, keep doing what you're doing. Brilliant first set of hard points. FaZe now want to kick it into another gear. They have been getting dominated. This second rotation has got to be better. We're going to a map 5. Down 70, FaZe is fighting. Let's go to the comms with Atlanta FaZe.
Watch out. I'm close. Okay. Could be Spire, I guess, but I have the rest. I'll see him. Open up, close. Watch out, Real. Nice. Watch out.
He ran away.
I might use Dark Absolute. Kill this guy in the water. I'm in the water. Go front. I'm Weak. Whoa, he's in the back of metal. Two dead. There's one in front. Watch this thing. Nice. And then I'm sending you guys over. From that metal. There's two there. Give me one after. Omar, super, watch out. I'm Zig. Hold Zig. I'm telling you my front. Zig naded, I have it though. Yeah, Zig. I have the back. They're gonna hit this stuff. Push through the front. That guy's 220 in the back, I think. Maybe 220 in the back. Hey, Rock. He's weak and Rock. Where'd he go? I don't know. We flipped. I'm still playing. Go far to the back. You don't use that. Try to kill him. He's back. It's on Chris. He was on Nice. Back super one time. Alright, deep back and then on time. Turn up each other. I don't see this guy close. Let's go, guys. I'm dark. I don't see this guy. I saw him. Close right. One shot dead. Hurry. Super dead.
Comms seem all right. Like they have an idea what they want to do. they're just not getting it done. Like when they need to execute, it's the plays, it's a gunfight win from Heretics, they're disrupting it.
Yeah, they're just getting destroyed.
Yeah.
Honestly, it reminds me a lot of map number 1.
Really does.
There's some break opportunities, but then someone's finding a multi-kill. Rentor does a great job staying alive there. You were waiting on a BZ to go. And well, his teammates got there, but then they get re-broke by Heretics, still hanging on to this 100-point lead.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, they didn't get to this position through their hardpoint this qualifier. It has been the control, it has been the search. But wow, Heretics look far out in front. And the hard points within this series still up 100 points. Yeah, there's still a chance for FaZe to make this run. It starts here with the P4. You can get back within chomping distance if you get the hold. Next break, though, chance is here. And it might be alive and well. Metals, 1 versus 1. Cell gets underneath them. Cell, how does he get 2 with the pistol? Still, the closer spawn comes in for Heretics. You're able to fight right back in. I thought Cell did enough to win that. Maybe enough to keep it scrappy. But the flood is there. Heretics play so fast, and Metals off spawn gets 2 again. Give him 3.
And these are the sort of plays that we're used to FaZe doing on this hill. Got a glimpse of it from Celium. He's playing well, but it's just like everybody else struggling. We're just not getting a team effort from FaZe and Hardpoint.
No, I mean, it's so much like the map 1. You just look at it statistically. Heretics. If this was 5 hardpoints, and it's best of 5.
They'd win 5-0.
Yeah, they absolutely might with the way these two have looked. Into our 3rd set now. Super trying to battle to clear a BZ out of the objective. A BZ repositions though, catches them there at the pot. Only 23 points needed for Heretics. And I want to say this is one of those where it just feels like a matter of time. Like, going to a break, Heretics get this done. But just how the map 2 went, even though it's a very different mode, I'm like, well, it's not counting one out yet. Who the hell knows? FaZe might pull off something insane.
That is, yeah, I mean, I guess it could happen. If it's going to happen on a map, it'd be a map like Hacienda. They're going to flip them.
Yeah.
They're going to flip them. This is a big 15. I think Miami want to chow this. That is going to be the call. You would love to have this time. And yeah, Metals, he's going to win that gunfight now. That's going to force Celium to reposition, deal with him. This should give Miami maybe a chance to break this early.
Let's see if they can do it. Maybe the first time you're set up early if you're FaZe. Like, not been the case at P2 at all. Draws has got trophy in for coverage. Got up to fight. Comeback still happening. Down 80 and up. That is tough. Car's gonna explode. At least Draws gets a kill. Cell able to hold Zig as well. ID maybe stop shooting there. At least the Real getting 2. Simp somehow snaps to get another, but once he always feels like there's another player for Heretics, and just like the P4, it's just a closer spawn is enough. Now 10 needed for the win. Real back in battling inside the point at 28 and 18.
It's a game 5. It is a game 5
We're going that way. Here we go, baby.
Miami take us there.
Finally, thank you, Miami. The hard point, so good for Heretics. FaZe just getting torched. Thought that was their weakness coming in, and sure enough, that is the case. 2-2 with a dealership to come, and maybe just talk about who's the better dealer team coming into this. I mean, it's Heretics' pick. They are the better one. It's weird today because I know they got 6-0 in the blink of an eye by Thieves, but this should be their map win. This could be their map win. They're the favorite. They got it here. They now have the momentum. What a bit of resilience here out of Heretics.
No, 100%. Just mentally a battle after that map number 2, but a great response in this game 4, just right from the get-go. Real has so many multi-kills that were a big difference maker to give them that 100-point lead. Like, there were, I don't know, a couple of chances, like maybe that second P2, but they found enough. They kept it messy, didn't allow FaZe to really get anything.
Yeah, and no, I mean, hell, even if FaZe win this map 5, I don't know how this is a team that's going to run to winning this event.
No, it's crazy.
How the hardpoint looks.
It's crazy. A month ago, their hardpoint was like 8-2 in the major or something. I don't know.
I told you, I still didn't believe it was that good. You know I didn't, even when you
this is worse.
Even when they were like a 70% win rate, I still didn't think it was great. But no, this is as flat as it is looked from them in hardpoint. Work to do if they're going to somehow win this tournament. But it's not going to come through the hard point. They're going to win this series. They've got to do it through the search and destroy and the control. They came back down 2-5 in the map 2. It was an incredible comeback, but maybe you're relying on some more miracles there, but you're going to get some more experienced team on dealership, a better team on dealership, but it's still FaZe, it's still search and destroy. They obviously have a chance to win it.
No, 100%. I mean, you never really know with this FaZe team.
We've been praying for a goddamn map 5, and we finally got one. Major 3, final match of the night. We go the entire way. The hometown heroes in Miami. The team further building their legacy in Atlanta FaZe. The map 5 dealership up next. Do not go anywhere.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
To give yourself a fighting chance here in the series. Real, ruthless aggression. Another on stairs, can't get it, it's Krent with 2. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come, finds the first! Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mío, how has he done that?
Over him, you can see everything.
Are they planning for us?
No.
Back circle. Back circle weak. Back circle. I'm shooting. Back circle. 2 loads bomb. I'm ready to move. So weak. No.
Come on. Oh my God. Let's go, man. Let's go. Oh my God. My bad, bro. Oh my God.
They make it to nearly every single event. That poor guy that hit the deck today outside the venue. Is he here?
Saw that. That was tough.
Hey! What is that poor guy ate concrete for breakfast. Tough one.
Lobby. Nice, 3, get on point. We should stack. Nothing going behind us, mid you. Nice, stack. Go low line. I'm nading it. Triple stack. I'll get right. House 1. You can just look I have you. Look low line. Nothing wrong. They're flooding. One dead. Step. Force him. Come on. Let's go.
Go. Dead. Nice. Good job. Yeah, nice. I'm on shot. Tempus freezer when he killed me. Okay, I'm chilling in. Oh.
TK. Go back.
Nice I was side door and it killed me. I was like right inside a side door.
The 2025 Miami Heretics Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray. Vamos! Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome back. A map 5 decides our final team making it into Championship Sunday. For one team in Miami, you're trying to do it in front of the home crowd. You did it once this year on your way to a top 3. For Atlanta FaZe, in the entire CDL era, you can count the number of times they haven't made it to a Championship Sunday on one hand. They have been the final boss throughout most of this era, and well, they try to get back, but we'll see. Heretics have the momentum off that map 4. They have the advantage on dealership. Here we go.
Fist bumps are out. And yeah, on one side for FaZe, it's like we have been in this scenario so many times where our hardpoint hasn't looked good. We've survived through our search and destroy. Here is another test for them.
Just one more test in a long line of tests. I mean, based on how the CDL era has been, I mean, their work's done this year. They won 2 events, which many teams have not done, right? There's like one team a year, maybe has won multiple. They've got their multiple, but they're trying to, again, cement themselves as the greatest. And wow, an insane year this year might just do that, but still work to do, especially within this major. Heretics, though, trying to play spoiler dealership. Map 5. Loser is done. Winner into Big Championship Sunday and into a top 4.
Well, I'm kind of looking at this guy, right? Because it just feels like in Search and Destroy, they try to set him up. And maybe he's found his opening. They're trying to go for nades.
Oh, my God.
He's going to find one, doesn't find the second. Needs one more bullet.
Bro, he caught them both with their nades in their hand. Whoever was the second player with a nade just got out of that, bro. Holy hell, that was nearly the perfect timing for Real. But hey, he got the first blood. Got the info.
Their turn. I mean, this is a triple flank. 25 seconds. You have to go quickly if you're FaZe. This is going to take a lot of time.
They're fleet of foot.
There's the reposition.
Here they go. They just got all the info they're backing up, and now time, even bigger issue. But Zip's going to be right on it. Draws is trying to hold from above. Cell is able to get the pick. Time is a dwindling, trying to hold it from the window. Draws is challenged. Defuse is done, and that is a round win for FaZe. Wow. Maybe it does their own medicine, similar to the round we saw where Draza couldn't clutch up and they snuck in a defuse. This time FaZe able to do it.
That is great trust. There was an opening right there. When Cell, he finds the first player window, but the second one gets across. So Draza has to pick it up. So I thought that maybe allowed a timing for that first player towards the front to get the player on the bomb, but does not happen by just enough time. Great retake there from FaZe.
Yeah, just they see them rotate out and Zips is instantly on it. Instantly on it. And a round advantage. Well, we'll get the bomb later. Nah, we'll get it later. Let's get the blood first. Cell gets the blood. Draza gives out some haircuts. Can't quite finish the kill. Track it back. Getting bomb Zip. I swear he turns like 3 times thinking about scooping it. 4v3.
Well, you're down a man, so you're looking for something, trying to take it to him. Instead, FaZe are already here for you. So now you're left in a 1 versus 4 if you are Rencor. Not the start you wanted.
No, it is not. No, it is not. FaZe in control early. Real, first blood in the opening round. Cell get it this time. They'll back up and get bomb, and well, they'll just run right through them. The train they could not stop. And this is, you know, it's like FaZe showed, you know, down 5-2. Like, listen, they've seen it all. Like, all right, we'll bring it back round by round. Can Heretics do the same thing if they're put into a similar position? Much bigger test on these young players. But we'll talk about that if we get there. Now, 2-0, nothing crazy, nothing insurmountable. 3-man hit over towards B.
Yeah, and
Ranker playing deep.
I don't hate it. I do not hate it whatsoever if you're Miami because, I mean, you got the bomb plant. Got the bomb plant in. You had what you wanted. But FaZe are here. Real, he's going to try to catch. See what he does this time. He's able to stay alive. A bit of an off angle from Real, and then Super looking over him. And just like that, it is Celium left in a 1 versus 3. He is cut down.
To put a BC in that like awkward, he's like forward, backwards, forward. Like, where am I going to go?
Where to go. Just did not expect Real there. That is what he does. We saw in round 1, he would have loved to have 2. Probably would have been the difference maker in that first round. Fortunately, there was a trade, but this time he gets his 2.
Yeah, let's see this from his POV. There's the first, and the second, oh, just sliding, catching, draws. Oh, he's 2 HP. 2 HP, brilliant there from Real, nearly traded by draws. So adjustments, you think, for FaZe. Next time they're on defense, very easily could be a 2-1 advantage for Heretics. We'll see how they deal with Real on that B-side push.
Oh, look at this quick mid hit here from Abizi. Don't see this often from the defense, just right through the middle of the map. Now, where do you want to go? It looks like they know Metals is caught there. Do they? I thought the way that Abizi was looking, but a nice trade there from Sim.
Real, the timing, I believe, incredible. Oh my God. Where did he go? Where did he go? Super backing up. Super maybe caught. Sim knows he's weak. Sim trying to chase it down, and he'll chase it down. The trade comes in just a second late. Maybe would have saved his life. All on Real now. This would be for the ace.
Might catch him.
I made that up. It's not be for the ace. It's for the 2 from the last round.
We would have believed you.
Yeah.
But they just don't want to get caught playing the bomb, so FaZe are playing so conservative.
"20 seconds to go. They've got to work this plan. Real has cleared everything through mid-map.
Yeah,
what's the timing going to be?
Luckily, this map is
There's the info.
very small.
I don't know if they saw him. They didn't. Real slides out. Now down to a 1 versus 1. 8 seconds to go. Do you plant? Do you play the kill? aBeZy, the hero of map 2, in such a difficult situation. He plays the kill. Real is gone. 2-2.
And that's the problem. You're hoping to catch Real. You know the type of player he is. He likes his long routes, likes to try to find openings. So him and Cell just say, let's try to wait for him. But the issue is that, like,
yeah, when he slid and peeked, I'm pretty sure, like the player just looked left into the corner, like as they pushed out past the small room. I'm pretty sure it was like an insane timing where they didn't spot him.
And this is a map where if you're in the middle, you can get from one bomb site to the next.
Oh, yeah. He was
Within
just
5 seconds.
flying back and forth. He cleared both bombs 3 times. I'm exaggerating, but yeah. I mean,
No, he pretty much did.
2-2. Brushed off the early deficit. What does his nade find? Get some damage in, and a first blood. aBeZy gonna get clothesline.
Yeah, he's thinking Metals doesn't see him there, but going for that gunfight. Not able to win it in Metals with that first blood, and now they're thinking about the B-bomb site.
They're wrapping it out ahead on rotation will be Real, kind of clearing space. He's been their B-side hero on the offensive side of it. Squaring up with him might be draws early, but...
They go back to A. Watch that number 7. You see Simp. He is pushed forward.
Here we go.
They're going to check this.
Yeah. I think that's exactly what they were clearing when they didn't spot. Yeah, best of luck with that gunfight. Metals gets to the heady. Simp laid out. Real finding the opening. Cell last one up in the vent and back out of it. Bomb now going to be getting planted. Be a 1v4. Cell has had some insane ones in his career.
They just need Real not to scam. That's really what it is. He doesn't. He backs away. Metals is there. That's on Metals finding that first blood. And then what that first blood does, after they find Sip as well, it just opens up a route for Real to play his game. Hit the flanks, find the openings, make the rounds easy.
So after the hot phase, start up 2-0, 3 straight now for Miami. And in front in this one. Pressure on, elimination match. Heretics do not seem to be phased by the pressure of the stage. Now what can they do defensively as they'll try to get 2-round separation here. You've got 4 in a row for Real, 3 straight for Metals. Ways to go till we talk about any significant streaks in play, but aBeZy got blooded in the last round. Oh my God, 9 HP, he just gets out. He got hit by 1/4 of a bullet.
And watch, look at the minimap, Super and Real, they are quickly on this full flank. All of FaZe is here towards B. aBeZy's gonna pick that up. Where does this retake start from if you are Miami?
Stun in, maybe connecting with draws. Cell gonna get another first blood, and well, he'll take a second one with them. They're frying them now. Metals, his 3 straight. Gonna need to turn into 7 somehow, but it's 3 for Celium as he has a takeover round, 3-3.
Yeah, and I think Heretics, they're gonna have to stop aBeZy from doing this through the middle of the map.
Well, they nearly did. They nearly did.
Yeah, they nearly did. But what this does is this gives him so much info, right? When he is through middle of the map, through the B window, he's basically telling the guys there's no B pressure here, right? So the A flank is wide open. They're able to get that bomb planted. It's just a sort of, you know, a bit of a guessing game, but they had 3 players on their side of the map. They knew that it was coming from the attacking side.
You're getting information that would just take a lot longer to get, right? Like it just instantly. And that's probably been the single most impressive thing about aBeZy in S&D over the years. Like he's just no fear when taking space and getting information. And well, this is a good example of it offensively towards mid. Real opening doors. Now trying to hit stun. He's going to connect onto a BZ. BZ's trying to dodge all the nades. Stun, only thing that's going to hit him, and he's back to full. Popping around POVs for a second with the wrap out happening towards A. Defensively, you're out back as well. Can you catch someone if you're ranked, or you want that one? Oh, lordy.
Yeah, you want it bad, because you had an AR there.
Oh.
Trophy is down. Nobody's dead. I lied.
You did lie. Car on car equals muerto. Cell, 4 straight. Real last up 1 versus 4. It's been a game of swings. It was 3 straight rounds for Heretics. Now looking to go back to back and take advantage. Is Atlanta phased unless Real pulls a rabbit out of the hat and does something insane? Don't know if that's happening.
It had to be a very big rabbit.
And a BZ-sized rabbit. Speaking of a BZ. Set up in the back and looking to close it out, just sort of toying with him while the help comes in. Help is here. Real dances as long as he can, but finally will drop. And now as we get phased back to offense, yeah, let's see how BZ plays this. Does he take that same mid-cut? Does he get caught? As he got hit down to 9 HP last time. Got a little awkward for him getting out the window.
Game of swings so far, though. 2 for FaZe, 3 in a row then for Miami. But here's that car kill. It catches them by surprise. Simp. Again, RC is not very effective unless it's on this map, and it's just due to, well, you have a parking lot over towards that bomb site.
Kill your teammates on other maps, it feels
yeah.
like. Here, at least, it's usually the opposition. 4-3 FaZe. Different a look this time around. It's a slower build-up towards A.
They're trying to set up a BZ. Watch number 6. And well, never mind.
Not
You're trying to set that up, but Metals is going to be, he's going to stay here. Metals is going to stay there on that flank because they don't have bomb down. So he stays to watch the flank. A BZ feels like he has to get involved. And well, that just starts with taking down Simp before he can plant.
Yeah, he's trying to plant one for safe from the vent. He's just going to get caught as they shoot open the door. Cell trying to maybe pre-fire Ghost. Nothing there. Heretics, beautiful defense out of them. Stop the plant. Patiently deal with the flank. Still, very little separation. 4-4.
Yeah, that player watching the pitch, they're just not going to move until maybe they're down a man, maybe bomb is planted and they have to retake. So Metals, he's just hanging out. There's still a chance that BZ catches him, but it just makes his job so much harder.
Yeah, Simp's just like, well, thought I had the planet. And I don't really get to do much in the round because I am now dead. Heretics. What's the pacing going to be out of them offensively this time? Some utility connects, slows down the push for a second. Ranker has a sub in hand, so you know what the tempo is planned to be. Subs all over the place for this Heretics bunch. They just try to fly on forward. After Ranker's first blood, things maybe fall apart, or do they? Metals is still in the fight, down to a 2 versus 2. Real dancing with death as he's hit to sub 50 HP.
Well, both FaZe players just going to jump through the middle of the map. Real knows that this is an option. A lot of time to work with. As Miami switch it up, and it's just pretty much a mid-hit. Draza was able to spot it, so I think that's why you kind of saw them take it towards Rencor.
Battle of the sub-duos. This matchup, probably the one you thought most lopsided for FaZe, but not been the case when you talk about the hard points. Metals and Real have been frying. They helped them get to a map 5, but now can they deal with the tiny tears and search and destroy? Simp on 8 and 4. Real, I think, close behind on 7 and 4. Bomb is planted. Well, time is a ticking.
Yeah, this is a tough part. When you guess wrong, you're playing the 50-50. You have to find where they go, and while you just reposition through the middle of the map, does Miami. Well, they're going to play this. They're going to play this. Abizi, he has a intuition. Maybe that's the case.
Beautiful.
But he's by himself. Then it's a 1v2 for Simp.
Beautiful. The Miami sub-duo gets it done. As you said, it can be a guessing game. They guess wrong. And Real now gets up to 8 and 4, shutting down the tiny tears and a round away from taking this. But they've been on match point and search and destroy before. The same can be said for the Proto, and that went the entire way. They let a 5-2 advantage slip away. Now, 5 versus 4. Can they win it here on defense, or do we go to another round 11? Pressure building, heat rising. Trophy gets eliminated, and BZ's gonna get cut down. He's gone. Chest pumping, no. Drosden's able to win it. Sim's gonna get dropped as well. It's all gonna be a Drosden Cell now to clutch up 2 versus 3.
Oh, I thought Real just threw there a little bit to even up the numbers. But his teammates have his back. 2 on 3, as you said. Cell is beaming, no, but there is a trade. Rentor looked it for the ace.
Draws. He had a 1v2 opportunity. He nearly clutched up in the map 2. He's trying to do it here. It is for the map. It is for the tournament. And he'll have to do it through the chance. 45 to play. Bomb in hand. Bomb getting planted, and here we go. This guy does not let much phase him. Can he brush off the crowd, brush off the moment, and clutch up in this 1 versus 2?
Now, Dennis, just where are they?
Timing is so bad in Miami. Get it done. They move on to a 2nd championship Sunday on the year. Their fight continues.
And well, what a roller coaster of a day for them.
Wow.
Smoked. And then you just saw, like, I mean, this series, feel like they should have won that map number 2, but the boys are fired up. We saw it at Major 1. They clutched up in a game 5. They get them into a top 4. They do it here again.
Woo. It is a passionate bunch. It is so fun to watch them make these runs. Such a young team, so much talent. Rancor is the man. And he ends it with the ace, right? He'll get the final one there on the draws. All 4 in the round. Incredible out of him. I mean, sickening timing for draws as he had the read, but the slide back at just the worst moment. FaZe are out of this. And now you're thinking, I mean, a great win for Miami, but who is going to stop Thieves?
Yeah, I mean,
who is
we're going to have a new major winner, right?
True,
You know, FaZe,
yeah,
they win 1 and 2. And we just thought, like, this tournament was wide open.
It really did.
You know, Miami was looking like a top 4 team. They're here. Ultra, even with a sub, a top 4 team. They continue to improve. FaZe struggled online. Those struggles continue.
Thought this was the one to catch them. And to be fair for FaZe, if you're going to lose one, lose this one. You don't want to lose the last major. You don't want to lose champs, obviously. This is maybe the reminder you need that you still have stuff to work on, but they did not look good. Said it multiple times as we set up. It is Heretics to get the win. What a clutch performance there. Such a young team, so many magical moments. They get it done. Super has been terrific to this organization. It's awesome to see his success, and we've got him on the main stage.
Florida makes some noise for the Miami Heretics as they take down the defending champs. I got Super with me on the main stage. Super, how does it feel in this moment to take down the 3-time defending champions at your home event here in Florida?
I mean, it feels amazing beating FaZe, obviously, because they're such a good team. And I'm glad that we regained after that loss against Thieves. And I'm looking forward to play tomorrow again.
All right, there you go. A lot of big matches coming up tomorrow. Now, to talk about this series, you know, you guys had them in a chokehold to really kick this one off, but you lost that S&D. How did you guys kind of regain after that moment, losing the map 2 and the map 3 to come back and win the map 4 and the map 5? What were you guys talking about?
Yeah, I mean, the first map was so important for us because we gained a lot of confidence. The S&D, we troll at the end, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
And we found like our comfort zone in hardpoints. So winning the first and the 4th map was key to win this match.
It was very key winning this match, okay? Those hard points were so important to be able to take those guys down right there. Now, you got an awesome fan base here in Florida. You got an awesome fan base around the world, man. What do you want to say to these fans here that came out to support you guys, is waiting on the stage for you right now?
I just want to say you all are amazing, and I appreciate every single one of you that came here to support us. Everyone on the stream as well, supporting us. This is for you. We're gonna win this fucking event.
All right, you heard them. They want to win this event right here, okay? You heard it from Super. That does it for me and him on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Super, I am already a fan. The man brings the hype. He brings the confidence, and a reminder. This is his first event in the CDL, and he'll be playing on a championship Sunday, Nameless.
I mean, it's just unreal what he's done to this team, man. I mean, so much ice there in a Game 5 up against Atlanta, our back-to-back-to-back land champions.
Yeah.
You're able to take them down, like, Super played phenomenal as well throughout it. Like, what a performance out of them, and what a turnaround in some of the key game modes they needed to improve on. Talk about a Miami team now. 2 Sundays on the season. Good work.
We have so many highlights that we're just going to skip that Game 5, except for the scuff play of the game, of course. Jay, you called out Miami being a threat to Atlanta. It wasn't just the hard point. They had to close it out in this search and destroy. The subs with Real making some crucial plays, getting it done.
Oh, yeah, you know, the only one here in the sand calling out for Miami to get this W here. It's like I know ball or something.
Only one without a record on the line, we should say.
That's facts. It's all good, you know. I'm just picking the right team. And, you know, the way that Miami played this map is through their SMGs. Real just set so much pace through that middle map. Was able to contest either Simp or BZ on the opposite side. And then Meadows is just playing off of what Real's doing. Okay, you're going to stop that bomb planet A. I'm going to hold my position because I know what BZ's mostly going to work this flank. I get this kill. It guarantees our round. They were just in sync on that map.
Real's 1v2 to me, like, that
beautiful.
That was massive.
Yeah.
I mean, despite him, you know, making the play that I was frustrated in the game too, he stayed aggressive, kept going to try to make those plays and find those bloods. And I mean, he was the difference, in my opinion, in that Game 5.
Real and Rancor are moving on once again to a championship Sunday. They will be on the podium if they can win one more match. But they've got to get through some tough squads. Let's take a look back at the start of the day, because Toronto Ultra is very much still alive after taking down Minnesota Rocker. The team started looking better and better. We got to remind you, if you're just tuning in, Toronto Ultra is a top 4 team, but they're playing with a guy who came in with 72 hours of notice. Mercury's getting the job done. He led the lobby in damage.
I actually heard it wasn't 72 hours. It was actually 8 hours. The kid was up until 5 a.m. to realize the decision that was going to be made from Ultra. And thankfully, you did not put the alarm clock on to wake up or fall asleep. He has been locked in on this Ultra lineup. When you go up against Minnesota to start the day, Rocker realistically just came out way too slow. On the maps that they were supposed to be really good on, like the Skyline, you're getting steamrolled. The only one you were able to take was that Search and Destroy. But Ultra have figured it out. They figured it out at the right time with a new guy in the mix.
Rocker have 150 points left on the table, but that's only 5 online match wins, and then they would have to win Major 4. They've got some catching up to do, but the good news is the team right in front of them, they got knocked out as well. Let's take a look at the team that moved on, though. Mercury's and Insight dropping some numbers here in that first match.
Yeah, Insight's actually been unreal this weekend. I feel like this stage in general.
Did Octane hear you? Can say that again?
Jamie's been great. Insight's been unbelievable for this team, and obviously Mercury is right alongside him. I mean, 12,000 damage is just absurd. I can't believe there's no better storyline right now than this guy getting plugged into this roster, them making an elimination bracket run into Sunday, and possibly even winning the event. It's unbelievable.
The dream of a top 4 for Minnesota was ended early. Vancouver versus Boston, though, was our winner semifinal. Boston, I wanted them to get it done. I thought Purge would give them some extra energy. Vancouver's just too strong in this matchup. They take it 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think Vancouver's just kind of showing, you know, the middle of the pack teams, even the top teams, like, there's levels to this.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to beat us, you're going to have to continuously evolve throughout the season, because we're leveling up with every single split, with every single tournament. They're adding maps to their map pool now. Skyline is a dominant map for them, comfortable going up against anybody on it. And you saw anybody can take over as well. Like, it's not just Neptune in the hard points. You're getting huge performances from 04, Nasty, and Abuza. This is a Vancouver team that has their eyes set on gold, and that's it.
Take a look at the numbers here, Allie. Who were our top performers from Vancouver in the dub?
Oh, Abuza, dude. He's been unreal throughout the entirety of this weekend, but also big shout out to Neptune and Nasty. I mean, I think the biggest thing for me is the consistency that we get from all of these players. Like, their ceilings are so high, but where they kind of average at is still like a 1.1, a 1.2. It's been unreal for this squad. Unbelievable pickups from side of Rambo Ray.
Vancouver makes their move into the winner's bracket finals, and on the other side of the winner's bracket, you saw Miami Heretics matching up against LA Thieves. This is a matchup that just goes in favor of LA. This is nothing new, but a 3-0 was a statement win. They were dominant in the respawns. do they keep it up going into a championship Sunday?
I definitely think that they can, because Thieves right now find themselves in a different form. No, never getting caught off guard, not going outside and playing some soccer to start your day. No, we are ready to rock and roll. We are looking to hoist the trophy at the end of this tournament and taking down Miami on this dealership where they were 4-0, undefeated in a clean 6-0 fashion. Oh yeah, LA Thieves, without question, team to beat.
I mean, how good is LA Thieves, right? Like, we just saw Miami
on dealership just take down Atlanta.
FaZe.
Yeah.
I mean, they really just beat FaZe 4-1. They don't scam in the game too.
Yeah.
And they destroyed Miami. Like, that was thunderous. Fastest series all weekend, largely in part due to the fact to the AR duo taking over today.
Miami bounces back, as you just saw, to survive in the losers bracket, but this is a duo to look out in the winners bracket. In the winter final, taking on Nasty and Abuza will be Scrap and Ghosty, a 5.0 and a 1.5 S&D. A 6-0 is going to help pad some stats.
Oh, yeah. That's just easy. Like, if you're Scrap, you're thinking, all right, I'm going to have #1 S&D KD throughout this entire weekend. But we'll focus on that guy tomorrow. Now, the match number 4 that we had today, Boston Breach, looking for their redemption versus Ultra Squad. Ultra, still with Mercules, are continuing their absolute Cinderella story.
This has to be the biggest shocker of the tournament, right?
100%, because you're not supposed to be in this situation if you're Ultra. You're thinking, okay, we don't have our full roster. We're not going to be the best in Search and Destroy. We're also not going to be that competitive in Control. But with the numbers that Mercules has been able to bring, the consistency he's been able to bring, everybody else on the roster is unbelievable as well.
He's not really cheating, Chad.
No, he's locked.
Yeah, kid's getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, this match, I feel like we got robbed of a game 5, but that's because of how icy and clutch Toronto Ultra are inside Phoenix at the end of the control, just making some vet plays. You can see Mercules cool, calm, and collected on this team.
Who's got the digits? Who's got the digits? There's going to be 2 of them.
I mean, I think everybody played well, but yeah.
No, Joey D today.
He's just insane.
He's always on this graphic, dude. I feel like we never go through a Toronto series without getting a Joey D graphic. This guy is unbelievable.
Yeah, he's top 3 SMG.
He's a menace, by the way. After they win, he gets up, he yells at you, and then he's the first one to fist bump you with a big old smile. You can't even be mad at him. Jonas seems so lovable. Why? He is popping off for Toronto, but on our KD leaderboard, you're going to see a la. There are 3 of them in the top 4. You also got Vancouver in the mix here with the Abuza at 5 and Neptune at 7.
Yo, how is Celium still on this list? They just got beat by like a combined 200 and some points.
He's him. It's a Celium index for a reason.
Let's go, baby.
Rancor beating up on him. Let's take a look at our bracket one more time, because we have just 1 day left of this Major 3. Miami Heretics, the hometown team. It's something about playing in front of your hometown. It's like you're going to finish on a podium, right?
Yeah,
they did it back in Madrid. Do they get past Toronto tomorrow?
They already beat them once.
Yeah.
The only team that has beaten Toronto so far in this tournament. So Heretics feeling insanely good. I think we're all just super excited, obviously, to crown our champion, but to see the Thieves and Surge match as well. Both those teams are at the top of their game.
Guys, we finally got a game 5. Are you kidding me?
Thank you. Multiple rounds.
Tomorrow's going to be game 5. It's awesome. I'm going to jinx the hell out of it. Knock on wood. It's going to be a great Sunday.
Game 5 might be coming in that grand final. It's a best of 7. Everything else is a best of 5. It all kicks off at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Thank you all for tuning in. Remember, though, if you need more Call of Duty, like we all do, go over to our favorite channel. Study's live on it. When he's not live with us, he's working over there. What's going on?
Hey, man, it's a grueler. Obviously, if you're Ome Brooklyn, one of your best AR players in Mercules isn't on the roster anymore, and Paul X is giving it one last hurrah here with that squad.
Wait, I saw earlier Paul X dropped 47 his first map.
He might be coming out of retirement.
Is this Warzone? Wash your leaves, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow at 1:30. Matches kick off.
Check out Challengers. Show us some love.
Mine, no gimmicks, I'm down, let's win it, it's time, let's get it, it's all wins, no losses, it's mine, no gimmicks, I'm down, let's win it, it's time, let's get it, it's all wins, no losses, ay, with it, I'm back to play, feeling like running it back today, whole team with it, I'm glad to say, it's all wins, no losses, ay, ain't putting on no slack, okay, if y'all ain't with it, then back today, if anybody wanna get back today, it's all wins, no losses, it's all wins, no losses, it's all wins, wins, no losses. All wins, no losses. Come get it. Ain't got no limit. Say you got skills, but you're not gonna win it. Might start on the line, but you're not gonna finish. I'm top of the line, on top of the race. I'm here for the climb, you here for the chase. I'm looking behind you, saying the same, but you'll forever be second place. Yeah, you were due from the beginning. Hit the line, then it's all gas, no talking. Be careful what you say, cause it's all fast, no pauses. You pick the place and time, cause I'm all in, no tosses. My whole team came to play, and it's all wins, no losses. It's all wins, all wins, no losses. It's all wins, no all wins, no losses.
Nice! Let's go, man.
it.